Mic check. Mic check. Oop. That was awkward. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Entrepreneurship Avenue Conference Day 2022. It's lovely to see you guys here bright and early. Wow, this is very loud. Is it very loud? It's kind of loud. Tech, it's a little bit loud. Thank you so much. So, good morning. Okay, now is it too soft? We're good? Okay, so good morning, guys, and thank you guys for joining us today. Entrepreneurship Avenue 2022. My name is James. I'm a student. I'm also an entrepreneur from Cape Town, South Africa, but living here in Vienna now, studying strategy, innovation, and management control with some of my friends over here. And it's honestly an absolute pleasure to be here with you guys today. I want you to think of me as your friend, your guide. I'm the one who's going to be carrying you through this journey today. And it's been one hell of a journey. We started with kickoff at the end of March. A lot of you were here. This room was packed. It was a really awesome feeling because it was one of the first offline events in a really, really long time. Now there's like 500 events going on all the time. But back then, it was like really nostalgic. And it was amazing because a lot of people got inspired. We talked a lot about how entrepreneurship is for everyone. We had a lot of amazing speakers. We had startups talking. And it really began what has been an incredible journey. Many of the people here today have been participating in the Entrepreneurship Avenue. They joined us for the labs. Now, for those of you that don't know how the Avenue works, people enter as participants and they join us for these labs, which are essentially workshops, right? We had labs that were we started with a lab where they worked on problem and solution fit. They then went into the next lab where they got one-on-one mentoring with their own mentors per team working on their business model. After this, they went to the next lab, Lab 3, where they had pitch training by Daniel Cronin, and they got their own individual pitch trainers. And then they finished off at the final lab, which was Lab 4, our demo day, the semifinals. And now today, at the end of today, we're going to have the top 10 teams from this competition, which started with 80 teams, 240 participants, whittled down to 80 teams, whittled down to 50 teams, and today we have our top 10 teams. So it's really, really exciting. It's been one hell of a journey. And yeah, so we have some incredible stuff going on. Like right now, it's the grand opening. It's very grand, is it not? And then after this, we'll be hearing from Matthias. We've got the Impact Entrepreneurship panel. We're going to be opening the Startup and Partners Fairs, which are happening in Festal 2 and out here in the main hall. We're going to have the Future is Female, the Power of Silicon Valley, Founding and Funding panel. The Future Weekly podcast will be recorded here on stage, which is super exciting for any of you who know about that podcast. I think it's really cool that we're going to have it live recorded here today. After that, we'll be doing the Danube Cup pitch competition. We'll be having their own final on stage. Then we'll be hearing from Team Tumbleweed for Space for Change. We're going to be learning from failure with an awesome panel. And after that, we will have the finalists, the top 10 teams of the Entrepreneurship Avenue in the pitch competition, pitching for these final awards. So it's an amazing day full of really, really, really awesome stuff. And yeah, I just can't tell you guys how awesome it is to see you guys here. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for being here. Now, if you want to keep track of what's happening during the day, take out your phones, right? Even if you don't want to, take out your phones, all right? Phones, okay? And I want you guys to access our conference info page. You know, back in the day, people would print books, but we're trying to save trees, okay? So keep it digital. And that's essentially the info book for the day. So you can read about all the speakers that we've got, all our panelists, and yeah, just learn about what we're doing. So yeah, I think that's it from me. Without further ado, I'd like to bring onto the stage Rudolf, the founder of the Entrepreneurship Avenue and the Entrepreneurship Center Network. Thank you, Rudolf.
Thank you. Haha. Is this one working? Yes, 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 getting better, getting better. So that's the thing with live events, right? So you can see me, but you haven't heard me yet. So good morning. How are you today? Doing well? Yes, yes. Excited already? Yes, yes, great, great. Great to see so many happy faces. So let me tell you what today is all about. Actually, it's about hard work. Really hard work. Sounds strenuous? Yes, and it is. But do not worry. It's above all about passion. So do what you love, you'll be better at it, and you'll get the fun out of it. The Entrepreneurship Avenue wants to help young people in finding out whether starting their own business is the thing that they love. It is a platform of opportunities. And over the past 2 months, more than 500 students from over 75 different universities have taken part in an amazing entrepreneurial journey. So as you've already learned from James, they have developed ideas and designed business models in 80 newly formed startup teams, almost all of them cross-disciplinary. They found inspiration and support from more than 100 mentors and speakers, the wise women and men of the Austrian startup scene. And they learned how to convince others from the attractiveness and feasibility of their ideas. Today, it's showtime. The end of the Avenue 2022. Not a dead end, mind. And we are all set to prove this to you throughout the day. So actually, it would probably do this whole endeavor more justice to call today the grand finale. And before I'm happy to pass on the microphone to our Vice Rector Badinger for his welcome address, I'd like to introduce you to 2 outstanding students. And I know that they have worked really hard, and I know that they love what they do. So please give a big hand to the head organizers of this year's Entrepreneurship Avenue, Selina and Ralica. At least I can already see Selina. And another round of applause to the whole organizing team, please. So very, very well done, guys. So we'll say hello to Selina, to Ralica, sorry, and we will make up for this later on. Okay. So everybody, I wish you a great day. Have fun.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Harald Badinger. I'm Vice Rector for Financial Affairs, and it's a pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Rectors Council to this year's Entrepreneurship Avenue. My special welcome goes to the partner universities of the Danube Cup, which is being held the first time in Vienna. We were very proud to host this event the first time. A very special welcome also to the founding universities of the Danube Cup, Corvinus University and the Budapest University for Technology and Economics. I'm also very pleased to welcome the father of this competition, Professor Bezsenyi. And I'm also very pleased to welcome representatives from the Iran-Austria Joint Chamber of Commerce and the University of Cologne today. Well, after many events, lectures, workshops, conferences at WU during the year, this event today is certainly a highlight. And the good thing is it's a recurring highlight, the 9th time that the Entrepreneurship Avenue is held at WU, and since its inception in 2014, it has quickly developed into the largest conference of this type in Europe and one of the largest conferences of this type in the world. Also awarded with the AACSB award as a best practice entrepreneurship education program. I think this is a very nice indication of the reputation and the international recognition this conference has already built up. Another unique feature, as already mentioned, of this conference is that it is organized by students for students, which I think gives this conference a very authentic touch, because you definitely need entrepreneurial spirit to set up and organize an event like this. And I must say, I find the whole event series, the program, the speakers, the participants, and the professionalism of the organization very impressive. More than 500 students will be here from 75 universities, a truly international event. We are very happy at WU to host events like this. Needless to say, in front of such an audience, that topics like entrepreneurship, innovation, startups are of crucial importance for a business university as WU is. On the one hand, there's a focus of research, academic research. On the other hand, there's a platform for knowledge dissemination. And WU is proud to cover essentially both fields. Since 2001, there is an Institute for Entrepreneurship and Innovation led by Nick Franke, who has been doing outstanding research with his team since then. And regarding knowledge dissemination since 2015, there is the Entrepreneurship Center led by Rudolf Demeter, which acts as a trigger and a magnifier for entrepreneurial activities among students, faculty, and all participants. So I think this combination of academic research on the one hand, of knowledge transfer, application, implementation on the other hand, is of crucial importance for any education program in the field of business, maybe nowhere more than in the field of entrepreneurship. In this sense, today's conference is in fact a best practice example which can serve as a role model for other fields. So great having you all here. Enjoy the conference. I wish you interesting and inspiring discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Rector. So what's a good event like this without a video from one of our ministers, right? So from Minister Kocher, this is his first welcome address in this position, so take it away, right?
Dear startups, dear founders, dear students, I'm happy to welcome you to the annual Entrepreneurship Avenue Conference. Startups, innovation and entrepreneurship are essential for the future development of the Austrian economy. Young people and students like you act as essential drivers for innovation. The fostering of entrepreneurship in education is therefore of utmost importance. This is where universities come in as our important partners. According to the recently published Austrian Startup Monitor 2021, the Austrian startup ecosystem is indeed very well educated. Almost 1/4 of Austrian startups has its origins in academic institutions. Becoming an entrepreneur also takes courage. I'm hence proud that Austria offers a broad range of services for startups across all stages. Our state-owned agencies like the Austrian Research Promotion Agency, the Austrian Wirtschaftsservice GmbH and the Austrian Business Agency are very good points of contact. Our continuous efforts are dedicated to further increasing the Austrian innovation potential and improving the framework for startups. I hope that all of you enjoy the event. Best of luck to those of you pitching today, as well as to all founders.
So a round of applause for the minister, right? Cool. So now that we got all the welcomes and the introductions and all the fancy stuff out of the way, I'm very, very excited to bring onto the stage a really special person. We have an impact entrepreneur, a social architect, a bestseller author, a leadership coach, and he even dabbled in politics a little bit, right? So he's shaping the future to make it a better place for us all, and he's a legend to many in the room here. I know that a lot of the team were very excited to bring him on stage. So without further ado, I bring onto the stage Matthias Strolz. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for this nice introduction. I refuse to accept legends. They tend to be dead. So I love to be a human. I think most of you will. I think it's a great experience on this planet. We came here to be humans. And I think being a human, in essence, means to be a creator. We're meant to be creative. We're meant to be creative, to be co-creative, because we are radical social beings. We are embedded in competition, yes, and in cooperation. Both of them are conditio humana, essential ground conditions of us being humans. And what this idea of being meant to be creative, of course, you're right here. You're studying that thing, being creators. And in academic terms, that means entrepreneurship. I think that's a human attitude. We're meant to be entrepreneurial. And I think it's a good choice to study that and to do it. So once you say, okay, I'm a creator, I'm entrepreneurial, I'm human, that's what I'm here, you're invited to put yourself into action, to co-create. And I think you learn the most by doing it. But still then, as a serial entrepreneur, and I've found it quite a lot of stuff over the last decade. So I'm getting 50 next year. And we founded a family, for example, but a lot of societies. One of my first foundings was the initiative group Alpbach Innsbruck in 1998. I actually handed it over as chairman 2 years after to Martin Kocher. He was a good man, still is. So a lot of foundings are still out there. Others failed. I think that's part of the game as well. You never learn more than by failing. So be invited to fail. Something we have no tradition in Austria. Because we point at 7 years old and say, stand up, look at Lena. She is not enough. She is nicht genügend. Not enough. So we tend to tell people this at the age of 7, of 8, of 9, of 10, and that at some point they start believing it. I'm not enough. That's where they stop to be entrepreneurial. So be proud, be human, go for the failure. Don't go for the same failure twice under the same conditions. That's stupidity, laziness, whatsoever, unacceptable. But go for the failure, and you will be stuck from once in a while, and when you're stuck, it's helpful to have models. Models are a reduction of complex reality, of course. They're not enough, Austrian school system would say, because they don't live up to complex reality, but they help. If you're stuck, they help you to make one step further, okay? And then you can put them away again, the models. So they don't have to guide you every day, every second, but once you're stuck, they can help you. And I've brought along 2 models. They're not rocket science. I was invited by Raleigh doing this intro. I said, okay, what can I say? You know all the stuff you studied anyway. Well, I can report from my experiences, and I have 2 models that I would have packed into my entrepreneurial rucksack 3 decades ago, or 2 decades, the second one, and I would never let it go because they helped me every time, again and again, when I was stuck. The first one was one I acquired in, what? No. Yeah. Can I? Yes. The first one was when that's a memory of my youth, okay? Sorry for you. No, it's a picture of when I try to describe the world we're living in. You can go for words, of course, lots of words, but it's not easy to sum up. It's a VUCA world we've learned. It's volatile, it's uncertain, it's complex, it's ambivalent. It's different from my youth world. When I was your age, the world was different. We didn't have these opportunities you have. I was the last one. I was born in 1973. We still smoked in seminars on university. So we entered the seminar room, the professor as well. Then we rolled a cigarette. Then we smoked, and then we started our seminar. So it's ages ago. We did stupid things. Our world was black and white. The good ones, the bad ones. It was then 1982, 89, okay, the Iron Curtain would fall, Soviet Republic would fall, and we were the good ones. We won. It was the end of the history, they said, okay, because the good ones have won, and all the others will follow into democracy and market economy and so on. That's only 30 years ago. But I'm coming out of a world that was black and white. So if it was also in culture, in politics, and it has turned to this. It's pulsing in all different colors. If you try to fix it, who of you can fix this one without losing it again? Some of you might lose it. Who loses it each time he tries to fix it, or she? No. Who sees a black and white picture? I'm not sure. No. It depends on the beamer, of course, but we can agree on it's representing all the different colors, and it's moving upon you, and it pushes you away, it drags you in. So you need models to organize this kind of VUCA world that is completely volatile, unsecure, complex, ambivalent. And the first one you're founding in a VUCA world, and that helped me a lot, is this model. It's the iceberg model of team performance. Very easy one. It's 9 o'clock in the mornings. You're students, so we start very basic. It's very easy, but if you don't follow, if you ignore this kind of facts of human dynamics, you enter the pathway to failure. So it's a choice, a deliberate choice you can do. And it should tell you that it's an iceberg, so you have the volume underwater you don't see is about 7 times the volume above water. Above water is what you see as someone who is looking at your endeavor, at your project from outside. So what is standing on your card? I'm co-initiator of this startup, this society, this project, whatsoever. So that's your pitch you would have at a birthday party. So if who are you? Okay, you're Johan. What are you doing? You wouldn't say, I feel sad. But you would refer to what is above water, what the world actually can see. But in order that there is something to see, you have to accept that there is a basement. And the factual level is pushed above waterline by 2 levels that you have to cultivate as a founder, as a manager, as a leader. You have to cultivate it every day. If you're not doing it, who will do it? If you fail fostering it, your factual level will sink. If you mess up on these two levels completely, the world will not see anything above water from what you have intended to bring into the world. There is nothing left to see from your endeavors, okay? So what does that mean, emotional level? That means, okay, we as human beings, we are emotional beings. We are emotional beings. I know in universities and politics and so on, we tend to frame emotions as something negative. But I have to tell you, no, they are part of a human condition. We are emotional animals. There are no other animals that would share as many emotions than human beings. So to refuse integrating emotions into your endeavors as founders, as entrepreneurs, you would refuse to accept the human ground condition. Okay? It's about fear, it's about fun, it's about pride, it's about whatsoever that runs around in your system as an individual being, also as a team. So always go, of course, for positive vibrations, because if you are dominated by negative emotional vibrations as an individual actor or as a team, this will break parts of this iceberg, and it could put you underwater as a whole endeavor. So invest also in the emotional level. I think that's awfully important. I just wrote a book together with a tree. Some say that's not possible. Well, I did it. I learned an awful lot from the tree. He is on this planet for a few centuries more than me. And he is a she, basically. She's a Föhre. And she was pretty much clear on that point. She said, okay, wow, it's just amazing. If you look at this species of human beings, one very impressive thing is you are emotional beings. You buy tickets for soccer games. That's basically buying a ticket for 90 minutes of emotions. You go there for having this intense experience of emotions, all of them. Aggression and joy and euphoria whatsoever. And you know it's then over. Therefore, you're ready to pay for it. After 90 minutes, nothing can happen. But that's unique to us, so let's integrate it. A relationship level. I'm into a jury tomorrow for the Mega Bildungsstiftung. We founded a foundation to foster projects. We just had a call with €1 million. And we have 111 projects that are pitching, and we have 20 projects tomorrow in the meeting of the jury that would present their projects. And the top 3 will pitch in September for €200,000 each for fair chances in education. And one of our prime criterion when we look at whether we give them the money or not, he could have a brilliant idea, but if he comes along, and if he cannot answer, what is your team? Who are your partners? What is your network? We will refuse giving you money. We don't believe, maybe we believe in the idea, but we don't believe in the fact that you will realize it. So you have to foster relationship level. All the big things we have done together, it's about co-creation. So if you want to have money, not only from us, from investors all over the planet, they will always look at the team. Who is involved? And how do they get along? Because most startups fail when they start to argument and they lose good vibrations with each other. So I founded a party. We led it into, I co-founded, we were many. I led it as a chairman, and we led it into the Austrian Parliament 2013, into the European Parliament 2014. The party is still there, still growing. And there were more than 1,000 parties being founded in Austria since 1975. More than 1,000. Where are they? Why did they fail? Most of them failed because of relationship level. Most of them were males. Once there are more than 2 males, they start to fight. And after 2 weeks, there are 2 parties that would fail. And so that's not good. That's one model I just would put into your rucksack and say, go for it. And the second one, a quick one, that would help you is one that I put into my rucksack then in the beginning of the century when I did my PhD in systemic organizational development. It's the so-called systemic integration model for organizations. This model we would apply when we founded NEOS, the party. We had the first workshop with 40 people. Within 16 months, we had 13 workshops, all in. The last one with 250 people. And in between, we had working groups. At peak time, we had 120 working groups in Austria that would work parallel. And you had to integrate them. And each time we did a workshop and we drafted the design for the workshop, we would go for this model. We invested in the first 3 years, we invested about 4 million hours of volunteers in this country. And we were guided by this model. We always asked, what do we have to do in terms of strategy, content-wise? Which content do we want to manifest, to present to the Republic, to the citizens, to the voters? So this was about program development, drafting the program, the agenda. Second one was structure. What structure do we need? And you always need something different as a quickly growing startup, whether in politics or non-profit or for-profit. You go to the tailor, and once you come out of the tailor, you look at your trousers, and it's already at the knees again. It's shrinking. While you're leaving the tailor, also it's tailor-made, because you are growing so quickly that you have to adapt on how you organize it. Procedures, organigram, how do you organize communications within your organization? How do you integrate? How do you come to decisions? That's all in this kind of level and area. And you have to have a sharp analysis. Are we lacking something? What do we need in terms of new quality here? And the third one, it's about culture. That's the unwritten rules, the vibes, and so on. So if you try to found something in politics is dominated by negative vibrations, okay? And you're at high risk to get infected. And this will turn you down. There is no other sector in society where so many people in the morning stand up and say, how can I actually injure my competitors today? And this makes something, of course, with the actors themselves. So you have to stay strong to keep up a positive, because inviting people into a party is probably the least attractive invitation in the Republic. So if you don't want to sit alone that evening, you have to work on your good vibrations, lifestyle, and how you treat each other. So that's very helpful, again, and so I put it into your rucksack wherever you go. A lot of challenges are waiting for your generation, very obviously, on this planet. So we rely on you, on your entrepreneurship, on your responsibility, on your esprit, and I hope you're doing well and doing better than we do currently. All the best, and maybe use the models from time to time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Matthias. It's always, keep the mic. They're going to have questions for you. So it's always funny when people simplify things. You're like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But how do you implement it?
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to hand over to the audience for questions. So start putting your hands up if you have questions. But while we wait for them to build up the courage to ask a question, how do you implement these things? Like, how do you take something so simple and implement it into such a complex world?
Just doing it, basically. So if you have 2 days with a crowd of 250 people, you have to do something with them. And you have to decide, where do we focus on? Energy flows where attention goes. Where do I want to put attention on? Do we need some more foundation, strong foundation in terms of content, strategy, program, agenda, a manifesto for the next campaign whatsoever? Or do we have done that? Check. Okay, should we focus on structure? Because we're just building up a regional structure now in each province. So we need kind of new regulations maybe. So it's no rocket science. It's just about doing it and taking it, putting onto your timetable, and then it will come into action.
I guess taking time and placing importance on really thinking about it.
Definitely. Yeah.
We have a question here.
Oh yeah, I can just say it like this. What would you actually think about watching the news? Like, do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea, like watching the news in general? Because of course it's important to stay informed, but there's a lot of negative news that distract. Like especially with the stuff that happens right now. Do you think it's good or bad, or watch the news?
What's your attitude? Are you watching news?
Yeah, like I try to avoid it, but sometimes I
Sometimes you
dive into it and research everything about the war.
I understand,
And about COVID and all that stuff, and it kind of drags me down then when I research too much.
Well, when I was young, we had 2 television senders, okay? It was FS1 and FS2. It's a different game now. You have millions of senders at any second, from Radio Maria to Pornhub for 11-year-olds. And you have to make choices. So beware of your choices. Because you will become what you feed yourself. And if you feed yourself shit, you will become shit. As easy as that. So does that mean refusing news? No. You're a human being. You're meant to cooperate. So you need to know something about what is going on in the world, but choose your sources carefully. And sometimes you can pop into shit because we are not superheroes. We are human, and sometimes we want to know what shit looks like. So, but don't stay there. It tends to stick with you then. That's what I can say. And wish you all the best for your choices. Yeah.
More questions?
Enough.
At the back. And also for those of you that are streaming in online, please feel free to type your questions in the chat. I've got it right here.
Hello.
Hi.
I want to ask about your book. So what were the 3 most important things that you pursued when writing a book talking to a tree?
Okay.
Thank you.
I learned that we are all one. I experienced it. I was sitting there at the tree, and he was speaking very wisely, and sometimes I was annoyed by this tree wisdom. Where do you get that stuff from? And he or she said, well, I'm connected. I said, where the hell are you connected? Then I understood. These guys are connected. Well, science just starts to understand that, for example, a wood is a system of connection, and they communicate by hormones and by under earth and so on. So I learned we are all one. Once you have learned that and understood that, you could not go to war. You could not invest in a gold mine with child labor. So that was very important for me as a learning. And second one is, yes, what I said, I tend to speak about things I just realized. We are human beings. We come from a different space, out of time. But we are embedded in time and space, and we are meant to create. That's what I just presented. We are a creative species with talents no other species would have. So use it. There will be a point in time when you will await your death. And then you're invited to look back on your life. And it will not matter whether you bought your third piece of golden sneakers in 2022. It will matter what you co-created, what you brought into this world. We are creators, and we can choose where we put our talents to and where we can invest or not invest. And the third one, it's about love. It's an evergreen, but love is the most opening superpower we have as human beings. And love means, in academic terms, open mind, open heart, open will. That's Otto Scharmer, MIT. It's not an esoteric guy. It's hard currency in terms of academics. And he wrote this book, Theory U, How the New is Coming into the World. And he speaks of open mind, open heart, open will. I once had it in my speeches in Parliament. Then the Minister of Finance said, okay, what did you say? I said, well, when you discuss this, we should have open mind, open heart, open will. He said, what? Just go tree hugging. Okay? So he would ridicule it. Then I started to refer to it in English, and with the sender MIT, and no one would ever laugh again. So we are quite peculiar species, okay? But still the same fact. It's about open mind, open heart, open will. That's the translation of love for academics. Yeah.
I would just one quick last question.
Okay, I actually wanted to ask 2 questions.
Keep it to one.
Then, which of the 3 elements, if you compare it to a tree, which of the 3 elements do you consider to be the roots of a tree?
I would say the culture in particular, and the structure as well. Structure would reach out to be stable. You need structure, of course. And the culture, we can't explicitly see in many dimensions. It's there, but it's not visible in many dimensions for us. But we can realize if there is a bad culture, and don't go to companies with bad culture. Leave them. Leave them. Don't get compensated by money. It's waste of time. Once you're sitting on your bed ready to die, you will regret it, not having left it, because you just got 1,000 euros more. That's bullshit. Human bullshit. Don't do it. And I think strategy, content are the branches. We can see it. That's what the world sees, the content, the agenda, the whatsoever. That's what we have in our press announcements, in our annual report of our company, enterprise, whatsoever. Yeah. You agree or you follow? Yeah. You think so? So all the best to you. Thank you for having me, and keep on the good mood. Heiter weiter. Ciao, ciao. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthias. Thank you. You can leave that here. I wish we could sit here all day. Maybe we could go sit under a tree somewhere and gain some wisdom. But really, thank you so much for these serious words of wisdom. I think people don't talk enough about the effect of emotion, the effect of being a human, right? We're all just human beings. We're humanly flawed. We're humanly beautiful. And yeah, I think it's quite exciting to hear that from a legend like this. So thank you very much for those words of wisdom. So while my team gets the stage ready for us, I'm very excited to tell you guys about our next panel. And if you can walk out quietly, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And you guys in the front here, you guys could also be quiet. Thank you. I'm known for being cheeky, so if I shit on you at some point, I'm not sorry, right? I'm not sorry. So, you know, after hearing all about all that, it's really nice that we're now going to be talking about impact. So, a lot of us as entrepreneurs, we're here to try and make an impact. Shh, please, thank you. We're here to try and make an impact. Entrepreneurship, you know, for many it's about making money, and that's true. There's money involved. But at the same time, you know, money and the economy and business are the levers behind society. So we've got an amazing panel. We've got Peter from Refurbed, Robin from Revo Foods, and Daniel from Lingvano. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome them to the stage.
Okay. Von Refurbed? Refurbed, okay. Ja, genau. Ja, servus.
So if my three panelists can come up. Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining us. So I didn't give you too much of an introduction because I'd like to start by asking you guys to introduce yourselves. So if you can please tell us who you are, what you do, and how you're making an impact. We can start here, go that way.
Sure. Hi everybody, my name is Peter. I'm one of the founders of Refurbed, and I hope most of you know Refurbed by now. Marketplace for refurbished electronics, but also we're expanding right now into a marketplace for all sorts of sustainable products. And we do an impact by enabling consumers to live more sustainably. What that means is that we believe that people will always consume and they will not stop consuming. But we also believe that there are a lot of ways to actually consume in a sustainable way, and that's what we want to promote. We want to build a platform for all consumers to buy all the products that they need on a daily basis, but in the most sustainable way.
Awesome.
Yes, my name is Daniel, and funnily enough, I was actually the first employee at Refurb, so I do know Peter very well. It's cool to see him here today, and but now I'm actually the head of business development at Lingvano. So I assume that most of you probably are not familiar with the company, but it's an easy-to-use online course for learning the sign language. So we have an impact by building bridges between deaf people and hearing people, and we do that by creating this easy-to-use course. And maybe an easier way to describe it is by making an analogy. So you're probably all familiar with the app Duolingo, which is the greatest language learning app for spoken languages. And we basically do the same thing only for sign languages. So this way we really want to build the bridges between deaf people and hearing people and make the world, well, a more inclusive place.
Yeah, Robin Simsa, I'm CEO and co-founder of Revo Foods. And at Revo Foods, we're trying to create the seafood of the future, which in our idea needs to be alternative seafood made from plants. Because we have all these problems with overfishing, with heavy metals and microplastics in the oceans. And our idea is that we can recreate the taste of seafood, the taste that people love, but with plants in a more sustainable way. And we're now, for instance, available in Billa and in 16 countries in Europe right now, and we just started selling last November, so that's quite,
Awesome.
quite good.
Thank you. It's kind of funny because I have a phone from Refurbed and I've got 3D salmon in my freezer. I've yet to start learning sign language, but
I was just about to say, yeah.
Soon. So we're talking about impact, right? And I want to ask you, Peter, a question first. I spoke about this a moment ago, and I would like to hear what you think. Many have the perception that there's a trade-off between making an impact and making money. And in other words, it's difficult to do both, right? You're either like a for-profit company or a non-profit company. What do you think about this? Do you think the trade-off does exist? And if so, how do you manage that at Refurbed?
Yeah, so to be honest, that was actually the story of my life, because I always, when I was studying here, I mean, at the old VU, I'm that old already, but when I was studying, I always wanted to have this great career, and I wanted to make a lot of money, and I want to be super successful. But always in my heart, I actually want to do something that actually makes sense. And so I started in consulting, worked for McKinsey for a couple of years, and it was great, learned a lot. But I always had this feeling of, hey, I'm actually not doing what I'm supposed to be. And so that's when I was actually looking for an opportunity to change, an opportunity where I could actually combine both. And I think for most companies, it is a bit of a contradiction, doing good and making money. But I think there are many business models out there, and there are many ideas that, for example, we have here in the panel, but there are so many more companies out there that actually can combine both. And that's what I think is so fascinating about Refurb, because we are producing, great financial returns, but at the same time, we really have a mission that can change the way people live and to change the way millions of people live. So we believe we have a massive impact on people's lives. And actually putting this a step further, I think the only way we can really solve climate change is by building businesses that connect these two things. I don't believe that just the government will solve it. I don't believe that NGOs will solve it. I think the only way we can really solve our climate crisis is if we build businesses that scale and that really reach millions of people in a very positive way.
Yeah, it makes me think of, I think it was Larry Fink who said that if you're not climate zero, you're going to go extinct.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the future. You have to do it that way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And ideally, we actually go a step further, right? Because climate zero sounds great on paper. Most of the time, it's really not. And most of the time, it's just another form of greenwashing. And we as a company actually climate positive. So we actually suck out more CO2 out of the atmosphere than we produce through the refurbishment process. And I think this is actually the role model company that we need for the future.
Yeah, cool, thank you. So over to Robin, right? Founding an impact startup probably comes with a lot of challenges, I would imagine, especially with a lot of this going on. So what are some of these challenges and how have you been overcoming them?
We had a bunch of them. So the idea behind our company is that we create 3D printed plant-based seafood, which sounds very crazy to many people in the beginning. So it needed a lot of convincing, for instance, for our first investors to support us and to give us money. So we were working actually for 5 months or something like this from my own private kitchen, where we did experiments. How can we make something taste like salmon, for example? Which my girlfriend hated, because whenever she would come home from work, it always smelled like fish in the apartment. And so we needed to find another solution for that. But that's one of the big challenges, I think. If you come up with something that's revolutionarily new, that's absolutely new and breaking with conventions, like nobody will believe you in the beginning. And you will need to fight harder, I think, to get the trust from other people. And then once you do it, it's been obvious all along, like that this was a good thing. But in the beginning, nobody believes in you.
Yeah, 100%. Every great invention was like a silly toy at one point. And then here we are with computers and things and phones, so yeah. So it's the same, I guess, about impact changes. Okay, so Daniel, you've worked at quite a few impact places, right? You've worked with Peter, you're working now at Lingvano. It's obviously attractive to certain types of people, and I'm wondering if it has a particular effect on hiring and the type of people that come and work at a company. Because I'm thinking that, beyond making an impact, I guess when you're an impact company, it probably creates a certain kind of organization. So do you have comments on that, having worked in a few places?
Yes, definitely. So that's a very good question. Because I feel like once you build a company around a certain purpose or around like a certain greater good, you're also going to necessarily attract people who really believe in the company, who believe in the vision. And I think as an employer, you can really leverage this to create this whole environment, or really create this huge goal that you want to achieve, which is saving the environment for Refurb, which is making the world more inclusive for Lingvano. And you can really use this, leverage this to build this whole community. So at Refurb, there were so many people who were just really passionate about environment and making the world more sustainable. And at Lingvano, it's the same. It's people who are really passionate about inclusion. And because you were asking about the culture, I think it actually has an even greater impact on the culture at Lingvano, because we actually have 2 deaf employees and 1 hard of hearing employee. So it means really that the whole company is also kind of structured around those people, because they are the teachers in our courses, so they are bringing you could maybe say the most value in our company, so really have to make sure to get this whole environment to even make them seamlessly work. So for instance, when we're having lunch together, we always have interpreters at our lunch that we can have a seamless conversation with them. And also, like, all the employees at Lingvano learn sign language, so everyone knows at least the basics, so you can have, like, talk about the weekend or talk about, like, have some small talk. So this is really how this impact also is here on a very, I would say, individual levels for the employees, not just for the customers, but really also for the employees that actually work at the company by creating this whole environment.
Cool, thank you. And I think that's also been cool to see how that's changing, right? Because I think for a long time, if you were an impact startup, you probably only got a bunch of hippies and people coming to work. And now, you know, I mean, literally since I started studying my bachelor's, I don't know, 2011, I feel like it's a very different business world that we're in. But I'm also wondering about consumers. So, Robin, over the last few years, the importance of impact is becoming more important. Climate change, all of these issues. Have you sensed that people are now willing to pay? Like, has there been a shift? Are consumers moving in this direction? Because you're obviously very dependent on people saying, okay, I'm going to eat a 3D printed plant-based fish substitute. And do you think entrepreneurs can, you know, grab on that kind of opportunity? But are they shifting first?
A bit for sure, and it's more important to more people, but I think the only way you achieve real impact if you make it easy for people to choose the sustainable choice, to make the sustainable choice. Because right now, if for instance you eat meat alternatives, they're often more expensive than conventional meat that you found in the supermarket. So many people will think, wait a second, I can eat sustainable, but I need to pay more for it. It's a bit of a challenge. Like, only when this gets turned around and the sustainable choice is actually also the more economical one, the cheaper one, I think this is when we will see real change. And no matter if for food or, let's say, for flying, right now you pay more if you choose the sustainable fuel option, etc. Once this gets turned around and sustainable becomes the status quo, like the go-to choice, then this needs to happen to have real change, I believe.
Okay, so you don't think consumers are still willing to pay more for a sustainable product?
I think they are, but only some of them. I mean, most people, they don't have time or the effort to think about every single choice in their daily life. Or like, should I take now the plane or the train to Italy or something? Some people just choose whatever is easiest. Mm-hmm. There will always be a segment of consumers who think a lot about these choices, who try to make them more sustainable choices. But it's only a segment. It's never the whole population. So you need to make it easy for people, I believe, to choose the right choice.
So that's what aspiring entrepreneurs should be working on, I guess. Right?
Yeah, 100%. We need better choices, and that's why we need better products, better services, and it's why we're all in the game, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of part of Refurb's business model, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But I do have to say that we saw a massive shift over the last few years, right? We started 5 years ago, and 5 years ago since then we talked to every single customer, ask every single customer, hey, why did you buy from us? And so back then, less than 20% actually said anything about sustainability. People only bought because of the price. And now we're actually already more than 50%, right? Of course, price is very important. Also, the ease of shopping, what you're mentioning, is extremely important, right? We invest a lot of time and effort into making everything as seamless as possible. But at the end of the day, sustainability has been a big part of our story. And we have more than 1 million customers across Europe now. So this is sometimes a small segment, but this segment is enlarging at a very fast rate, right? But what I absolutely have to agree with is it has to be a package that makes sense, right? It has to be easy. It should be affordable, ideally. However, there are many consumers that are, willing to pay a bit more. And then the sustainability has to be, the basis for the offering.
Yeah. And do you think that education plays a part in that? Do you think that, and can entrepreneurs and startups be a part of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we started, basically nobody knew what a refurbished product was, right? People said, but this is used, and why should I buy it refurbished? And they didn't know what it is. And we just did another study in Germany where now 90% of the people said that they actually know what a refurbished electronic product is. And it's amazing, right? Because 5 years ago, we were basically at zero. And of course, it was not just us, right? We have a couple other companies that also work in the same space. But together we were actually able to educate 70, 80 million Germans on what this actually means. And the same is happening in all the other countries as well, in Austria obviously as well, right? Because I guess nobody here knew what a refurbished product was 5 years ago, and now for most people it's a normal thing and you own one, right? So it's definitely a big part in the journey as an entrepreneur to educate your customers.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess, I mean, that takes me over to Lingvano, right? That's a whole big part of it, is educating the masses.
Absolutely. So probably this is one of the most important aspects of our business. So just creating the awareness, even that, I mean, you know that deaf people exist, obviously, but also creating the awareness that you can now easily learn it, and also that you can actually, by just knowing a few signs, which is really, really easy, you can actually have a great impact already, because assume you're meeting a deaf person on the street. This is more than just a language barrier. It's not that the person doesn't just speak your language, the person just does literally not hear you. So if you can break down this barrier, this is just a really important aspect of making the world more inclusive, and we just really do that also by educating people. So this is also a part of, if you do social media posts, this is a part there. Also in the course you will find a lot about actually deaf culture, that we try to educate the people about it. For instance, probably it's a common thing people assume, that there's just one sign language that all the deaf people use. But in fact, every country has its own sign language. So Austrian Sign Language and German Sign Language are actually not completely different languages, but they're different languages. So you don't necessarily understand German Sign Language if you speak Austrian Sign Language and vice versa. And stuff like this, knowledge like this is just important to get out there and to create this awareness for the deaf people.
Amazing. That's, yeah, and I think that's what it's all about, right? It's about changing behavior and changing how we understand things. Okay, so we've talked a lot about consumers. A big part of a successful company is raising investment, which you've done very successfully, right? So according to Crunchbase, maybe it's changed, Refurbed has raised investment of approximately 70 million euros. And I'm wondering that during the fundraising journey, because like you said at the beginning, it wasn't always so easy. Now things have changed. How big of a role did impact play in this? That's my first question.
Yeah. So that's also something that really changed completely. 3 years ago, I was in Silicon Valley, the mecca of fundraising, and we were on this tour with Speed Invest, and I, had this slide of an electronic waste landfill in Africa, and I did this as the intro. Then I pitched the company, and after the pitch, the investor said, "Hey, great company, really cool. Let's stay in touch. Just want people kill the first slide. Nobody cares." That's what he said. Wow. Nobody cares, right? And this has been 3 years ago. Now everything is suddenly completely different. Not sure how this happened, but every fund now has this ESG focus and an impact fund, and this, person in the fund that looks after their, emissions, which is great. Still haven't figured out if this is just another form of greenwashing for their investors. But at least that we're going that way in the financial world is extremely important, because ultimately, if we want it or not, the financial world is driving everything, right? Whatever investors want will be successful in financial markets, then they have more money, then they'll produce it. So it's really great that we go into that direction, and has become a more important part. But impact alone will not raise funds. It's the company's performance, but impact has become a gate opener to many funds and many sources of capital.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to hope that it's not greenwashing, that they're trying to think more about long-term profits, right? Because this is, I guess, the concept that we're trying to shout out loud to business students, right? Long-term profits are going to be connected to sustainability, but you sometimes wonder, are people really thinking about that? So then, my next question, and then I also want to ask Robin about it, and Daniel actually, but do you have to, do you measure your impact? And do you have to prove that to your investors?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah, so we actually did it from the first day of the company. We back then did a workshop with a life cycle assessment company. We looked at, hey, what does the refurbishment process actually mean? Right, so how many products are getting touched, how many components are getting swapped out. And for that, we actually came to the conclusion that, including transport and refurbishment and everything, we only emit roughly 30% compared to a new product. So we save 70%, which is really great, right? And so for that, we can actually track it on an individual product basis, and for that we know exactly how much CO2 we're saving every day. And so over the course of the last 2 years, we already saved more than 60,000 tons of CO2, which is great, and we do the same with e-waste. And on top of that, we planted a tree for every product that we sell. And so we planted really more than 1.7 million trees. And for that, we actually become a climate positive company.
Okay, very cool. Wow. So I always thought like that must be so complicated, and when you explain it that way, it's actually, it's a process, but it's some simple maths.
As soon as you get to the basis, the rest is pretty simple.
Yeah, very cool. And at Revo Foods, how do you guys go about it?
Well, first of all, for the question that you asked before for investors and
Yes.
sustainability, I think that everybody's saying it's the status quo now. As you say, like everybody's talking about, we're impact investors, we want impact, but I don't think anything has changed really. Like people invest in companies to bring them back money. This is the purpose of an investment vehicle, like to bring back returns. It's sexy to invest in green things.
Do you think that they believe there's a connection between green and profits in the long run, or not really?
Yeah, otherwise they wouldn't invest in it.
But it's
yes.
for the money.
Sorry?
But it's for the money.
Yeah, always. I mean, it's a trend, and there's money to be made also, but that's why they invest in it. I don't think because from the depth of their heart, many people. I mean, it's better also from a personal perspective, but the main purpose is always money. And regarding the impact measurement, for us it's a big thing, like life cycle analysis, for instance. So you can measure how much water do plants need to grow, how much land, how much for transportation, blah, blah, blah. But to compare this in our case, for instance, with conventional seafood that's grown in Norway, for example. You can do this to different extents. For instance, for us, we once had a master student who joined us for half a year and was working on this kind of analysis, but this is, let's say, a bit more on the surface analysis. If you really go into depth, there's basically no limit. There's no limit to how deep you can go, and you can never figure out with 100% certainty the exact amount of impact that you have. It's always an approximation because processes are just very, very, very complicated. Yeah, it's important to do it, I think, and everyone asks for it, that's for sure.
Yeah. And so that's then why I was really wondering, how does like a social impact startup like Lingvano do it? Because now these guys have made it sound simple.
Yes,
what do you guys do?
So I mean, its impact is always really hard to measure. You can't really say what exactly happens. So even if a person maybe does our course, is proficient in sign language, we still don't know if they actually use it or have the impact out there. But I mean, assuming like what we try to kind of optimize for is the number of users, because the more people we get to know about sign language, the more people at least know some basics, the more people are out there who can easily build a bridge to a deaf person. So what we also try to do to kind of maximize the impact that the people have to do the course is design the course and the product in a way that it can have the most impact. And what I mean by that is that we really focus on these real-life situations that you would encounter when you meet a deaf person on the street, and not so much on grammar or something like that, because this is probably not going to be as important as just to know some of the basics of it. And as I said, some stuff is really easy, so it's really intuitive. So for example, house is just like this. So it's really, really easy to learn, and just to get this out there is actually most important for us. That's why we really focus on this user number, actually. And as I said before, also creating the awareness. Also in the course, you're gonna learn a lot about the deaf culture. So for instance, maybe you didn't know about it, but there's actually an own Olympics for deaf people. It's called Deaf Olympics. So they're not part of the Paralympics, but they have their own Olympics. And it's all like this stuff like that about deaf culture, and that you really try to get out there. And the more people we have, the more people who use it, the more people know about it, and the more people are aware of it.
Cool. So, I mean, I think we've kind of touched along this, but I'm going to ask it anyway because we can gear it a little bit to the side. So Peter and Robin as founders, right? What was it that made you decide to found for impact? You spoke about it a little bit earlier, but was there anything along the way that sort of inspired you and helped you make this decision and really decide, right, that's the path I'm going to take?
Yes, I mean, what we are doing comes close to my heart. Like, I'm a vegetarian for more than 10 years, and for a long time it made sense to me to develop these type of products which can replace animal meat and animal products, because I think it has a massive impact on our environment. Up to 30% of what greenhouse gases are emitted due to animal agriculture in the world, and it's a really, really big amount that people don't talk as much about as for other things like energy or mobility, traffic, for instance. And the idea why we founded it, I think it's a classical story. I didn't see any other product out there that was like this. I saw a big opportunity and was like, hey, people really like fish. There's hardly any good fish alternatives for people who like it. So this is basically where it came from. Actually, together with my two colleagues, I was at a business school, and we needed to think of a business case that we should go through this week, like as a training exercise. And the idea was 3D printed vegan fish. So we started on it working just for fun for this 1 week, and then we were like, hey, actually, it might not be such a stupid idea after all. Maybe we should try doing that actually, and here we are. And,
Awesome. For you, Peter?
Yeah, I actually bought a phone. I think it was now 6 years ago, because my phone broke, and I was like, hey, I need a new phone. And I didn't want to buy a new iPhone. I didn't want to spend 1,000 euros, and I was thought, hey, throwing away all these phones was shit. So I bought it used from a peer-to-peer platform. 3 months later, it was broke. I was like, fuck, what am I doing now? Didn't have an invoice, didn't have a warranty. So I thought, hey, this can't be the case, right? It can't be that you have to pay more than 1,000 euros to Apple every time you need a new phone. Why is there no alternative? And I studied actually in San Francisco, and in the US, refurbished products were a much bigger thing than it was in Europe back then. Mm-hmm. And so it was like, hey, why does it not exist in Europe as well? And for that, then initiated a couple of discussions with my co-founders, and they said, hey, we believe that Europe needs refurbished electronics, and that's how we started and got on all of this.
And I believe this was a part of the story, right? The Entrepreneurship Avenue?
Yeah, no, exactly. Then we basically said, hey, let's do this, and then everything happened super quickly. We literally had dinner, and we discussed this once. 2 weeks later, we bought the first domains, and 4 weeks later, we founded a company, and I think another 2-3 weeks later, we actually had the first revenues. So we went from idea to revenue within, I think, 6 or 8 weeks.
Wow.
And then we went to Entrepreneurship Avenue, did a couple of other competitions, and everybody was super happy and was really excited about the idea. And yeah, then since then, we've been growing extremely quickly since then. It was really a start from zero to where we are now with consecutive growth. So it was very cool.
I wish you all the best. I hope it keeps going. So before we've got 14 and a half minutes left. So before I ask the audience for some wonderful questions, right? Students, I hope you're thinking of the questions you want to ask. One last question for each of you. What advice can you give to students that want to make an impact?
Work on something that you're passionate about and not something that brings you only money. Like, I think if you follow what you would like to do, you will always be happier than in a big corporation where maybe you earn a shitload, but you feel like your work is not as valued.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like here probably are a lot of talented young people. So I really think about how you use your talent, how you use your time. So don't just found for the sake of founding, and don't just go to a company just because maybe your peers are going there, but really try to make this a conscious decision, how you spend your time and how you spend your talent, because I think then you can really take a step back and think, okay, where can I really, with the resources I have the most impact? So making a conscious decision about how you use your talent and time, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it was both things you guys said, especially what Robin said. Founding a company is so hard. It always looks so easy, but it's literally one of the hardest things you can do. And if you're not really passionate about what you're doing, you will not go through. Right? There will be a moment where it's getting too hard and you just think, hey, fuck, what am I doing here? I'm going to stop. So do something that you're really passionate about, and then ultimately I think you will going to become successful, whatever success means to you personally. I think that's also something that a lot of people underestimate. It's not, for everybody to found a company that is worth billions. Some people are happy with having a company with 10 employees, and that's great. And the second advice, to add something new, is be extremely close to your customers. Like we literally called the first 200 customers we had and tried to talk to each and every one of them. And we learned so much in these first 200 calls, and most of it is still true now, after 5 years, right? So what you learn from your customers is really key, and you have to do what they tell you. I mean, not what they really tell you to do, but you have to do whatever the feedback they give you, and it's extremely important.
Amazing. Thank you for those words of wisdom, guys. Take that with you. So, questions from the audience. Who has some questions? And where are my mic holders? I don't see. mic holders from the back. Mic, check. Three. Right, yeah, move. We got a question up here, but I'll deal with it for now, right? Someone come and pick up this mic when we're done. Mr. Mark over here. I think we're on.
So I actually have two questions, one for Robin and one from Daniel. The first one for Robin is, since you already have like a substitute for tuna, will there be a different type as well? I don't know, like shrimp or something? And for Daniel, is your app only, or your course only for Austrian Sign Language, or also for like US, Germany, or other sign languages?
So we have a salmon alternative actually, but no, but it's correct. So we're bringing out a salmon spread actually in about a month, also at Billa, and we just released, showcased a new product yesterday, which is a salmon fillet, which is the real revolutionary product. I believe that will be a blockbuster, like a real fillet that behaves and has the same texture and structure like a real salmon fillet. And yeah, super excited about this. But the cool thing about seafood is, unlike, let's say, beef, you of course also have different kinds of beefs, but basically it's beef, or chicken is a chicken. But in seafood you have so many different varieties of different fish, different species, different things that you can do. So I think we will never run out of ideas of new products to create. And yeah, shrimp is one of them, for instance.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We do have 3 sign languages. Currently it's the Austrian one, it's the American Sign Language, ASL, and the British Sign Language, BSL. And so basically I think the biggest sign language in the world is like the Indo-Pakistani sign language, but we went for ASL specifically and also BSL because it's also commonly spoken, so that's actually how we can kind of maximize the impact. So even though we're an Austrian startup, actually our biggest market is the US by far, because they're obviously just a huge market and it's a lot of deaf people there and a lot of people who also want to learn to sign language there.
More questions? Put your hands up.
Okay, so I have a question for Daniel.
Yes.
How many users does Lingvano currently have?
Yeah, good question. So historically, it's actually more than 300,000 users, so more than 300,000 people who at least got in touch with sign languages, and of course many of them then did the whole course. So, but the company was actually founded already 4 years ago in 2018. With the Austrian Sign Language, and American and British only came more recently. So British Sign Language was just released, I believe, 2 months ago or so. So yeah, it's more 340,000 users maybe historically that we had in the course.
We had some questions over here.
Hi. Well, thank you for this beautiful dialogue, I'd say. My question is mostly to everyone, I'd say. It's regarding the investors and the greenwashing topic. Because we know, obviously, that these investors, they do their due diligence on you. But is it important for startups to do your due diligence on investors? Do you care if the investors invest for you just for greenwashing or they have their motives? Because I'd say maybe it's not very good for your profile if like you were a very green company and some very big oil and gas company with a lot of scandals in profile invests in you. So how important is it for you, or you don't care as soon as you're doing a good thing with the money, it doesn't matter?
Love the tough questions.
So absolutely, you should really talk to investors, not only about your impact, but also about your values and how you believe in working together. So many topics you discuss with them. The hard truth is, it depends if you can choose or not, right? Fundraising is not that easy, and if you have 5 investors who want to invest, then you should pick the best one. If you don't find more than one, then you probably have to take the one.
So I'm not sure if I can say too much about it because we actually don't have any investors, so we're fully bootstrapped and self-funded through the revenue. So for us, this trade-off doesn't really exist, but it might, of course, occur in the future at some point. But not having investors also has, of course, it has advantages and disadvantages. For disadvantage might be that you not be able to scale as quickly, but advantage for sure is that you can, well, not do what you want, but you're like more free in what you do and don't have too much pressure. So yeah, but I can't really say about the trade-off because this is probably some future problem, so we didn't have it yet. So probably
take some notes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a very good question and one that we also get asked a lot. So in our case, for example, there's some big seafood companies who get in touch with us who are interested in what we do because they see this as a potential future revenue case for them. Now, the whole idea behind our company is to make seafood companies, traditional seafood companies, obsolete. So would one of them invest in us? Would we take the money? I think it's definitely an interesting opportunity because we're all about the impact we're creating, and you create the most impact if most people have access to the types of products that we produce. And if the traditional seafood companies want to also enter this game and help to enlarge it and help to bring these products to more people and have more people have an impact, I don't really care what their motives are about. Like, it could be all about money for them, but still they're making the impact that we're trying to have. So,
and who knows, it could phase them out, right? In some ways, as I'm saying, from their business. I mean, you've got oil companies and energy companies that are investing in renewable energies, right? And for some, they would think of that it's their future. Like, they have to figure out a way to shift. So I just thought I'd add that in, being inclusive, getting everybody involved. More questions, guys? There's one over there, and then one over here.
Hello, I also have a question for all of you. I wanted to ask you, how did you manage to find your founding team?
I can start maybe. So I was actually studying with one of my co-founders and was connecting at it was like a networking event kind of with another of my co-founders. So it's quite classical. I think it's often people that you study with or that you're close with during university, where you maybe share an idea at a laboratory, for instance, and then do a company together.
That's why it's good to come to these kind of things, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so for me, I'm not the founder of Lingvano. Sorry if that wasn't clear before. So I just joined recently, and before I was at Refurbed. So yeah, but I can maybe tell you how they met. They actually met at university also. A bit. It wasn't, again, they were at Boku, not at WU, but it was also like they met at university through a course where they kind of figured out that they have like complementary skill set, I would say, because one of them was a programmer, the other one was more of a marketing guy, and so together they started to build this. So that's the story of how Lingvano was founded.
And for us, one of my co-founders and I, we started together actually in Shanghai, and then years later we met again. And the other one we very actively looked for, our CTO, because we were two business guys founding a company. So it's tricky, right? Especially if you want to do a tech company. So we knew we needed a CTO, and so this first 6 months, I basically spent more time on events like this and trying to meet a potential CTO than actually building the business. And I think it was time well spent, and ultimately we were happy to get him on board. But yeah, it's a big challenge, but one that is really pays off if you succeed.
Those CTOs are hard to find, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we've got one question here, and we might have time for one afterwards. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so hello. Thank you for the panel discussion. And I have a question for Robin. So how is it to work in the food industry? Because I imagine it very hard to get into grocery chains, chain stores, and also to get the admissions of the products. So how does that work, and how long did it take actually?
It is incredibly hard getting in touch with supermarkets and getting into the supermarket shelf. So some supermarkets, for instance, only once or twice a year they change the products that they have and give the chance for new products to enter them. We were quite lucky that we took part in a startup show that's being on Austria TV called 2 Minutes, 2 Million kind of, and there you have the startup ticket by Billa, by the supermarket. And this is how we entered the supermarkets in Austria and Germany. But otherwise, normally how this works is you need to go to many fairs, you need to speak with many people. It's processes of 5-6 months sometimes where they want more and more and more information from you. And it's maybe a bit easier if you work in some software applications where maybe the implementation is a bit quicker to the customer. But no.
One last question. Who's going to take it? Right over here. Or, he's quicker. Sorry. Oh, he's already in.
Perfect. Thank you guys for your insights. I have also one last question for Robin. 3D printed salmon. Did you choose that production method because of flakiness, also the texture? Because I think that's what a bunch of your competitors were struggling with. And what do you think is the most important thing? Can you convince people with a better texture to actually stop eating fish and switch? Or are your customers more people that didn't eat fish before?
That is a very good question, especially regarding the customers. So we have both. We have the classical vegetarian vegans that miss the taste of seafood, but also some that are like, hey, I would like to try something new here and there. And what you mentioned with texture, that is essential, I believe. Like in studies again, when you ask people why would you switch to alternative products, it's always taste. Taste is always by far on top. It needs to taste good. And there are many startups and companies out there who produced and released products which maybe not always had the highest points in this regard, where maybe some consumers tried them and they were, I don't like how this product tastes. I think all products in this category are not good, and it's very hard to get these customers back. Let's say you drank a plant-based milk once, you didn't like it, you don't try any other, and there are like hundreds by now. And it takes a long time to get those customers back. So yes, this is why we use also 3D printing, because it allows you to create a full structured experience. So if you have a hamburger, a veggie hamburger, you basically mesh all kinds of materials together, and it's almost like you glue them together. The revolutionary thing about 3D printing is that for the first time you can combine different materials without intermeshing them, so you can create a complex texture, like a complex heterogeneous tissue almost. If you think of a steak, for instance, it has fat layers, the muscle layers. If you will put it in a big mixer, then a paste comes out. It has nothing to do with a steak. But this is how we produce these alternative proteins right now. So with 3D printing, we want to get back to an earlier stage where we go to the more high-value products, which are not so processed.
Technology at the center of it all, I guess, right? Sure. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. It was wonderful hearing from you. Your insights are fabulous. All these three startups, I don't know if each of you will be out there in the startup fair, but I know that refurbed, Lingvano, and Revo Foods will be in our startup fair in Festal 2. So for the gentleman who I had to cut off, right, you can go ask your question there. And yeah, thank you guys very much.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Cool, guys. So, wrong one. So now, really, really quickly, I'm going to be fast. We have the startup fair and the partner fair have now opened. So to dare to change, right, you need to learn from others. We need to collaborate. We need to get to know one another. And that's why we have the fair. Back in Festal 2, right, we have 20 startups. We have startups working on food. We've got VR technology, men's skincare, smart sports, lots of amazing stuff. Outside in the hall, we have the Partners Fair with innovative companies that are offering cool jobs, and who knows, you could find your career there. So yeah, go chat, go learn, go network, and we'll see you guys back here at 11 a.m. for the Future is Female. Thank you guys very much. Ooh, careful.
Test, test. No? Yes?
Steht noch ein Laptop, wo die Zeit einfach ist, dass ihr einen Überblick habt. Bis wann? Das sind 40 Minuten.
Aber das ist nur für euch, also für die Moderation.
Das ist einfach
Also,
interner
abdrehen,
Überblick.
abdrehen.
All right, welcome back everybody to the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2022. So it's so hard to get you guys back inside with when the food's out there, isn't it, right? Hungry people. I mean, this guy even snuck the food and the drink in. There's no food and drink allowed. Stefan, keep your eyes on him. So thank you guys very much for joining us. We have an awesome panel ready for you guys. We're going to be talking about the future is female. Because, I mean, I'm going to say it out loud. For those of you who were here earlier, it was me and 3 other men sitting on the stage, right? Talking about impact entrepreneurship. It's a problem, right? We try very hard to get as many female speakers out there, and it's hard because I think there's a lot of challenges, there's a lot of problems that are faced by female founders, by females in the workspace and throughout. I think many in the room know way better than I do. So that's why I'm super excited to have this panel now. We're going to be talking about the future is female with Ali, Eveline, and Eva. And because we think it's most fitting, I'm going to hand over to Selina and Raleigh, are the heads of the Entrepreneurship Avenue, to take over the moderation for this panel. So Selina and Raleigh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, we thought definitely that this is very fitting that it is 2 women doing this panel because I don't know if you know, but we have 17% of founders that are female in Austria. And this is not even a fifth. And there's so much potential. And we want to know today, how can we change this? How can we make the future more female? And a good panel, of course, requires amazing speakers. And our speaker lineup is quite fitting and brilliant for this topic. So please welcome on stage Eva Keiffenheim, Eveline Steinberger, and, oh, is it on there? And Ali Mahlodji.
Well, hello everyone. Also a warm welcome from my side. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you also to our guests. It really is a pleasure to have you here, and I'm quite sure that a lot of people here know who you are, but I would still like to ask you to walk us a little bit through your journey, through becoming who you are right now, and tell us a little bit more who you are, what you do, and why is this topic today so important to you. Would you like to start, Eva?
Sure. So, hi everyone, it's so nice to be here. And my journey actually starts about 10 years ago at age 19 when I left high school, and I was super annoyed. I was so frustrated by all the time we spent in classrooms, and it felt like learning was just kind of a waste of time. And so I set out to change it. And specifically, I've been 2 years at Teach for Austria in the classroom. I've founded several companies, one of them an NGO for increasing education equality and empowering first-generation students. And then I also write and publish articles about the science of learning and education. And yeah, one thing that becomes apparent is that we are all better off with more gender diversity and equality. And that's also what brings me here today.
Thank you very much. And I would also like to pose the same question to you.
Yes, of course. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm also very happy to be here. Also happy to see Ali again. It was a long time. Of course, also for me, it's important to talk about female entrepreneurship. It has a lot to do with role models, so thank you. This should not be arrogant, but I started in the energy industry, and I'm one of the rare women in this industry. It was in the early 2000s. I started in Verbund, had several management positions there, and this was possible because I had a male mentor. He supported me, and he engaged me, he empowered me. Later, I worked for the Austrian Climate and Energy Fund, a governmental institution. I was responsible for 500 million euros, so a lot of money for me. And again, they searched for a woman, so it wasn't a drawback at all to be a woman. And again, later, I ended into the managing board of Siemens Austria. I led the energy business in Central Eastern Europe there, and Turkey and Israel were parts of my markets. And also here, it wasn't a drawback at all to be a woman in the tech industry. But at this stage at Siemens, I decided very cautiously and planned it also very precisely to stop this managerial career, and I decided to become an entrepreneur. And this was very atypical, especially for a person in my age. I was 42. And I decided to start this business in Israel, in Tel Aviv. And this was for me very natural because the innovative environment in Israel is a very lively one. And there is one important reason: the society in Israel is gender equal. Women and men have to go to the military, have to service there. That's compulsory, also for women. They have to be there for 2 years. And this is also when they get in contact with STEM subjects. So they serve for the IDF, they serve for the Air Force, and therefore there is no difference in the innovation scene in the high-tech industry between men and women. And I thought to start the business there is maybe a good one. And I think it was a good one. Today, Blue Minds is invested in 13 startups, mainly in the energy transition area. And we were lucky to have already 2 exits. We made 2 exits, sorry. One has to be with the highest valuation an Austrian startup ever achieved with an exit. So we are very proud of this team. And besides that, Blue Minds is also involved in mid-sized energy companies in the real estate area, and we do consulting for small and medium-sized enterprises and the large industry in the area of innovation with Tech House. We employ 60 people today in offices in Vienna, Tel Aviv, and Munich. Sorry for being so long. But I think it's important to tell you as students, as young entrepreneurs, maybe with the vision, with the idea to start this career, that everything is possible.
Thank you very much. I think when you talk about role models, this is exactly why we wanted to have you on the stage. So it was very interesting for me to hear your journey. And maybe to move on also to Ali. Can you maybe tell us a little bit more so about yourself and why you're here and why is this topic important to you?
So at first, thank you for having me today. Being an Iranian guy, so with a long beard, being on a stage at a female panel, it's not the typical way to go, but I truly believe this is going to be the future, that we have to understand that there is no way to go like in the past. There is new. I think the future of the world is that we have to understand that we are able to shape the future, and everything we learned in the past about being a man or not, it's not the typical way how we have to challenge the future. I still remember when I was a teacher 12 years ago, this was 2010, I was a teacher in Vienna. And among my pupils, there were so many girls who were really talented in the field of tech. And as a teacher, I always said to them, hey, you have talents in this field of software engineering, for example, or IT. Maybe there are some jobs out there in the world for you. And then you're talking to a girl who's 16 or 17 years old about the possibilities of the future, and she's looking at you and she's like, yeah, I love that, but my parents told me that a technical job, it's more something for the boys. And my job as a teacher at that time was to just show them the reality. And for example, when it comes to technical jobs, so the truth is that the first software engineers in the world, they were women, because it was too difficult for the man. When you Google the word, so when you Google informatics, okay, so the word itself, you will see the inventor of informatics, it was Ada Lovelace, a woman. When you show these facts, only real facts from the real world, from real history, when you show these facts to the girl, you see that something happens inside of them. Suddenly they see, hey, with these interests I have, with this passion I have in the field of tech, for example, wow, the future has also a place for me. Because there are other people out there who shape that world, for example. And this brought me at that time to a point where I understood that when you grow up, you have no ideas about the world. And then people tend to tell you who you should be, especially when you're a woman. People tell you you have to be a good wife, a good mother. And all of these things being good means making space for other people to grow, for your kids, for your husband, for society, who knows. And when I was raised as a child, I was raised by a single mom. And she always showed me what it means seeing your own strengths in your own life. And when I was founding my own company, a few years ago, the first company I started, we had so many great talents inside of our company, women. And when I always told her, hey, you have talent in the field of leadership, do you want to be a team lead? 100% of them told me, not yet. I'm not there. When I asked the man, do you want to do this? everyone was like, okay, I can handle this. And this brought me to rethink my own life. And since 3 years, I'm a father of a little girl. And the question is, when she's going to grow up, and she's going to have this question one day, so which kind of job is right for me? It shouldn't be a question at that time if you can do stuff or not based on if you're a man or not, or a woman. And this is something which is very important for me. And I still remember more than 10 years ago, I was a consultant in the company Siemens. After that at Sun Microsystems, it was my first leading position in a big, large global company. And it was still the problem we have these days. There are women with a lot of talent, but they do not get opportunities very often because we have so many biases. And I said to myself, maybe I can put a little bit of effort in my life into that to change that. Therefore, thank you for having me today.
Thank you for sharing these insights. We would like to go back to we could already tell from your stories that there are some structural problems, and we would like to have a clearer picture of this. So Eveline, could you you have the experience as a founder, you have the experience as an investor, you work with men and women alike. Could you tell us, what is it like to be a woman in the business landscape? What are some differences maybe to men that you notice?
Yeah. A very good question, and of course, I'm sure we discuss a lot about social differences, cultural backgrounds, which are different, education, whatever. What came to my mind when I prepared for this panel was a different one, the founder's myth of the high-tech industry, shaped by personalities or human beings like Adam Newman from WeWork, or Kalanick, the founder of Uber, and many, many others. These are two examples. They consider themselves as saints, rulers, gods, very close to heaven. That is the greatest possible height of fall someone can reach. And these founders have been deities, equated with their corporations, considered mythical creations, unicorns. So if you think about Facebook, you think about Mark Zuckerberg. This Adam Newman is WeWork. This Jeff Bezos is Amazon, etc., etc. There are so many examples out there. And this somehow shaped the high-tech industry in the last 10, 15 years. And what comes with it, the debate about character flaws. So it was somehow normal, and it still is, that these very brilliant genius, the world sees them like genius, they can be assholes somehow. Sorry for my French. And nobody wants to press them into laws, into social norms, because they create something special. They change the world, they save the humanity, they save the planet. And I think to myself, and of course this is a rhetorical question now, would a woman desire to work in this environment? I guess you know the answer. The majority does not desire to work in such a world. They aim for something else. And I think this is one of the main reasons why we see less women as entrepreneurs in this high-tech industry. I have a good answer as well, as we should also talk about solutions, so my outlook isn't as negative. I think we are now in a world where it is changing a bit, it is normalizing. I read a nice article in the New York Times with the title, The Myth of the Genius Tech Inventor. And there was more the focus on implementing a business solution and not only having a great idea and vision. Of course, we need both, but it's now more the focus on implementing and on earthly qualities. And of course, everybody knows we need helpers for that. Edison, for example, the inventor of the electricity, he was not alone. There were so many in the laboratory. And also Elon Musk, he's not the only person at SpaceX. There is this brilliant woman, I had the luck to meet with her a couple of months ago in California, Queenie Shotwell. She is the day-to-day operational manager at SpaceX. So what I want to say, it's now changing a bit, that's good. And what we should do, what I can do, is to make these patterns transparent, to talk about it, to make it visible, because we need to change that. And everything is a development, an evolution, and I'm pretty sure that it is still the right time. If you girls, if you women think about becoming entrepreneur, do it. It's the right time.
Very good points. And you talk about women being pressed into social desires, I would say. I think this is something that starts quite early. If with your perspective on the education system and also having a quite holistic overview of the development of a person, where do you think this kind of problem needs to be tackled, or where does it really start?
Good question. So I agree with much of what Eveline shared, and I would love to share my personal example, as it's also part of a broader collective experience. And so when I was 9, I looked like a boy. I had really short hair, I was on the football field all the time, I was super noisy, I had a lot of anger inside of me, and I didn't question it. But when I turned 11, and it was like I grew up in a village, and there was this Holy Communion thing where girls dress up in white dresses, and my parents asked me to grow my hair long and to be a good girl. And being a good girl meant pleasing everyone, being calm, being kind, caring. So all these traits I was appreciated for were very contrary to what I've experienced before in my youth. But obviously children want to be appreciated, and so I adopted this behavior. And it stayed with me for a very long time. And it was also the reason why I didn't start a company right after school, when I was annoyed and I identified a problem. But it stayed with me until 2017. I was in this room at Entrepreneurship Avenue, listening. Her name was Ali Mahlodji, a female entrepreneur and role model for me. And she talked about zebras. Anybody knows what zebras are in the startup scene? I see some nodding faces, yeah. There are unicorns, and they are like growth-oriented and have a lot of good traits. But there are also zebras, which are more impact-driven, sustainable long-term growth, and more, I would say, caring for society. And suddenly I realized, wow, you can be an entrepreneur without compromising of some of the learned character traits for good girls. And I think when we talk about bringing more females into entrepreneurship and stepping up and daring, we have to acknowledge that the traits within entrepreneurship right now are very male-oriented. And when we ask females to step up, we ask them to neglect parts of their trained identity. And this is really challenging. So parts of the solution, I would say, is first of all acknowledging what we've been trained to behave and accept, questioning that, daring to speak up and change no matter what, but then also on the side of the current power holders, of the persons and the people, like you said, the Jeff Bezos and so on, acknowledge how to make space and also let go of some of the traits. Because we're not here to argument that we need female leaders. Like studies show, businesses perform better, and even males are better off if there is more diversity and more space for also bringing up emotions, psychological safety and so on. But yeah, I think changing the system starts also with reflecting our behavior ourselves and then acting upon these insights.
Very, very good point. And the thing that, or the word that stuck with me was this male dominance, kind of. And Ali, we really wanted to invite you because you are an open advocate of the female empowerment, and we would really like to get your perspective on what kind of role the men play in all of this in the problem, but maybe also in the solution.
I truly believe that the biggest problem we have these days with female empowerment is that we think it's a female problem, and it's not. It's a problem we have worldwide, and what we have done in the last decades was that we totally cut off 50% of the people worldwide into the process of creating the world. When you take a look at the wars, the last decades, it was always started by men, okay? And the thing is, what we are realizing these days in society is that the two things which are giving the power to life, Mother Earth and the woman, we have to integrate them back into our daily lives, into the process. And when I talk to men about that, we have to understand that no one is waking up in the morning and wants to be an asshole. They learned it one day, that as a man you have to be like that. And what I saw in the last few years when I, for example, started to tell everyone that, and in my case, for example, 2 days a week, I'm responsible for our little daughter. I go to the kindergarten at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And when I tell this to other men in leadership positions, in the beginning they're like, huh? So what's wrong with you? Okay, so this is the first thing. But when they see how happy I am, they start to adopt it. They say, okay, maybe career is not the most important thing. Maybe I want to be the guy who once is suffering about life because he was not there for the kids. So I see that when it comes to men, we shouldn't just point the fingers and say it's your fault, because they learned it one day from someone. On the day they were born, they had no idea how the world should be. And someone told them as a boy, you have to be strong, don't cry, okay? Emotional stuff is more for the girls. So when I had my first leadership position in a large US company, I was always very emotional. And people told me, if you want to be successful, don't be emotional. It's a girl thing. This was the first thing I learned on my first day. And therefore, we have to educate men. We have to educate them that the new sign of power is you don't have to be the strong man at the end of the day. There's help around you. Real strongness means being open, means letting go, sometimes bringing your emotions into the game, talking about your emotions, talking about who you want to be, what are your problems. And when you open up, you see that you're not alone in this world. And so my wife, for example, she also started her own startup. She's a CEO in a company. And to be honest, she's the most important peer in my life, because from the moment she came into my life, I found out that what real strongness could be. And many years ago, I always thought as a man, I have to do everything, okay? I have to be the man in the house. This is bullshit. And this is something I learned from her. And when it comes to men, how to say, in this world as a man, it's very easy to be the best in the room. Because when you take a look at the press and the media, it's always the man of the year. It's always this one guy, okay, being on the Forbes magazine somewhere, okay? And it's always like this. Okay, this is the picture we have of a man. And this has to change radically, and we have to help men to step down from what they think makes them worth. So this is a process. On the one side, we have to point our fingers and say, come on, so make space, okay? So go away. And on the other side, we have to help them to grow. I think these are two things which are very important.
I love what you're saying, actually, and I think you can see us agreeing all the time. And I would also like to pose a question to you. So, how do you feel about this topic with men as allies? How do you think it's important? How do you feel supported also from your male colleagues?
Definitely, yes. Of course, you are fully right. It's important not to frame everything that we have a female problem, and that it is our fault that we are incorporate companies less than men, etc., etc. And I see it even more and more positive, because Ali is giving us his example. In his life, he is fostering a daughter. He's taking care of everything. So he.
I try to.
He is
far away from perfect. Okay.
So Ali is making a change, a true change. So this makes me positive, and I'm sure the next generation will have it much more easier, probably. But you know what I mean. So it was especially my parents. They did everything differently. It was the time after the Second World War, and everything was different to our life today. So also education and where you grew up, the countryside, etc. So many differences. So I think there is also the chance of the younger generation that we can make a change. And of course, it's very important to educate girls and boys equal. So what's also important for me, maybe a last comment, is to say I'm a fan of gender equality. So we often discuss this issue, female entrepreneurship, let's empower females to do something, let's do this, that or this, to make a woman more powerful, etc. But what we should really discuss is diversity, is to come to a society where male and female founders are important. It's the healthy mixture at the end of the day we should create.
Yes, I agree, and I would even broaden this definition to include all genders and step beyond binary definitions. And yet, what you mentioned before, it's not to blame anyone. Yes, we are in this system right now that has been, like, at least when it comes to the purpose of education, been designed 100 years ago by mostly Western males who've designed it in a way that it works. And we haven't changed the structure yet. But what's powerful is that we are the system. Like, education system, entrepreneurship systems, they are made out of humans. So when we start on this personal level, and if it's motivated by having a daughter or by reflecting on their own type of relationship and work environments, it's something that we can change already today by acknowledging privilege, but also by reflecting on what we can change about our own behavior and how we relate to others, and then thereby hopefully start this change that will also trickle down to the next generations. And I'm a little bit less optimistic. I sincerely hope that it will now just improve. But from what I've seen teaching 10 to 14-year-olds from socially, economically underprivileged backgrounds is that role models tend to reinforce themselves. And unless we change something about what's represented in media, in books, in education, not much will change. So there is this urgency, and to have conversations like this and also bring it to broader audiences and include more stakeholders.
Absolutely. We would also be interested in talking about all of this. We understand there is a problem, and we know that there are at the moment too few women, let's say. But what would the world be like? And I know this is a very, broad question, but what would the world be like if there were more women in leadership roles, if there were more female change makers? Ali, you're nodding. Do you want to elaborate on this?
A year ago, I started a new company called Future One. And what we do is we educate companies in the field of empathy and communication and self-improvement. Our customers are Deutsche Telekom and the Voestalpine, Red Bull, and stuff like this. So we are creating educational systems for them. We're now 15 people based in Vienna. And the thing is, when you take a look at all of the leadership positions inside of the company, they're all women. Also, my co-founder is a woman. And so I can say, when you talk about business, for example, you need a variety of skills. And I started a few companies before only with men. And when you work with men, there is a lot of testosterone in the room, which is great, but not always. And sometimes you need people inside of a company who are calm, who think differently about stuff. And it's not a thing about men and women, it's that you give everyone the opportunity being on the table when it comes to making good decisions. And the problem with when you only put men inside of your company is you always choose people who are like you. This is something you do. If you want it or not, unconditionally, you do that. And on the other side, when you bring women also on the table, if you want it or not, you got affected by a different point of view about the world and how they see life and how they are part of society. So you're bringing different perspectives on the table, and this helps you at the end of the day to make better moves, so better movements, better choices, better decisions. You get asked different questions instead of only having men around you. And this is very important because in our case, our business is global. When we work with companies, when we talk with large leadership teams, we have people from the society in front of us. And if we do not have these people inside of our company, we can't think about the problems of the people out there. And this is a thing where I truly believe if you take a look at that and you bring more women inside of the leadership positions, you do make better decisions at the end of the day. This is the thing I totally believe in. And I saw it in different companies. And to be honest, at my company now, I truly believe we are making better decisions than many years ago in former companies, where only the men were at the leadership positions. Yeah.
To add to that, it's not just your feeling. There are countless studies
Yeah,
across
of
the
course,
globe
of course.
that
Yeah,
attest to
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And for example, Female Factor here in Vienna, it's Madis who leads it. They have just published a long list of all the studies that point towards what you just explained. Better business outcomes in the end. So it's also a rational decision.
And there is another essential aspect I would like to mention, and this is to have more women in leadership positions in the economy means also to create value, economic value. I read a study of the British bank, institution. They do surveys and researches in the area of female entrepreneurship, and they came to the conclusion if the same quantity of women would start and scale up business in the area of high tech in UK, the value would increase by 250 billion pounds, and that's amazing. So I think we are neglect a lot, so we should focus more on that as well. It brings value, real value.
Absolutely. I agree very much with you, and I think we're learning so much already from this panel discussion about what are the problems, where they come from, and also you touched on a lot of solutions. And unfortunately, you also have to take some questions from the audience, and we have to wrap up our discussion. But as one last question, I'd like to ask you, since the topic of our conference today is Dare to Change, what is one thing that we can do today to have a more female future? Would you like to start?
Yeah. One thing we can do today is amplify the voices of female role models. So, for example, if you have some entrepreneur in mind, a woman, talk about her, share it with your children, with your friends, and showcase how entrepreneurship can also look like. And then also on a personal level, reflect on the kind of books and media you read or watch. When I reflect on the startup books I read, they are 100% male, lean startup, 0 to 1, and so on. So also not only start by amplifying the voices, but also by curating where you get your input and your knowledge from, and try to diversify, gender-wise, but also geographically. So 2 things.
Thank you very much. And what else?
I can actually also do things in my personal environment. One thing is to fight against implicit bias and preconceptions as an investor, as member of investors' committees. And the second thing is to engage female founders in my scale-ups. This starts to get more important in the phase where I am now. So I think the action item is let's get things done.
Absolutely.
From my point of view, the one thing which I try to tell to my little girl every day is, you're allowed to be seen in the world. Don't ask for permission, never. She's 3 years old, but I really train her hard on that every day. This is the one thing I do. And when it comes to talking to the men, what I always try to do is, I truly believe that men, they have to start to be curious again about the person who is standing in front of them. When you start to get curious about the person who is in front of them, of you, you see that you have no idea about the world. And this is something men have to learn. Therefore, what I really tell everyone, what you can do today is start to question everything you know about the people around you, also in your office, maybe students. Ask them something about their background, about their passions. Get curious about the human being, and then you will see that you see the world with more different colors. And then when you talk about women, you will see different aspects of them. And this is the thing I will start to do. It's always awareness, and of course this thing with the role models. Talk about it, bring it on the table. When you see that someone is on the wrong side, try to help them to see the different perspectives. This is the thing we call communication there in daily life.
Very well summarized. I think very great key takeaways that we can actually also think about ourselves, reading the right book, talking about the right women that we aspire. And I think we have great examples that we can talk about in the next future. So now the audience, are there some questions that came up in your hand? Yes, Anastasia, please.
So my question won't be directed to anyone specifically because I don't know who will be able to answer it better. So whoever has a good answer, please go ahead. And it will be a very exact question. How do I communicate with kind of close-minded, I would even say sexist men, who I have to kind of communicate day-to-day basis? So I cannot avoid communicating with them. And I want to educate them on how to be more open-minded and how to see me as a person. Because it can be very challenging, especially when you are not heard over and over again, and it can turn into the fight very fast, and you can get very discouraged very fast, and you can stop trying and kind of give up on this. And I don't want to give up on this, but it's very challenging. So if you have some tricks, some methods, please.
It's a tough situation you're in, or whoever you are asking for. I've been in a similar situation, and what has helped me, first of all, is acknowledge that it's not my key responsibility to educate all the people around me. It can feel like an additional burden when it's even hard to survive in these work settings. But if you have the energy and resources and you want to change something, it can be super powerful to find allies, and there are, maybe not in the environment, but potentially around your network, allies who can support you. For example, by sharing like a lunch learning session about bias and where people start to reflect and ask the right questions. But it can also, like what I love to do, and this is a very practical advice, is shift the situation by 180 degrees. So for example, when somebody tells something to you, like tell it backwards to them in the exact same voice or order and ask them, how do you feel about this? Is it okay for you? And most of the time, like, and it's uncomfortable to acknowledge that something is going wrong, but really, without blaming, putting towards the table, like, what's actually going on can be helpful, even though it's not the silver bullet. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts for this situation.
It's definitely a very tough question, and I agree with Eva. Not always you can educate somebody or try to change somebody. Often it's even not worth to take all the energy and effort to change somebody. I was several times in similar situations, I guess. I'm not knowing exactly what you are referring to. But what helped me a lot is, beside the fact to fight back as a strong woman, at least let the others see that you are a strong woman, is to change my environment. It's my choice in which network I want to be part of, etc., etc. So I often changed my environment and saw myself somewhere else, then more happy and more comfortable.
I can't talk about how it feels having someone who's a sexist in front of you, but the thing I can talk about is I grew up in a refugee camp. And still I have situations where people are talking to me like the stranger from somewhere else, and they show me that, hey, you're not from here. This is something I still do experience. When I was younger, someone said to me, Ali, now you're a school dropout, now you have to find some jobs for yourself. And I was a floor cleaner. I was a school dropout because I was a stutterer as a child. And when you're stuttering, you're a school dropout, and your name is Ali Mahlodji, this is not the best entry point into any career, especially not in Austria. So I was a floor cleaner, and on Sundays I was working in a supermarket at the airport to make some money. And at that time it was not easy for me. I was always, But what I learned at that time, someone said to me, learn to play with it. Be playful. If you can't change the environment, because in my case I needed the money, learn to deal with it playful. It's like going on a soccer field and you know you have a bunch of assholes in front of you. How do you deal? Of course you can fight, but you're losing your energy. If you are able to fight allies, you mentioned it before, do that. But see it as a game of life. It is like, okay, he's attacking you, attack back, but in a playful way. Is there something you can say to bring them out of their concept? I know it's not a good answer, but we have to see the world in a playful way, because the world is not going to be fair for everyone. It's not. The world is not fair. And you can learn to play with it. Where are your strengths and where not? And find allies, change the environment. If it's not possible, play the game. Learn the rules better than them, and then you win. This is something I had to learn the hard way in my life. Maybe that can help.
Thank you very much. I think unfortunately we have to wrap our discussion up. And I have to say one thing that I love very much is that I heard you talking, because we are co-moderating for the first time, so we will be really careful not to be the Ali and Selina show, but to be you, actually, because it's important what you're here to say. So I would like to really express my gratitude. Thank you so much for being here.
You did a great job.
Really?
Thank you. Absolutely.
A big hand.
Thank you also for your very honest words. It's so important that we're vocal about this, and also being vulnerable and sharing real heartwarming stories. So I took a lot away from this, and I hope the audience, and especially the men, did too. So thank you so much, and thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I think there's a lot of messages that we heard now. I mean, it's really nice to hear someone like Ali speak about the role that we as men play, and I think I want to touch on it a little bit for a moment. You know, I think I'm 29 years old. I'm still kind of young, getting kind of old, and I think at 21, I thought I was a hippie guy. I thought I was woke. I understood stuff. And over the last years of my life, I keep being reminded about all the biases that I still have, right? And as men, we need to challenge ourselves. And it's important to remind yourself that you're not a bad guy, right? You learned this shit, right? You had a dad, you had a teacher, you had a grandpa. Someone taught you to be a biased guy sometimes, and to be sexist. It's the truth, right? It's like you can't deny it. And I think not being touchy about that point is super important as men, right? To realize it's okay to look at myself in the mirror and say I fucked up, right? I took up too much space. I put someone down. I might have overpowered. So just to all the men in the room, it's okay, but try your best. And to all the women in the room, I really liked what some of our speakers said. It's don't ask for permission, right? You don't have to ask for permission. And when people make you feel like you should, don't, all right? Play the game, do what you need to, but remember that you have every bit of a right to all of this that anybody else does. So yeah, they're in the room over there, but let's just give them one last round of applause for that awesome talk. Well done, guys. Thank you. So now we have an awesome keynote, right? So this guy's got like a long list of things for me to read here, but it's really interesting. So we have an Austrian-American entrepreneur and lawyer. He founded his own business law firm with offices in Vienna, New York, and Silicon Valley. I really like this. He had some really big lawsuits with wins against Donald Trump's famous lawyer, right? And Alan Dershowitz. So for anyone who knows who he is, he's a big deal, right? He's pretty hardcore. So that's some pretty cool stuff. He was a pro tennis player before he joined the Austrian Special Forces, and he most recently bought the Vienna Vikings, right? The American football team here in Vienna, which he told me last night he sees sort of as a startup, right? So it's quite an interesting package that we've got here. But one of the things that's bringing him here today is that he advises Silicon Valley tech companies on the investments that they make into Europe. So essentially, he's trying to build bridges between the US and between Europe so that they can, we can learn from one another and so on and so forth. So without further ado, I'd like to bring Robin onto the stage. Thank you, Robin. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm start off with that one. All right. Buckle up. Is the United States of America the greatest country in the world? Well, I don't think so. But truth be told, there's a lot to do in the US. School shootings, other stuff. But in some aspects, the US is fantastic and outstanding. I perceive most of you Europeans, and us Europeans, we approach issues every once in a while kind of negative. So why don't we look at the US from the point of view, what can we learn from them? That's my approach. Because they're unbelievable, fantastic when it comes to funding, venture capital, entrepreneurship, decision-making, mentality, entrepreneurial mentality. When somebody is successful in Europe, he or she is perceived as that success must stem from inherited wealth. When somebody is successful in Europe, he or she is perceived again as somebody, that success must stem from family connections. In contrast, in the US, if he or she is successful, a very different reaction takes place. Namely, well, damn, if that person is successful, I myself can be successful myself. It's a very different mental approach. And trust me, I grew up here and there. My family is split, and I have that cultural exchange all the time in my own family. Today, I want to talk with you about 3 simple topics, nothing more. The idea is for me to have a certain amount of fun and for you guys to have real takeaways. So I don't want to waste your guys' time. 3 simple takeaways. To start out, personal question, who around here is married? All right, raise your arms. Okay, the young ones, I guess. Okay, I'll get back to that later. I know it's a personal question. First topic, first stop, Silicon Valley. Why is Robin going to tell you about Silicon Valley? Well, I believe it's important for young entrepreneurs who start their own companies, who want to seek funding, to have an idea where they could get funding. Arguably, and you had Eveline Steinberger, a very successful venture capitalist on stage just prior, and she's successful in Europe, funding companies in Israel, but she can't fund all of your European companies. So you might run out of funding in Europe. That happens. So then I want you guys to be able to have, I have a second option. I could secure funding in the Silicon Valley. What's so special about the Silicon Valley? And my team and I, we just put up those companies literally in 30 seconds. And you can have those maps, thousands of companies have been founded in the Valley. And yes, the smart ones of you, usually there's always one, he spots a company like Facebook. That company hasn't been founded in the Valley. True, Mark Zuckerberg started that company at that neglectable Harvard University on the East Coast. But he secured his funding in the Valley, his significant funding. And that happens all the time. So what's so unique? Why does the Silicon Valley work the way it does? Why is all the money there? Well, the reason are two universities, Berkeley and Stanford. And I was fortunate enough to graduate from both those universities, business and law. But ultimately, you pay for something different there. There's a brutal selection process, application process, and I would imagine you guys are smart enough to appreciate such a process, because what does it lead to? It leads ultimately not to have the smartest of the smartest, what they tell you every day at Stanford. I mean, you can't imagine how often I heard, you guys are so smart. No, you end up with a certain population, highly motivated students. And I was introduced as having been an officer in the Special Forces. What we are seeking for are people who don't quit. Everything is about people who don't quit. If you're on a mission, you can't afford having one team member who quits. If you start a company, you can't afford having somebody who quits, unless it's necessary for all of us to quit. It's fair enough to fail. So having said so, you have those fantastic students who don't quit, who are highly motivated, and then what happens on campus, and I would perceive most of you are like Stanford and Berkeley students, highly motivated. And then on campus, they provide you, and I understand the VU is fantastic, I wish the VU existed at my time when I was a student, but on campus in Stanford, for example, they provide you with a ratio of 1 professor every 7 students. So you can imagine, how much brain power, how much knowledge transfer can take place. And in the very quarter the professor teaches, there's no research taking place. He's only available for you, highly motivated students. So I utilized the hell out of that concept of professors with an entrepreneurial mindset, who are there to teach us, who don't do research and work while they teach. And I had lunches, breakfasts with all those professors all the time, like every other student in my class. I was literally at home with every single professor I had. Got to know his wife, got to know his family. And that's a fearless environment to study and to absorb knowledge. And here, you guys are fairly young, but Condoleezza Rice, she's a real big hotshot in the US. She was Secretary of State of the US during 9/11. She ran the country during 9/11 because what did the boys do? George W. was in the kindergarten. For the ones who remember. The vice president was in the bunker. And as usual, and that fits to the topic we just had, the women ran the country or the company. That's what happens quite often. So I had a lot of one-on-one sessions with her. And what I liked about her, she was very entrepreneurial. She does a lot of business with the NCAA, which is the collegial sport league, lots of money involved there. And on the other hand, this is Eric Schmidt, the longest-serving CEO of Google, or Alphabet these days. And we had a project, and we were discussing that project after class. We continued to discuss it in the evening. And that's what's fantastic about those universities. You take a student, highly motivated, place him in that environment, and then that's already a fantastic cocktail for success. But what else do you need? Ideas. I would argue it's never about ideas. Most of you guys have fantastic ideas twice a day, I would imagine. It's always about execution. So you have those ideas. Right. What else do you need? And what does Stanford and Berkeley provide for? What's the missing ingredient now? Brain power, students? Money, there we go. Right? So like when I say that in Europe, everybody's kind of reluctant to say, we don't talk about money, we don't talk about cash. Right? But there's nothing wrong with cash. We all want cash. Right? And venture capital is the cash you guys need in order to be successful. You need to be able to burn cash, to try, to fail, to get more cash, to try, to succeed. And Stanford provides for that as well. Because all those venture capitalists, like Sequoia or Andreessen Horowitz, they're right located across the business school, literally across the business school, and they have hundreds of scouts. And they send those scouts out to the engineering school, to the business school, to the law school, and they try to seek for you guys. Because believe it or not, these days, all those venture capitalists sit on a whole heap of cash, and they have no idea what to do with it. And those scouts, they're under the pressure to identify really good startups, good teams, Because you get fired if you don't provide them with, I have this investing opportunity, I have that. They get fired. So I would argue, and I would leave you at the end of each chapter, this is step 1, with some practical advice. And you can say, the idea I'm going to provide you sounds stupid, fair enough, but it's going to work. And that's the only thing that counts. Cafe Cooper. It's a very random coffee shop company chain in Silicon Valley, like a local competitor of Starbucks. But what they do is on the business school campus, very much like here, that's the only place that provides for decent coffee. So never underestimate the power of coffee. So all those Eric Schmidts, Elon Musks, Condoleezza Rice, all those professors, they hang out there, and view professors also as part of your network. They know people, they know where to get funding. They grab a coffee before class, after class, talk to people. So they are accessible there. Step 1. All those venture capitalists I was talking about, those scouts, they like good coffee as well. So they grab a coffee, then they walk around campus, try to speak to people. Oh, there's a group of people, and they want to talk to them. You guys have a startup. I have the cash. That's how it works. So what I would provide you an opportunity with is if you seek funding and you don't have enough money here in Europe, we don't, and you seek funding in the US, buy a 300 euro flight ticket, fly to Stanford campus. There's no security. You can walk on campus. Spend a week at Cafe Cooper. Yes. And talk the hell out of the people. Try that. I guarantee you guys, you will learn a lot. Even if the people you talk to don't fund your industry, Americans are like that in Silicon Valley, they will immediately tell you, I know somebody, I will call him, he will be here in 2 hours. Damn that. I will be here in 2 hours, and he will talk to you. Americans are very forthcoming when it comes to entrepreneurial exercise. If you do so, if you succeed, you guys owe me, give me a call, and we work a business transaction. Right, step 1. I just told you guys, I want you to talk to people, right? And in Europe we say networking. And so I personally don't fancy the term networking. It sounds a little transactional on the one hand. I want something, you want something, we work it out. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with it again. That's our cultural approach. It's like somebody was brave enough to say cash. So now I say we're brave enough to network. We want something from people. Everybody wants something from somebody all the time. Okay. Networking, abstract concept. How does that work? And again, and my team and I, we're very practical. I want to leave you with practical advice. What's your name? Yeah, Daniel, reading his iPhone. Daniel, I guess you're like everybody else. When you show up at a networking event, arguably like this one, and you enter the room and you really hardly know anybody, you're kind of anxious, nervous, some kind of fear. I would assume so, because it's the same for everybody. The billionaires I've worked with, everybody provides for a certain, fear when talking to new people. How will I land? Okay, we'll work it out bilaterally later. But keep all the questions we have at Q&A. Yeah? And because, I don't want to offend you, because I was just about to say, only psychopaths and self-centric people have no idea what I'm talking about. So my apologies, I'll invite you for dinner. But again, no, it's a keynote and I have to make my points a little extreme in order for them to, resonate with most of you. So I would assume, Daniel, again, you don't strike me as somebody in the field of psychopath or super self-centric. So Daniel comes to an event. He's new, he wants to pitch his idea, and he sees all those people there. Okay, or let's put it this way, at least I feel a certain kind of fear sometimes and every once in a while. I'm like, okay, what am I gonna do? So Daniel comes and shows at this event, and I think it's very powerful if he uses a simple tool. He's gonna walk over there, tall guy, and say, hi, I'm Daniel, may I join you? What's so powerful about it? He stated his name, usually when people talk, nobody remembers any name. Everybody will remember his name is Daniel. Yeah? Secondly, he's all of a sudden in charge of the group. And he can pitch his idea. I'm here because of AYZ. I want to do this. I'm seeking these contacts. Boom, fantastic. Daniel only wasted 10 seconds before he approached the first group. And he keeps, networking is about efficiency. Now let's upgrade Daniel. Daniel is over here, right? Successful, talking to those people, exchange cards, got a good lead, knows I'm going to call that guy tomorrow. Tonight I'm going to write 3 emails because I'm going to remember what those guys said. And on the back of the cards they gave me, if he's in a group of setting like my age people who still use cards, he's going to write on the back of the cards, okay, he's got 2 kids, he said that, and ABC. Now Daniel wants to utilize that even more. What's your name? Pardon me? Rosanna. Okay, so Rosanna walks into the room. She wants to network, right? And Daniel now, 1 hour after he was anxious, super confident, senses the same kind of fear with Rosanna. So he starts, okay, I'm going to utilize it. And he's like, hey, how you doing? Would you like to join us? Now, all of a sudden, Daniel, or maybe Daniel says, hey, I'm Daniel. Would you like to join us? He said his name a second time. He provided extra benefit for you because you only wasted 5 seconds because somebody invited you. He took care of your fear. He did you a favor. It's very Silicon Valley-like. We help other people with contacts. It doesn't hurt me to tell somebody, I know who's somebody who would fund you. But Daniel also displays a certain power in his own group because he all of a sudden decides who is allowed and eligible to join that group. Powerful. Great job, Daniel. All right. So, practical tips. Third one. If you tend to network, you got to be energized. So at Stanford, we learn in the class, it's called Path to Power, you need to project a certain kind of success and energy. People need to feel your energy. I was yesterday at a speaker's evening. My energy lasted from 7 to 9. At 9, I felt, I'm out of energy. Everybody was looking weirdly at me. I said, okay, guys, I got to go. Nice, great meeting you. And I left 30 seconds later. Because I'm disciplined, and I know when I don't have energy, I don't want to spend time with people. They shouldn't be with me if I have no energy to give. And the last one here, the same is with interest. You really got to be interested when you talk to people. You can't fake your way out of that. People will feel that. So, if you're not interested in the people you're talking to or in the content people are delivering to you, leave. It's all good. Start the next day. All right. So, I think we've covered your concerns with respect to funding. You know where to get funding. We've covered your networking skills. You're going to have contacts. You're going to talk to people. Everything's going to solve. Now I want to talk about the last thing that I could imagine that stops you from being successful is leadership. You have a team. You got to lead that team. How do you lead? How do you learn to lead? And again, now I look back at something I did in my very past as an officer in the Special Forces. It's a fantastic leadership school. Why is so? Well, because you have a team, like for the Austrians, it's called Jagdkommando, and every of those Jagdkommando soldiers has the same training, the same skills. And trust me, it's super brutal to lead people of equals. Because, in such a group, or actually in any organization, you can't pull the rank. You can't say, I'm the officer because we do AYZ. That doesn't work in real life. It works once, it works twice. Like if the CEO says, hey, I want this to happen because I am the CEO. Yeah, give it a try. I want to see if that's a long story of success. I don't think so. So you can't pull rank, so you got to lead with something else. And I believe the easy tools to lead are, consistency, reliability, trustworthiness, but ultimately, again, consistency. Again, let me think of, I asked at the beginning who was married. I need one volunteer. All right, no worries. A person, do you love your wife? Yes. All right. No, I'm happy to hear so. But do you know can you tell me the exact moment you fell in love with her? And before you answer, like our colleague back there, it's actually... All right. Somebody wants to join our conversation? Because I'm talking about love. All of a sudden, everybody's excited. It's an impossible question. Why so? Because love, very much like leadership, is nothing that happens like this. I could imagine if I asked you when you felt super attracted to her or the same feeling, but that's something different. Falling in love is very much like leadership. It's something that builds over time. She didn't fall in love with you because you invited her to a favorite pop group or whatever, or you paid for a fancy dinner at some point of time. But I'm going to get back to that. Let's take Daniel again. Yeah, but he's not on his iPhone anymore, which is a good sign. Thanks. Daniel, if Daniel goes to the gym to work out, he drinks his protein, and the next day he measures his muscle growth, nothing will have changed. And this part, actually, for the smart ones, is inspired by somebody called Simon Sinek, and again, my time in the Special Forces. I missed that. So he works out, nothing changed. 2 days later, he walks again to the gym, he works out, he drinks protein, nothing changed. Now Daniel thinks of himself, what the hell is wrong with me? Why does nothing change? But I can guarantee Daniel, and he looks like that if eventually he works out for several weeks and months, something will change. And that's the same about falling in love. You can't measure, or maybe somebody could, but I can't, or we can't measure when the gentleman fell in love with his wife. But it's easier to prove that it was a process. So arguably, she fell in love because at some point of time, now I don't know if you had iPhones at the time you fell in love, because you could have been married just 5 years ago. But arguably, she fell in love because you didn't look at your iPhone. You said good morning first, and then you looked at your phone because you opened the door to the car. It's a consecutive series of small events that build up to something, and then all of a sudden, something like love happens. And the very same is true for leadership. Now, you don't need to love your employees or your team. I mean, you could, but at least you need to trust them. And I would argue, and I would really make the strong argument for you to think about it, like you need to project credibility. You need to really care about your people. You need to be trustworthy. And the key is really you need to be consistent. One might argue you can be an asshole as long as you're a consistent asshole. And you need to build it up, and you can also be trustworthy and be an asshole, but people need to know what they get. I would say better not be an asshole. But if you are consistent and you are predictable, that's the key to success. So, remember the name, Robin Lumsden. It was great meeting you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you. So we have time for, unfortunately, we have to cut it short because you had a lot of wisdom to give us there. One question. Is there any questions from the audience? Someone in the audience want to ask a single question? We've got a question over here.
Hello, I want to ask you like a very random question about your Special Forces career, because I also have the opportunity to go there, but there's an entrance test, and what I want to ask you is, when you practiced for that entrance test of Special Forces, how did you balance that out for other activities in your life, and how much effort was that to have the top results that you have to get into there?
All right. I mean, I love the talk it. We can exchange thereafter. But, you know, I don't know. I was primed like this, and it's a family tradition because, you know, it's a tennis family. Everything was about sports in my family. And I utilized the Special Forces actually to get away from my family and the pressure of becoming a better tennis player. And the military was just a fantastic opportunity. But, you know, I focused a half a year just on routines that would make, I would argue it differently. If you want to pass like the butts of the Austrian military, those 9 months initial test, the key is not to get injured. So you want to be in a shape that you're not so tired that you get injured. Because when you're tired, you know, all the muscle strength, the tension you lose. So that was the aim. How do I fix on the long run of not getting injured? That's the key. And so I tried to build a strong core, and you know, I can tell you later, but you know, I'm also a little crazy. I focus on stuff, then you know, I don't stop until I achieved it. But again, it's consistency. It's nothing that happens over a week. You need to do it over a longer period so that your body can adjust.
And I think that's the same thing in everything, right? In networking, in going for funding, consistency, keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. So yeah, thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
And with the idea of funding, right? So we kind of started at the beginning with impact and futures, female, some of these base ideas that we need to be working on. Now we're learning about networking, about funding, right? And how to go about that. So I'm super excited to bring onto the stage some really, really awesome people. We've got people from the angel investor scene. We've got people working with VC companies. We have founders themselves. And because at the end of the day, people like Robin said earlier, they don't like to talk about money. But in today's world, right, you need money. And I love this idea. Just go to Cafe Cooper and talk to the people there, because through persistence, you will succeed. And so in a moment, we're going to bring onto the stage some incredible people who know a lot about funding. And yeah, are we good here? We're good. So what are the young people thinking now, right? Everyone's on their way out. And I think the next thing that people need to be working on is, the ideas. So how many of the room participated in the Avenue? I'd just like to get a show of hands. How many of the people were participating in the Avenue? You got one here, hands higher. I can't see hands like this, right? So we've got a couple here. All right, cool. And how many people here want to be entrepreneurs one day? Anybody? Anybody? Cool, cool, cool. So, like I said, you've got to work on your idea, and once you've got your idea, it's about finding ways to put it forward, to find people who can support your ideas. Big changes take a lot. It takes a team to make things change, and that's why we're super excited to bring on the stage our founding and funding panel. I'll get a bit of a tongue twister now, right? So without further ado, I bring onto the stage Laura, Georg, Ben, Victor, and Anna. Thank you, guys. Hi. Hi. Hey. Hello, hello. Here, you're here. Perfect. Ooh, and we need the iPad. The iPad. Thank you, guys. So thank you guys for joining us today. While I find my questions, right? You can see it's been a long day so far. So first of all, you guys can present yourselves in a moment, who you are and what you do. But we have Laura, the managing director of the Austrian Angel Investors Association. We've got Georg, the COO of Prime Crowd, soon to be GateAway Ventures. We have Ben over here, managing director of Big Cheese Ventures. We have Victor, the co-founder of Lignovations, and we have Anna, co-founder of Gnista. So just to paint the idea, right, we have funding partners over here. We've got M&A and advisory, sort of the halfway in between, and we've got two founders to really kind of paint the bigger picture. So I've given a mini intro, but can you tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and what's the funding and founding scene been like for you?
Mm-hmm. Hello, nice to be here. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna. I'm CEO and co-founder of Gnista.io. And what we do, we help large manufacturers to become more energy efficient and CO2 friendly by regularly analyzing their IoT sensor data. So what used to be a consultancy business, we're going to automate that with our software. Funding business, we are 2 years old as a company, and we just closed our pre-seed round of 1.5 million euro this December. Now we scaled up to 14 people and are working on providing our services to as many companies as possible, which is actually a great time to be in at the moment because energy prices are going up and CO2 gets more important. I'm super happy to be here, super happy to answer all of your questions also afterwards, and super happy to hear about you guys.
Yeah, hi guys, my name is Ben. I founded my first startup, I think 6-7 years ago. It's called We Are Developers. I don't know, has anyone heard of it? Okay, probably. So
not bad.
Basically we saw that there's a big gap in the recruiting market for IT staff. so software developers and other IT specialists, and we decided we wanted to build a bridge to close this gap. So we're now the leading IT recruiting platform in Europe. We host very large events with 10,000 plus people in Berlin every year, and making 8-digit revenues this year, so it's been going quite well. I decided to take a step back and switch into the advisory board of my startup, and since then I've been co-founding new startups, so I'm involved in about 10 startups right now. Also invested in a couple of startups, and with Big Cheese Ventures, we help startups raise funding rounds, so we close big funding rounds for startups, both in the very early stage, but also at a later stage, and provide our advisory services in all aspects, because when I was a founder, I felt that I really needed a kind of senior mentor, someone to guide me and help me avoid the big mistakes that a lot of founders make. And that was one of the kind of triggers that made me found Big Cheese Ventures, to help founders avoid the big mistakes and hit the floor running from the outset. Excited to be here.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Victor Tibo. I'm the co-founder of lignovations, and we help cosmetics, packaging, and textile companies make their products more sustainable by providing them with a sustainable alternative to the chemical ingredients that they use for their products. And actually, I think it was 3 years ago, I was sitting all the way in the back, moving the faders for the sound system here. So it's, I'm really happy to be back here in a different position, this time sitting on stage and talking to you guys. And for, I guess, the topic that we're talking about today, we at lignovations raised our first financing round earlier this year. So yeah, it's the start of the journey for us when it comes to financing, so I'm very curious to what I can still learn today on this panel.
Likewise. So hi, my name is Georg. I'm very happy to also be present here at my alma mater, WU. I'm the COO currently at Gateway Ventures. What we've built over the last couple of years is a kind of VC investment platform where individuals starting at 10,000 euros can co-invest with professional VCs all over Europe into cool upcoming startups in the seed phase. We've done that now with 36 and counting companies, invested 20 million euros, and most importantly enabled over 250 people to really become a part of the next generation of founders. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what it's not a debate, it's a discussion it brings along, and I hope to be able to pass along my 2 cents on how it evolves and whatever questions you throw at me.
Perfect. Hi everyone, my name is Laura, and since 2 years I manage the Austrian Angel Investors Association. This is a network for angel investors, so private individuals who are putting money, but more important, their network and also their know-how in a startup. And I also like the title of that panel because founding a company always comes together with funding it by yourself maybe in the beginning, but when it grows, you definitely need partners who are helping out with financing. And we are connecting startup with investors, and we're also educating investors, and we enable networking between the industry that the startup scene grows and more individuals also start angel investing and start startup investing. And by the side, I also invest myself in startups together with 3 other angels. So I founded a small angel group, and so I can see the thing from both sides. And I also need to point out to Victor, because Victor, yesterday evening, he won the Startup World Cup. So he will represent...
Thank you.
Wow.
He will basically represent the Austrian startup community in the Silicon Valley at the international finale in September. So yeah, really nice that we're also here together on this panel today.
I think that finale is like the winning prize is like $1 million investment, right? So good luck to you.
What they say, yeah.
All right, cool. So let's get straight to it because, as you can see over here, time is of the essence. So Georg and also I think Laura can pipe into this question. What are business angels in the current environment looking for when they're investing in startups? Are there specific factors that you can point out about the startups themselves and the founding team? And yeah, any comments on that? Either of you first.
So maybe I start, as already pointed out, what business angels are doing. The people we consider as business angels, they start with tickets between 50 and 100K. So this is a little larger than the angel who you can invest through GateAway Ventures, former Prime Crowd. And what the people are looking at is most importantly, the team. So they really invest in the people behind the business, because the business model can change. There can be pivots and everything can be different, but the people behind the startup usually stay the same or nearly stay the same. And this is most important for the angels, that there's a personal connection and also that they can add value. So usually good business angels always think and also analyze themselves, can I bring value to the business? And I think that's also something, maybe advice to all of you, if you get financing, really also check the other side, be clear that that is a beneficial thing for both sides in the end. Georg, maybe you want to add on to this?
Maybe 2 more sentences. I think what's also important is to differentiate between business angels that kind of get started and go on to do their first investments versus the ones that already have quite a sizable portfolio. And Ben, I think if I speak for you, you first look at your portfolio before you do new investments, and this is also what we see increasingly with the people that have invested via us, and also where we put a lot of effort in right now to make sure that they kind of master this crisis and come out stronger than they went into this. And this is, I think, also the key word for what investors are looking for if they start deploying money, again, in this economic downturn, to really show them the path of how you can make this crisis into an opportunity for you. And if you're able to convincingly tell me that, I need to believe in you anyway for the next 7 to 10 years, and who knows what will happen in this time. But right now, valuations are cheaper than, let's say, a year ago. So it's also a good opportunity for me as an investor to look for founders that are aware of this and deploy money into them.
Okay. And okay, moving maybe a little bit away from the current environment, and also just for our students here. So like, you're a startup, right? You're working on an idea, you're building a team. What can you do to impress investors? What are the characteristics that you feel, especially in the early stage, right? Because angels work a lot with early stage. And Ben, if you have anything to comment on this as well, what are some of the specific, top 3, top 5 characteristics that they're looking for in a startup that's good for an early stage investment?
Yeah, so I mean, team is everything. You can have a great idea, but if the team doesn't work, or if the team doesn't have well-balanced skills in the founder team, then it's going to be difficult. So what I do is I like to spend a lot of time with the founders I work with before I engage with them, and really figure out what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses. Robin said something before, persistence and grit. Are they going to fight for the startup until the very end, or are they going to give up in the middle? One of the most important things, keep fighting. And with regard to skills, you want to look for founder teams that have well-balanced skills. So 3 tech founders is probably not what you're looking for. 3 sales or marketing focused founders is also difficult, because everyone who's looked for a co-founder in hindsight can tell you that it's very difficult to find someone for your founder or management team after you've started the business. If it's not your own idea, finding a CTO is very, very difficult. Finding a chief sales officer is very, very difficult. So having a team that's really well-rounded, where you can already see that there's very little potential for conflicts, is really important. A lot of founders clash after 3 or 4 years. So if you have a founders team of 4 or 5 people or 3 people today, it's very likely that it's not going to be the same team in 5 years' time. And mostly you can identify these potential conflicts in the team very early on. So, for example, I worked with the founder team where there was 1 CEO, 1 CTO, and 1 COO, and it was very clear from the outset that the CTO was not happy with the CTO job title. He wanted to be the CEO or co-CEO. And this is a problem we tried to identify, or we identified from the very beginning, and then we decided that there's going to be 2 CEOs, 1 more technical and 1 more business-minded. So there's a lot of things you need to consider, but focusing on the team is, I think, something that every professional investor does, and tries to anticipate.
Cool. And then should we flip that as well? Do you think that founders, when they're getting investors, it's obviously not just about the money, right? Should they be checking on their investors, making reference calls, and if so, what should they be looking in their investors? I ask all my investment partners.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this definitely also changed a little, that the founders can also be more aware about their investors. I think Anna has also a story to tell on this, and it's really important to speak on an eye level, and it's basically, it should be a good deal for both sides, and it should also feel good, and the same when checking the team is also true for all startups. Check the investors, see if there's a personal connection, if they can really add value, and then let them invest more or less. This sounds easier than it is in reality. We all know the struggles, the runway is coming to an end. You really need financing at one point, but stay strong and choose the right investor.
Okay, so then to our startup founders, what do you guys look for in investors, besides money?
Yeah, that's actually a super good question. When we were raising, I think we were in a super lucky position to raise because of the markets were good, evaluations were high, and there was a lot of money on the market. So it put us in this kind of position where we were really like, so what's the USP of an investor? Because as a startup, you always have to pitch your USP and why you are great. But in the end, as you guys were saying, it's a relationship that you enter for a pretty long time. So you really want to know, are you passionate for our vision? That was something that was super important for us. Because yes, great team, and yes, but do you get excited as we do? And that was something so important. And of course, the click, the kind of human click that we had and that we needed to have with our investors. And then, of course, if you have more than one investor, do they kind of balance each other out? Because as you look for partners for your team with complementary skills, that's kind of the same mindset we had when we were looking for investors. I think that was the most important thing. And then being also excited about the person that is sitting next to you. Kind of, in our case, it was kind of this kind of starstruckness when we were like, ooh, this is the one that is excited for us. And I think that helps, and that's less theoretical and less on an operational basis, but this is kind of the sentiment that we got through this.
That gut feeling,
yes.
like wow factor.
Of course, we did all the other due diligence things as well, but this is something that was, in the end, the most important thing. Just be excited about the vision in the same boat, and then being excited about each other and learning from each other. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so I 100% agree on the sentiment that you talked about, but maybe I can dive a bit into also the due diligence, because I think that's also very important. I mean, that's what the investors are doing with you, so why shouldn't you also have the right to do this the other way around? So if you have the chance to really build rapport with the investors, to get to know them over a longer period of time, not just because you're looking for money now, but if you have the chance before you raise to get to know investors when you're not looking for money, to see, okay, who's already at this stage willing to talk to me, who wants to help me out, and who actually who are you able to build a good relationship with. I think that's really important, and then also to do the reference calls that you mentioned in the beginning, to check either if they have already investments, who they invested in, talk to them. And I think the luckiest position, I guess, you can be in is if there's already a failed investment, and so you can really, if you get to talk to that person or to that startup, really hear how the investor is behaving when things are not going well, because that's also one of the possible options for yourself. So if you have the chance to talk to these guys, I think you can really learn how this particular investor is behaving.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously the reason you want to court them and whatnot is because there's going to be some involvement, right, between the investor and the startup. So this is the area now I want to go into, which is how involved should an investor be in a startup? Georg, Laura, Ben, first, what do you guys think? Like, how involved are your investors in their startups, and what do you think the right amount of involvement is?
I think there's no right or wrong. There are investors who invest money. There are investors who invest money and they promise to provide you with support, network, or whatever. Some of them do provide the support, some of them don't. That's the reality. And I think it's up to what you agree on with your investor. So I unfortunately had the experience in the past that I got investors on board who were, or one particular investor who was invested in a lot of different startups, dozens of startups. And the investor promised to provide us with support, open up his network, etc. And then it turned out we got a single contact from this investor. That was the support we got over a period of several years. And the reality was, or the reality is, if you're invested in dozens of different startups, you probably don't have a lot of attention to give to every single one of your startups. Because if, say, you have 50 startups, imagine how many meetings, imagine how much legal paperwork, imagine how much management attention you can give to each of these startups. So that's something, tapping into the question you asked before, have a look at how many startups they're invested in. Talk to some of the startup founders where they're invested in to figure out how does it really work. And at the end of the day, I would really recommend looking for investors who can add value to your startup, so who have expertise that you might need, expertise in your field of industry, expertise in sales, in marketing, in financing, what does their network look like? And I've seen both extremes. I've seen investors who are very involved in their startups, not many, a few. I've seen investors who invest time rather than money, which is also something that I like to do, because sometimes time, network, skills, hitting the floor running is more important than having 100K more or less on your bank account. And I've seen investors who purely invest cash. And at the end of the day, you want to surround yourself by some experienced people who provide you with access to a network, who help you to acquire some large strategic partners, open some doors that need opening, or just guide you in terms of the stuff that you got to do, like how do you build a team, how does leadership work, how do you hire a CTO, all of these things that will sooner or later be tasks that you have to get done. So it's really up to you to talk to your investors, figure out what can they give, what are they prepared to give, and check whether in the past they've really kept their promises before you enter into this relationship.
So should they be more than advisors? How involved in the business do you think they should be?
Yeah, usually I'm just adding on what Ben just said, there is kind of life cycle of investors when they do their first investment. So first-time investors can be really helpful if you also want, as a founder, if you want a lot of attention, if you want to have a lot of help. It also really depends on you, what you want. So, and then if you have more investments, if you have like 5 investments, 6, 7, usually the attention for each startup's getting less, and you focus more either on the really good ones or on the ones who are really struggling. So if you are in the middle, it can happen that you don't get that much attention. So you also should be kind of clear where you are in your investor's portfolio. And when it comes to up to more 10, 20 investment, usually also investors tend to have investors managers or people helping them with their startups, with their portfolio. So you can also ask the investor what's his investment strategy, what's his long-term vision, because if he just wants to make 5 investments anyway, and if it's also what his capital in the end is there for, so that's a different story. And maybe also coming to this point, usually you're just not getting one investment from one investor, so you need to have more investments because the next round is coming, you want to have more capital from the same investor, or you need a kind of round in between because the next round is coming a little too late. So also make sure that your investor also has more money to give to you also after the first investment, which is usually also quite important thing.
I want to add just one sentence to that. I hope it stays at one. And that, I think the key word here is expectation management. Like, if we typically provide like 20 to 30 investors per round of 500K access to these startups, and some are very open. They say, hey, this for me is only a pure financial investment. But others say, I want to help a lot. I want to be very operational. Okay, then we look for ways in which that can be possible. And for you as the founder, you are in control of this relationship, and you need to set the expectations and also deliver upon them. Because if I, as an investor, provide you with a good contact and you don't follow up, like that's my social capital that you essentially waste, right? So I'm not going to do anything for you after that point.
So it's all about where you are at and what you're looking for, and sort of creating that match.
And clear communication. Like,
Yeah.
what do you want from me as an investor? What do I want from you as a founder? And
cool,
we'll take it from there.
Yeah. And so to our founders now, I mean, what are your relationships with with your investors, and how involved do you want them to be? Because I also know, like, for some founders, it's a scary idea, right? You bring on an investor who starts to tell you what to do, and you know, like, how much power are you willing to give them? How involved are you willing to let them become?
Yeah. So I think in a certain between certain boundaries, there's no right or wrong on the level of involvement. For me or for us personally, we know what we don't want, and that is someone that is directly interfering a lot with the business, at least when it's not warranted, when things are going well, right? So at this point, also, I think the investor should have enough trust in the founding team to let them handle the general business. But of course, it's very welcome to have senior advisors that can help you on certain topics where you might not have enough experience. I mean, it's not a secret that I was here, as I said, in university 3 years ago. So investors that we have, of course, have a lot more experience in the application areas and also in doing business than I have. So this can be a really great resource to bounce ideas off of them, to get some support and just get some support on certain topics, either when it's really about the industry. So we were also looking or have founders, investors on board that have particular industry expertise in the areas that we're going in. So that can really be a shortcut, so you don't have to spend a lot of time to understand the industry, but you can just have someone to ask questions. And on the other hand, also on the commercial side, for example, if you talk about certain contracts or these kind of things, this can be
right? Or they can't find the right talents. So obviously, hiring people is critical to growth. It's a large part of getting funding, right? You get funding to scale, to grow, and it's likely to be scrutinized by investors how you're doing this and how that's going along. So to our experience, to Ben, Georg, Laura, you guys have seen a lot of startups. What advice do you have regarding hiring new people? Why do you think it's so challenging at the moment to acquire talents? And how can they overcome these challenges?
Ben, you want to go first? I think you have the most experience in this.
Yeah, I mean, hiring is one of the most important things in the startup because your team is the company. What a lot of startups do in the beginning is, because they lack the financial resources, they hire more junior staff, which I think can work out. And I've seen a lot of junior staff really overperform and do a great job. But what you need, and you need that relatively fast, is a stable team of experienced people. So if you're looking for a CMO, a head of marketing, head of sales, CTO, you're probably looking for someone who has done this before, who's not doing this for the first time, because if you want to hit the floor running, if you want to gain traction quickly, you'll need people who've made the typical mistakes in their past, who know how to build a team, who know how to also lead a team, not just do the job itself, but also build up a team of marketing, sales, tech people. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges that startups have. Generally, if you're looking to hire senior staff, I would really focus on niche communities. So, for example, without doing self-marketing, but if you're looking to hire a developer or a CTO or a senior tech person, it might be a good idea to attend a developer conference, such as the We Are Developers World Congress, middle of June. You have 5,000 tech people there. Yeah, what better place is there to be than in a place where there's 5,000 people in your target group? If you're looking to hire senior marketing people, you want to figure out, where are these marketing people going? Where can I find them? Obviously, you have networks such as LinkedIn, Facebook, Crunchbase, etc., where you can find people, poach them from other startups. But I think that's one of the big tips I would like to give to you, is to find out where the people are that you're trying to hire, go to where they are, create content in that community, jump on stage at a marketing meetup, go to these events and find the right people. At the same time, there are some preconditions that you'll have to have, such as, let's take the example of salespeople. If you don't have a commission model in place, it's going to be very difficult to hire salespeople because they want to know what they're going to earn at the end of the day. So the difficulty that I've seen in a lot of startups is you have to build a company that's not stable yet, and at the same time you have to show highly experienced, ambitious, but also demanding talents. What's in it for them? So where are they going to be in 3 years? What does the career path look like? How can they advance? How will their salary change in the future? Do they get stock options or not? And this is something you'll have to look into. What are the preconditions that you need in order to hire the people, such as salary, such as work environment? What's the package that you're giving them? What do they get beside the salary? And yeah, focus on finding these people.
Yeah. I think that's a great outline, especially what you mentioned with the career path and senior versus junior, because I think even though junior people, of course, are a lot cheaper, if you first look at it, you will pay the price. And in startup, what matters most is speed. Now, where do I get more speed? If I pay someone to get all this experience and it takes them 1 or 2 years longer to achieve a certain level of proficiency versus I pay someone double the salary that I would pay the junior one, but he achieves it or she achieves it in half the time or even faster. And is also, the ability to lead people is something that is greatly underappreciated, I think, and can only be taught by doing so. And this is what you get when you hire more experienced people, and only this from my side to that. So really put a lot of effort into thinking about that and trust your gut feeling to some extent when it comes to also then working with them. Because in the end, as with the relationship with the investors, you as the founder are in the driver's seat of this relationship and of building this team. And if it doesn't work for you, you need to cut it.
Mm-hmm. So, do you want to say add?
Not just adding on to this, I think when it comes to finding investor, when it comes to finding to employees or contacts, industry partners, it's just so important to be visible. To be visible as a founder, to kind of have a personal brand. Also on LinkedIn, it's not just the company itself, it's really yourself as a founder who are attracting talent. You're doing the first sales, the investors investing in you. So my recommendation is to being present as much as possible, not being over-present. I hope you get what I'm meaning with that, but being here, doing networking, being aware, making follow-ups. I think this all can really help in general to pursue your vision, not just doing one thing. You can do many things at once if you're just being here and attending the right conferences and being yourself as a founder.
I want to add one sentence to this very practical tip, because all of you who have done pitches within the Entrepreneurship Avenue, you certainly somewhere have the slide where you have the amount you want to raise and the proportion, like so much you're going to spend on development, so much on marketing. But in the end, it's also about how fast can you deploy that capital again. And if you have a slide of like, okay, this is my hiring funnel, I have so many candidates already for this position and for this position, most pitch decks don't have that. And if you want to stand out, like adding things like this that are next in the step of after you get that money, like for me greatly increase the sexiness of your business, because it shows me that you're a good business person.
And that brings me to another question, which, sorry, it's not on the prepared bunch of questions. But so like, and maybe I'm gonna go to the founders now. When is the right time to start going for money or more money? Do you know what I mean? Because I think there's also that big question, should I be building my business or should I be out there fundraising, right? Mm-hmm. And at a certain, you always need to be building the business, but at some point there comes a moment when you need money, but there's also times when you might not need it to carry it. So like when is that moment? When was it for you?
Very good question. For us, it really was, so we were bootstrapped at the beginning, founded and supported by research grants mostly, and then kind of slipped into, from the research ground, got our first big project with a large Austrian company, then the second one. And we kind of waited this first bootstrapped year to feel secure enough to really know where the direction is leading, to really know, okay, so we got the people now being super interested in what we're doing. Now we just got to do it. And that was kind of the moment where we're like, yes, we want to build a business. We want to be faster because we know what we're doing now. And now we're doing something completely different, of course. Not completely, but yes, things change. But at that moment, summer last year, we were like, okay, we can feel the kind of speed under our fingernails, and now we got to do the fundraising round, because we know that bootstrapping is just not fast enough for us. So it was really about the speed that we wanted to get on board, the decision of now raising the first big round. Yep. And to the talent thing, I love the war of talent. I think it's a great opportunity for startups to really rethink culture and vision. And of course, you get to the right places, you gotta be there and gotta be present. And also, you're forced to build the right culture so that people are drawn to you and to your startup. And if you've got a good vision that people can identify with, and then kind of the good feeling, I think that's what gives us a huge advantage in this kind of fight at the moment. But yes, I really had to say that. Sorry, you go on.
Yeah, I mean, we have actually a bit of a similar story also with being a spin-off of the Technical University here in Vienna. So we are kind of in this privileged position where you can use research grants and the public money that is available to build first proof of your business, to maybe have first industry partners that are working together with you, so you can really see if the market or market players have interest in your product and they want to work with it. And that's, I think, the first very important step, and I guess something that is quite the standard thing to recommend for anyone that is looking to build their own business, to really get to know your customers as well as you can and see if your product works. And we were lucky to establish that already with the public money that we have. So that means we don't have to get investors, and we are not diluting our shares, and we can build the business with free money, so to say. Of course, it's not really free, but it's easier to get. It's easier to get than in the next steps. And then, of course, at some point you can't build your business any longer that way. And since we had already established enough proof with these industry partners, that was then the point. We said, okay, now it's the right time to fund the business, to start the business officially as well, incorporate the company, and get first investors on board. Because if you want to build a business, usually you need quite a substantial amount of money to do that. And especially for us, since we need to also build a production facility, that means a lot of financial investment into actual capital. You really need to go out into the investors market. And then I guess you guys can also talk about, if you want, to the typical life cycle, right? So we raised, for example, for close to 24 months of runway. That means we have enough money to work with it for 2 years. But fundraising, of course, also takes some time. And if you go through multiple rounds, then you also have to factor that in. So you should not start raising money when you see, okay, the bank account is going to be in the red in next month, so you might want to do that earlier, but I guess you guys can talk about that more proficiently.
Yeah, it's a good point. I met a startup a couple months ago. They were looking for an investment. Their co-investors asked me to meet up with them. And I spoke for an hour. I spoke to the startup about their product, their vision, where they're going. And at the end, I asked them, so how much money do you have in your bank account? And they were like, yeah, we have like 10K. And they had outstanding bills of, 50K, and, they had to pay salaries and stuff like that. You don't want to be in this position, because imagine, firstly, you completely lose your credibility on the side of the investors you're talking to, because if you're starting to fundraise when you're basically broke, you're probably not managing your cash flow very well. And at the same time, you have no bargaining power, because the investors, die sitzen am längeren Ast, we would say in German. You're going to mess up your valuation. You're going to do a down round because you really need it and you're broke. So don't go fundraising when you're broke. Go fundraising when you don't need the money. You're always going to need more than you think you do. So everyone, does the business plan. What's the revenues coming in? What are our costs? Everyone overestimates their revenues, and everyone underestimates their costs. It's always like this. I've never seen anything else than that happening, which means that you need money a lot sooner than you think you do, and you need a lot more money than you think you do. So go fundraising when you don't need the money. Have a runway of at least 6 months, at least, because you're probably going to have a fundraising process will take you 3, 4, 5 months. 3 if you're quick. 5 is probably a normal time. And this will give you the time to find the investors that you want to have in the company, not just cash investors, but smart investors. And it'll also allow you to run your business while you're fundraising, because fundraising is a full-time job. It requires the CEO or COO in the startup to take themselves out of the company. Probably 70% of their time will go into fundraising, 30% will go into running the business. So keep that in mind. The more time you have, the more you raise, the better. And one more tip, because I see this a lot of founders try to get very high valuations. They don't want to dilute their shares, so they prefer not to raise money when they would otherwise be raising money. A lot more startups go bust because they run out of money than startups go bust because founders dilute their shares more. It's better you dilute a little bit more than you blow up your business. So keep that in mind as well. It's kind of like in the stock market, you're never going to have the maximum possible valuation that you would like. You're never going to have sell at the top and buy at the bottom. You need to keep the business going, and that means you need cash flow coming in. So prepare and always plan with the worst case scenario. And worst case scenario means you have no revenues, the grants don't come in that you're expecting, maybe one of your investors who promised a follow-on investment doesn't have the cash because the stock market has crashed, stuff like this. Always plan the worst case scenario, and this way you'll be on the safe side.
Like the situation right now, right? Things are not looking good, and runways are important.
I've heard a number of cases in Vienna where investors who promised follow-on investments couldn't keep their promise because they just messed up their cash flow in the stock market. So it happens.
100%. So before I turn to the audience, any last tips? There was a lot of tips from Ben. Any last tips from the rest about anyone in our audience, any founders that are looking to raise funds soon? What top 1 or 2 tips would we give them?
Yeah, maybe my number 1 tip is really to start with mentors, to go out and look for people who want to help you. They don't need to invest right now. Maybe they want to invest in 3 months, but there is time to build a relationship. There's time to get to know you. They can also connect you to other potential investors or potential clients. So I would also start even before fundraising, just getting people on board who want to help you, just helping, and then maybe something else develops out of this.
I don't think that right now is a really good time to go fundraising. So I would say hustle. Hustle until the tides turn and the stock market tickers are green again, and then start looking for investors. And until then, like Ben, you said it beautifully in the beginning, like how you look at the team and how you want to build that relationship. Like what counts really a lot for me is, of course, this relationship, but to some extent, even more importantly, the way in which you're thinking. Because the way in which you're thinking, if you can clearly outline this to me as an investor, how you make decisions and how you think ahead and what assumptions do you take into account, that shows me, okay, do I trust this judgment to carry this onwards? And maybe add this as a slide in your pitch deck that also not a lot of startups have, but I think is another way to stand out. So hustle and that.
Maybe for me, the number 1 tip would be recognize the value of options or of optionality. So if you have the chance and you have multiple investors where you say, okay, these are really interesting candidates, make sure that you have a decent size or a decent number of options available, because if you get into the negotiation phase, you really want to avoid to be drawn to such a heckling procedure or like a really tough bargaining. And the only way you can get out of this is, I would say, not necessarily having the greatest pitch deck, the greatest USP, or the greatest startup, but is to have also other options available where you can say, okay, we can come closer together, but there is a point where I can just walk away and go with someone else.
Yeah, my tip is, building a startup from scratch, it's madness. Yeah, it's a really rocky road. It sounds flashy and it sounds cool, and everyone's talking in a very positive way. But when you're in the middle of it, it's just crazy, because you're trying to do something that nobody else has done yet. You're competing with companies that have a lot more money and a lot more resources than you do. And what's really important is that you have a support network, and that you build up the support network for yourself. So that it's there when you need it. And what I mean by this is, on the one hand, talk to other startup founders. That's the beauty of the startup scene, that you can just contact a startup CEO on LinkedIn, connect with them, meet up and just exchange to learn about the dark times they've faced, to learn about how they solved problems, because they've probably been through everything that you're going to be facing soon. So it's really important to connect with other founders and meet them regularly. And on the other hand, get some senior mentors on board, incentivize them, and have people who have done what you're about to do multiple times, because they're going to give you solutions like this. They're going to tell you what you need to do in a certain situation, and it's going to save you a lot of time, it's going to save you a lot of money, it's going to save you a lot of share dilution, and it's really going to help you when you're facing these dark times. And I remember one situation, we were already in the Insolvenzverschleppung with our startup, so I was driving my car to work in the morning, and it's not a fun feeling when when you know that legally you're in a gray zone, or you're even beyond this gray zone. And my mistake was I didn't connect with other startup founders enough at this time, because if I would have spoken to a bunch of people who have been in the exact same situation, and it's quite likely that you might face such a situation, and I would have known how to deal with this. So build up your support network.
Yes, build up your support network. Especially what helped me a lot is always to talk to founders that are just one phase before me. So they know the market, they know the time, the vibe, and they know how you feel, and they can help you the most. They are going to be your best friends for the first stage, always other startup founders. And the support network also on a personal level. And me personally, if you can find a co-founder, do it. Being a solo founder, I'm not, so I don't know, but I imagine being a solo founder to be super tough. So if you find a second person to do this with you, it's much easier, and it brings joy back to the dark times. Not always, but most of the time.
Thank you for that wisdom, guys. We've run out of time, but I'm going to allow for 2 questions from the audience, because it's always nice to get something from there. Ooh, so I'm going to let my mic people choose. One over there. Yeah?
Hello. So thank you very much for the discussion. And I think it's a question for all of you. And it's about your businesses, and what do you think are the upcoming challenges that your businesses will face in the next years, and how are you planning to deal with them?
Building his support group, huh?
I can start if you want. Well, super good question. In our case, we just did the first investing round, so we did the first team scale up. We now have a team that we want to work with for the next, at least until December, and then do the next bigger scale up. And for me personally, the challenge is to now create a culture that grows. So now putting the seeds of a culture where people kind of support each other, how you want to shape it, and that then automatically grows into all the teams, because you're not involved into every meeting anymore, and you just let things happen, and they need to happen at a good pace and matter. And the second thing is, with the down markets and the next fundraising round coming up, strategically prepare. I don't think it's necessarily something where you say just stretch your runway and see that you don't have to raise in the next year. It's really something where, okay, it's kind of a chance, because a lot of startups going to die out that wouldn't have survived anyway. So if you're self-confident about your venture you're building, that's kind of a chance, it's a good thing. And strategically prepare is, yes, metrics are going to matter more than in the first fundraising round, so really track the metrics that you want to prepare for the next fundraising round as early as possible, so you can really show something. And hustle was a word that sometimes came up. Don't hustle too much, because you're in it for the long run. If you hustle too much, you're going to burn out in 3 months, and then you're not going to do it, and nobody's going to be happy about it. So take care of yourself. That's something especially coming up.
Should we answer? Yeah. So the startups that I'm working with, all of them face the sales challenge. So they need to get revenues in. They need to figure out what's the right sales process for them. And what we're doing right now is we're doing meetups, get-togethers, where different startups in different stages are talking to each other about how to get revenues in, how to find the right sales process, how to do the trial and error until they really find the sweet spot. And again, that's really a recommendation. Meet up with other founders and talk about each other's business and help each other.
I guess I'm going to make it a really quick
Yeah,
one,
quick.
Half pass on this one. So we are building up a production facility until the end of the year, and with the global supply chain issues, getting stainless steel or getting the right components is quite tough. So this is our major challenge right now. Yeah, and the same with fundraising. That's also, of course, going to be an issue. That's going to be a topic for us as well for the end of the year. So I'm really curious on how this is going to develop in the markets.
For us, how we're doing it in our company and how we also say it to our portfolio is like, think about the worst things that can happen and assess a probability to how likely these things will happen and how big of an impact that has on your business, and then prioritize accordingly.
Yeah, for us, now we already see that people are a little reluctant to invest. So new investors are not that willing to start startup investing, which I think won't change in the next 6 months. So what we're working really hard on now is to have tax incentives for investors, because there is really something needed that's motivating investors right now to invest in startups, because if other asset classes of your portfolio are down, you're not that motivated to invest in something which has even more risk. So we think that if we can manage from the other side, maybe that can help, but it's a long way to go.
Cool. I said I'd take a second question, but it was such a good question that we're going to end it on there. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. I hope that everybody learned a lot. A round of applause for our panel, please. Thank you, guys. Because we need to eat, right? It's time to eat. Thank you.
I think most of us will stay here for another
Yeah,
bit.
so find them outside. You guys can, get all the questions in. So thank you, guys. We don't have 60 minutes. We have about 40 minutes. We'll be back here at 1:45 with Daniel Cronin, Markus, Raunig, and Travis Pittman for the Future Weekly. Enjoy your lunch. We challenge you to eat as much as you can. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. That's what I just said. I just said 45 minutes.
Because I didn't hear it, I just saw the slide, that's why I was like...
Yeah, I mean...
Totally understand.
We'll do our best.
I have mic 3. Anna? Ich habe mic 3. Soll ich was sagen, Anna? Ihr nehmt es dann einfach mit auf die Bühne. Ja, genau. War geplant. Und auch wieder mit runter. Ja. Na, da lassen wir es nicht. Nein, nein. Lass euch das ja nicht angreifen.
Yes, sure. Just to check. Is it working?
Test, test. Puh.
Is everything okay? Just send me. Yes, I can try to pitch. Just, it's
So
great
I can
to be
hear
part of Danube Cup. We're so sorry that we are not there with you, but we'll try to present and to do our best this way. Let's try also the video. Is everything okay? Just send me, text me if you need anything else.
Die sitzt da vorne. Da in der ersten Reihe, 5 Personen.
Okay, sure, no
Da ist
problem.
frei. Ja. Der Computer von Ali. Host es, bitte. Sonst funktioniert es. Wir hören Sie. Ihr kriegt auch so ein Headset? Ja, mit dem Headset. Kriegt jetzt auch ein Headset? Why not? Pitcht sie alle 3? Nein. Wir sind alle 3 für Fragen da. Dann kriegt sie für die zweite, also wir haben nur 2 Headsets pro Pitch. Ja. Andere kriegt dann Headset, nicht Headset, Hand. Ja, okay. Ich weiß mal recht, wenn ich das Mikro dann als Notebook wenn wir 2 Headsets haben und 2 Leute. Ja. Ich weiß nicht, wie es mit meinen Klassen ist. Macht das dann ein Geräusch? Ach so, das stimmt. Ja, nimm du halt dann noch. Passt. Aber erst dann am Q&A. Nein. Also wir treffen uns also vor einem Briefing, aber ihr müsst alle Backstage gehen, um verkabelt zu werden oder ein Mikro zu bekommen. Das heißt, du gehst mit dem Mikro auf die Bühne.
Wie liegt das halt dann da nicht?
Ja, irgendwo ist es halt da. Ja, ich meine, ich bin ja auch da. Du kannst jetzt ins Bier gehen und dann gibst du wieder zurück. Aber grundsätzlich, ihr geht mit Mikro auf die Bühne.
Passt.
Das haut schon hin. Ja. Sehr
gut, ihr seid gut dabei.
Istvan from the jury just arrived.
Yeah.
Somebody could help him what to do, I mean.
Could you be with him like for 10 minutes? We will quickly do a tech check with Serbia, team from Serbia, just to make sure everything runs smoothly. And I will be outside in
Okay,
not more than 10 minutes.
what does he has to do? I mean, register or whatever?
Is he already in?
Yeah, sure. At the reception desk.
Yeah, there he should of course register that he gets a badge as well and a name tag. And then I will welcome him and tell him that at 2:30 we will meet in front of this area for the briefing.
Okay, so we'll be there.
Yeah, fantastic.
Doppelt's ab.
Du musst sehen, was du sprichst, ne? Sonst ist er hinter dir.
Ja, ich weiß schon. Ja. Alles brennt dann schon.
Na, oder du stehst drüben.
Ja, da ist so die Lagerkugel.
Und stehst du in der Mitte.
Genau.
Weil so viel verdeckst du nicht.
Ah, ja.
So viel verdeckst du nicht. Und wenn du da stehst, stell dich her, dann hast du
sowieso die Sache. Wenn Selina
das Problem ist nur, wenn es wirklich im Licht ist.
Ja.
Blöd.
Ich glaube, das hat der Redner bei der Keynote das auch im Licht drin gelesen. Als Problem, ja, dann macht er.
Do you want me to talk or anything?
Yes, that's our presentation.
Was meinst du? Sie hören uns.
Alles gut.
Nein.
Perfect.
Sie hört gar nichts von uns.
What's that?
Das ist das. Ich schreibe mit ihr.
Du schreibst eine Q&A, damit weiß jeder.
We'll be all set up ready for and on time. If you need anything else. Yeah, sure. Understood. Understood that, no problem.
Eigentlich könnte ich mit ihr reden, wann ich einen Kopfhörer drin habe. Das ist die Frage.
Can you actually? No. You want me to say the next slide? Okay, for example, like Pass is a platform where you can find tutors in any subject and with private lessons in just a few clicks. Next slide. But it will be on the like slideshow, right? I hope the full screen.
Aber können Sie jetzt nicht über Zoom gehen? Schon.
Ja.
Oder? Was waren die jetzt so generell? Alle?
Now let's try slideshow.
Ja, aber wie lange dauert denn das? Oder wer redet da immer? Sie, oder? Ah, die Sie dann Screenshoren, oder? Haben Sie jetzt den Screen geschaut?
Nein, die tun nicht Screenshot, die sagen weiter.
Still nothing.
Aber wieso scheren Sie jetzt überhaupt den Screen?
Tun sie nicht.
Aber da ist ja der Screen geschert. Siehst du, da ist ja... Ja, aber warum tun wir das? Dass Sie was sehen, oder?
Weiß ich nicht. Mir ist nur wichtig,
Can we check the slideshow?
Was?
dass man das Startup hat.
So, aber Sie müssen den Screen scheren, weil sonst sieht das Startup nicht, wenn es weiter ist.
Ja, das ist angeblich gibt es kein Lagging.
Doch, 20 Sekunden im Stream.
Aber im Stream sind sie ja nicht drinnen.
Nein, aber
Sie sind im Zoom,
ja, eben, und
Sie sagen weiter und ich klicke weiter.
Aber Sie sehen ja die Folien im Zoom nur noch mit Screen sharen. Drum ist das Screen jetzt geshared.
No problem.
Weil wie sollen Sie die Folien sonst sehen im Zoom?
Okay, so I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Everything is
Well,
working
now.
fine. You can
Now
also see now the full screen of the slides.
Yeah, now it's a full screen.
And we will make sure that everything will go according to plan, and there's no echo in it, so it should be fine.
Great. Thank you. We'll be all
You're
set and
welcome.
ready. Thank you very much.
Yes, can you be like 5 minutes earlier so 10 to 3,
course.
can you be in the call again, please?
Of course.
Would be great.
Of course.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
See you then.
Bye, good luck.
Weil jetzt so das Screen geshared ist. Sie teilt die Folien an Zoom, weil
Dann sehen Sie es nämlich auch, also sehen Sie die Slides nicht. Also und wir sehen auch Ihr Bild haben, was auch ganz nett ist. Oder? Jetzt sehen wir es nicht.
Ja, weil die Kamera offen ist. Darum sehen Sie es
Achso,
nicht.
ja. Genau, wir sehen Ihr Bild, wir sehen die Slides. Sie sagt Next Slide und sie weiß, dass sie mit mir nur im Chat kommunizieren kann. Und ich werde dann, wir werden einen zweiten Computer noch einladen, dass die vorne die Jury-Fragen stellen kann. Und ansonsten kann auch ich das schnell eintippen in den Computer, je nachdem.
Was ist, wenn die Jury ist ja sowieso vorne. Die Jury, ich drehe das mal um.
Yeah, and we should sound that it's
Yeah, I think Campus might have seen this.
Hi, I don't know if you remember me.
wait, one moment.
Hi, probably not. I used to work at Pölzl. Wir haben uns dort mal kennengelernt. Und ihr habt jetzt ein Panel und ich möchte nicht weiter stören, aber ich habe ein Update für das
ziemlich in der Größe verstellen.
Ich glaube, es mit einer Wartening. Test. Also was gut wäre, also einerseits ein Soundcheck, dass wir einfach schauen, dass die Mics passen und dann einfach im Nachhinein das Recording in möglichst guter Qualität.
Ja, das wird auf dem YouTube-Kanal.
Dass man der Soundcheck
Okay, aber
nicht einpegelt.
Ja, aber sonst von unserer Seite ist es...
Falls quasi auswaschen, das nicht in seinem MP3.
Also der schafft wir schon, aber nur für jetzt, dass wir nichts vergessen. Super. Cool, freue mich. Ja. War schon dabei bei den letzten Dankeschön, freue mich.
Spielen Sie dann auch im Hintergrund die Einspieler, oder?
Nein, das machen wir nicht.
Oh.
Das wäre zu komplex. Ja.
Wenn die sitzen, dann stehst du mit dem.
Are you recording through the audio here?
Yeah, we'll just use
The whatever they have. Do they save it in a special way for you?
They save it. No, they just download the YouTube.
Okay. So it won't be as like perfectly sounding. But
I mean, but never a live podcast is never as perfect.
Yeah.
Because you have the highlights.
Yeah.
But we'll make
it work.
Quick snippets at the beginning.
Actually, should walk on. I think. Yeah.
We just need to sound check. Can we sound check the 3 different microphones so that they are pretty much on level?
Travis, hello. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Cool. So then I ask you to leave.
Sure. Get off.
Are we just okay on the sound department?
Yeah.
Yep.
Test.
Are you
Test.
happy at the back?
Everything okay? Fine at the back?
21, 22, 23, 24,
24, 25, 26, 27.
Got it. Okay, so should we mute or will you mute us? Got it.
Not the super pros. And then when you come onto the stage, turn it back on. They will mute themselves. Welcome back to the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2022, everybody. So thank you guys for joining me back here, right? I probably gave some of you guys a lot of trouble out there to come back inside. It's always really difficult when you've got food and nice vibes and everyone wants to just sit around and talk, but we have some amazing panelists today with us. So thank you guys for joining us, and I hope everybody outside will come back in. So next up, we have some absolute legends with us. From the Austrian startups, we have the chairman, Markus Raunig. He is a former startup founder himself, and he's working really hard through the Austrian startups, through programs like the Entrepreneurial Leadership Program, which I'm a part of, to improve Austria's startup scene, and they're doing incredible things. One of the founders of the Austrian startups is Daniel Cronin. He's a founder of many startups. He's an actor. He's the king moderator himself, right? And the pitch professor, someone I look up to very much. So I'm really, really excited to hear these two who have a podcast called The Future Weekly. So for those of you that don't know, and for those of you that are talking, thank you. Right, so for those of you guys that don't know, Daniel and Markus, they have a podcast called The Future Weekly. It's usually in German. It's usually recorded like in private. But today, it's going to be recorded here on stage in English with Travis Pittman. Now, Travis Pittman is the CEO and co-founder of a company called Tour Radar. They're connecting people to life-enriching traveling adventures worldwide. They have offices in multiple locations around the world. They've helped thousands of people have amazing trips, something that I love, travel and business. If you can connect the two, I think you win. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Daniel, Markus, and Travis. Thank you, guys.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Just here you go. Hello. Thank you very much. Cheers. You guys need this? No, thank you very much. That's lovely. You all good? You. That's actually not bad. I give you, from a scale from shit to 10, I'll give you an 8. How about that? That's an 8, I'd say.
Yeah, for after lunch, it's not
I
bad.
think after lunch. Yeah, that's what they call the graveyard shift in speaking terms. So, you know, in graveyard shift, meaning like everyone's happily fed, slightly relaxed, and goes, just shut up and entertain me. So we'll do that. Who of you is following our podcast? Raise your hand. Good. Who of you is not following our podcast? Raise your hand. Who of you has no opinion? Good. So we've got 30% loyal viewers. The other 70% will try and convince now, so we're going to do our best. Who of you is easily offended? Raise your hand. Good. This is going to be good. Yeah, you can then go outside and look at Bambi. It's going to be great. So we'll do our best to have fun, which we'll do. Should we just kick right in? Yeah. How do we do that, actually? I love that you have a blank piece of paper. Yeah, that's my preparation. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, that's Travis. Right, yeah. It's always great that you well prepared, yeah? Share my trade secrets. It's actually what I call the method is driven by curiosity. At the end of the day, there's going to be full. Okay. So no pressure on that. Markus, are we going to start this like a traditional recording? Or we started already?
I think we already started.
That's awesome.
Let's jump right in.
Okay, so the idea is to create a live podcast. The Future Weekly podcast is essentially a podcast which started with Markus and myself having a telephone call about what was going on in innovation land. And it was initially a 5-minute call, a 10-minute call, a 20-minute call. And after some time, it was like an hour call. And we were like, holy shit, either we have to stop because it's quite cold, or we'll create a podcast. Cool. That's what we did. And that's 182 episodes by now?
Correct.
182 episodes, so we're getting old. It was like pre-pandemic, we used to meet in person. And today we have a great guest. And yeah, you heard James' intro. Mm-hmm. So, Travis, I was just saying the last time we met was actually together with Jessica Alba and lots of beer, right? Oktoberfest. Yeah. Bits and Pretzels. The funny thing was we were at an after-show party at Bits and Pretzels. Who of you has been to Oktoberfest, out of interest? Yeah, so it's like shit until you get drunk, right?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Basically.
And I wasn't aware of that. And I was stone sober and you popped up and I think you gave me the advice to
Have a few.
have a few. How did you know that?
So, being Australian, we hear about Oktoberfest on the other side of the world, and it's about beer. Australians like beer. And so, yeah, basically, it's very well known, and it's a bit of a rite of passage that if you're Australian, you come to Europe, at some stage you should attend Oktoberfest. So, yeah. And
When did that start?
what? Oktoberfest?
No,
or
the Australian part.
the Australian part?
Yeah.
When I was born?
No! It's going really well, isn't it? So you were born Australian, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. No, it's curious because I always understood like Oktoberfest is about a bunch of Australians getting wasted, and that must have started somewhere. Like, I think
No.
there's a mountain where they all lie, right?
Yeah, basically. No. So it's since 70s, the early 70s, it's been a bit of an expat thing. So Aussies went to London, they could get a working holiday visa, and then they travel around Europe. And so it was about early 70s, I think it was really a thing, and then by early 2000s, when I went over there, it was literally tens of thousands of Aussies, Kiwis there, and then it was like, okay, let's do Oktoberfest, let's go to Tom and Tina, let's go to Running of the Bulls, you know, all of those kind of iconic events that you hear about that you want to experience, you know, firsthand. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I really appreciated your insight knowledge there.
Yeah.
It was great. Let's take a step back. We just kind of roughly heard what you do. If I pull up on LinkedIn, it says you're the CEO of TourRadar, right? So just tell us in your own words, what does TourRadar do?
What does TourRadar do? So we're a booking platform connecting people to organized travel adventures. So think of a safari in Africa, think about hiking and trekking, possibly in Tanzania, going and swimming with the marine animals in Ecuador, whatever it is, it's a little bit difficult to work out how to do. We connect you with the best people and the best organizers who actually pull that together. So it's a place to come, search, book, and make it easy for people to get away. So, yeah.
How do you explain to a taxi driver when he or she wants to know what you do for a living?
I just sell travel.
You sell travel?
Yep.
Okay, which brings me to quite an interesting story. When we actually met the first time was 10 years ago, I think 12 years ago. 12, holy shit, in Spengergasse, which used to be like a co-working space before we actually knew what co-working spaces were as such. It's basically a bunch of startups in the same office. And you were like basically a one-man show, plus your brother who's on the other side of the world running this whole TourRadar thing. And we kind of had our first talk, and then, I don't know the exact order, but you started a business in Austria as an Aussie, mastering the German language at that point in time. Ish. And the Austrian bureaucracy, but it was. We got one person with humor. That's awesome.
Yep. There'll be more.
Yeah, we'll work on that. But I'm curious. Takes you a couple steps backwards. Like, where did your entrepreneurial, how should I say, eagerness start? How did you get to Austria? What's the whole story behind that?
So I think it actually began, if I really take it back, my parents were both entrepreneurs themselves. They actually were from Sydney. They did a round Australia trip, ended up in Darwin, which for those who don't know, it's at the top of Australia. And they basically were driving around in a four-wheel drive and exploring the whole of Australia, so taking adventures. So I think that was kind of instilled in me from very early on. They were builders and interior designers and things like that. And I think my brother and I wanted to do something a little bit similar, where we took things into our own hands. And in London, my brother came over first, then I came over in 2004. And we had a bit of a meeting of minds of what we could do. We both loved the internet. We both love traveling, and I always say that if you can combine your passions into something that you do, then that's obviously the best of both worlds. So started to have a go at that, and then in 2005, I was traveling as well in Barcelona, and met my now wife, and she's Austrian, so which is how I ended up here in Vienna, and then I moved here in 2006, roughly. So that's kind of the personal story, and then 2010, we actually founded TourRadar, and that was in Australia. 2013, we founded a GmbH here in Austria, And that was where a few challenges came up along the way.
So you said you were passionate about traveling, and you said you wanted to take matters into your own hand. But how did you get to this idea of starting TourRadar? I think that's where it's often difficult and people get lost. But how did you make this first step?
So the predecessor to TourRadar was another website which we created called Bug Bitten. So to be bitten by the travel bug, it's an English expression that people, once they're bitten, they just keep traveling. They just keep wanting to doing things. And we were like a photo sharing site in London, kind of like Facebook and Instagram for all the expats living there. So we were getting, in 2005, 20,000 photos a day being uploaded.
Wow.
And that was of drunken photos, but also a lot of traveling photos. So it was a good mix of things that we saw on there. But where we got to that, so to answer your question, was I wanted to do something. Like I really wanted to connect the dots between my passion for the internet and to be able to make some money out of it and to be able to do something for myself. And so I'm an engineer, mechanical engineer by trade, so I was working a day job in London, getting paid quite well, but I also wanted to eventually do something on my own. And so on the side, I started to look at how do I do this, how could I code HTML, all that kind of stuff. And I had a website for myself for my own photos, which back then, 2004-05, was unheard of, to have your own website. And I was at a pub in London, and I had 4 people come up to me in the pub and say, can you do me a website like that? Because I really want to share my photos with my friends back in Australia. Because this is still when there was dial-up internet. So a lot of you probably don't even know what that is. Extremely slow internet, basically. And so that was how the idea, and I said, excuse the language, but fuck it, I'm going to just try to do this myself. And so then I just, at home, on weekends, at night times, started to just work out how to do it. Found some developers in Ukraine, actually, who actually started to help make that a reality and actually to do the hard part. Because I actually got a coding book. I bought a PHP coding book. I started like 10 pages in. I went, oh, no, okay. I got to find someone who can actually do this for me. I'm not going to be able to learn it. So, yeah. Does that answer your question? Yes. Yeah.
Definitely. So you had the website. What happened to get to TourRadar? Because that's still a long way, I see.
Mm-hmm. We bootstrapped too long. And so for those who don't know what bootstrapping is, it's doing things yourself without getting additional funding. So basically funding it from your own savings or your own job. And back then, so 2004-05, there was none of this. There was not the VC scene. There was really not really any support for this type of, for startups, really. So Sean and I, so my brother, he's the co-founder, he's the CFO. We bootstrapped it too long in hindsight. At the time, it felt right. We were like, oh no, we've got to hold on to as much equity as we can. We don't want to let investors come in and we have to give away 10, 20, 30% of the company. So there was a bit of that greed sort of feeling of, okay, I don't want to give stuff away. But very quickly, and it was actually in Spengergasse where I realized it, was you're sitting there and there was other startups around, and I was just looking at it going, I'm a one-man show, here. My brother's back in Australia. But I saw all these other startups with 3, 4, 7, 12 people, and it just clicked to me that, hey, I need people to actually achieve what I want to achieve. I can't do all this myself. And I think then I realized, well, we have no revenue, so we can't pay anyone, so I guess we need to get investors to help us pay for that. So that was where, in Spengergasse, I met Oliver Holle, who's the founder of Speed Invest, met Sebastian Heinzel, who was the founder of Tripwolf, and Stefan Kaltais. So basically in that little group, I then got the first angel investment, and also a guy I met at, I don't know if is it called Vienna Startups? Vienna, where the events, the pitching events that first started in Sector 5. Do you remember what they were called? Chan, and I think
that
you were
was
there
actually
too.
Austrian Startups.
Was it Austrian Startups?
That was our Stammtische.
So I think it was one of the very first ones. So I pitched there, and I actually pitched, and there was a guy in the audience, he's from Syria, And he came up to me afterwards and he said, I really like your idea. He's literally the only one who came up. No one else did. And he's like, let's have a chat. And he ended up investing. So he was the very first investor.
That's awesome.
And it actually came from there. And then because he put in, Sebastian, Stefan, and a few others came in around that. So
I mean, here's the funny thing. First of all, how did you get to Spengergasse? I just like to. I mean, maybe the explanation is like Spengergasse was like the epicentrum back in the day. It was like, but it was also the only place of startups. Like anyone outside of that room probably had no fucking clue what a startup was.
No.
And how did you end up there? You're just looking for a desk.
No, I actually, I remember, this is hilarious, this is a really, so Oberösterreich, so Upper Austria, there's a little town called Timokam. I don't know if anyone knows it. No? It's near Vöcklerbruck, so Attersee sort of area. And I was literally in there and with school friends of my wife, tiny little Gasthaus Basel thing.
Yeah.
Got talking to Simon. I don't know if you remember Simon.
Yeah.
With the glasses.
Lachinger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was working for Tripwolf.
Fuck.
And got talking to him, then got connected, and then I think I came into Spengergasse, and that's where I got to know Nico and Alex and Sebastian, and then I started to help Alex with Travel Audience and Tripwolf and everything like that. So, yeah.
Because the thing is, what you just mentioned was Jan. Jan is one of the co-founders of Austrian Startups. Basically, what we did was, in the Spengergasse, was after work, we would just decide to have a talk, how it was kind of going. And at the same time, there was also the opportunity to potentially present the business you were building. And we kind of did that 2 or 3 times, and more people started showing up, more people being like 20 or 30 people. And then eventually that was actually the start of the first pre-Austrian Startup Stammtisch. And you were then one of our visitors, and we used to meet and just network on that. So then you kind of decided, okay, you founded the company in Australia and also decided to found a GmbH, as you so nicely put, in Austria. And I remember then, the next thing I heard of you was like, we did have the odd conversation, but the next thing I heard was that some Austrian law kind of looked at the venture you were running and said, okay, we'll have to put it into a box because that's what they love doing. And they went like, okay, obviously this is a travel agency, a Reisebüro.
Yep.
And they said, good man, we don't care what you do, you need to take the test.
Correct.
For Reisebüro in German.
In German.
Not speaking German.
No.
I think I'm like, man, he's fucked. And then the next thing I heard was said, okay, you'll have to learn German to take that test. How did that go?
So
it's horrible.
Yeah, it was at the Wifi in St. Pölten, so I had to go out there every day. There was 30 people who were signed up for it. It was a 3-week course, I think it was. And I'd heard horrible stories of, it was like 5 people would pass, basically. And I was like, well, I don't
And they were fluent in German.
And they were Austrian, so I was like, well, I'm fucked. Like, so I'm not going to be part of that 5. And I had to learn accounting, legal, I had to do everything, and I actually do not know to this day how I passed.
You don't?
Like, literally, I was there, and they're reading out the people who would pass, and I literally had switched off, because I'm like, I'm not going to be the one coming up to get a certificate or whatever it was. And they said my name, and I literally just, like, froze. I was like, what? No. That can't be the case, but it was. Somehow I passed, and I then was able to practice as a travel agent. And clearly, yes, we sell travel, and yes, the business is like a travel agent, but it doesn't fit into a box. And it definitely is an area. I was part of working groups with the government and with different things to talk about how do we have a sandbox for different grey area Gewerbe, because a lot of you, I'm sure, are developing ideas that just don't fit into a box. I mean, that's why you're developing the ideas, is to break out of those boxes. And I think it was really, really tough to get through that.
I remember reading that and hearing that from you. It was just like the dumbest idea, but I mean, it was all jokes aside. I mean, that was a critical moment for your venture, right? If you would not have passed, it would have been end of story.
There would have been a way. I would have had to pay someone to be my, I don't know what the word is.
Schattengeschäftsführer?
No, what's the trade managing director. I don't know what that is in German.
Yeah, gewerberechtlicher Geschäftsführer.
That one.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I bet the exam went really well.
So I would have had to have paid someone to be that, represent that, all the it just would have been a lot harder.
Yeah.
So,
Got it, Markus. You just...
Yeah, no, I really like the story because it often gives this impression that we just talk to politicians and we make things much worse than they are. But it's such a prime example of an international founder coming to Austria, having to learn German to do a test that has nothing to do with his actual business. It's a perfect example where things need to change. One question still. When was the moment that you quit your job?
it was, if I remember this right, 2004.
When did you know that it was the time to do that?
So when, yeah, it's an interesting question because this is flying around now. It's probably a segue to the next part of the conversation, but there's this talk about product market fit. So where have you started to succeed? Have you actually got something? And it was with Bugbitten at the time that I was doing this on weekends, in the evenings, and I literally had made business cards that would walk the streets and just hand it out to people, and that was kind of our guerrilla marketing that we did. And it was when user growth, and I was actually holding parties in London where I had 500 people come to a place in Covent Garden for Australia Day, and I was literally there just going, okay, there's kind of something here, clearly. And I think it was at that moment, and also seeing 20,000 photos a day being uploaded, and this whole ocean basically there to be taken for digitizing what we were doing, basically. It was at that point I just went to my boss, and he was an Aussie as well, and he was, I won't say jealous, but I think he was like, I really would love to be in your shoes to be able to do the same journey, but he's gone on to create his own thing now as well. But I think it was just like, okay, no, go for it. You can always fall back on this, obviously. And I think that's I've heard a couple of times recently, like, you should just think of different phases as experiments. And I think if you have an education, or you've done a job, or if you've had something, you're not throwing everything on the line, really. Like, it may seem like you are, but you're not. Like, you should be a fallback plan. And so with me, I knew I could fall back, and I had to do that, actually. So I had to actually do a consulting job in 2010 when everything was pear-shaped in Ukraine. So I was actually in Donetsk, which is where everything's kind of happening right now. I did a 8-week consulting job there to pay the bills, to actually be able to continue on the Tour Radar journey. So it was having that confidence that I could always fall back to something and not think I'm going to be literally on the streets if I don't do this. So, no.
What was the first iteration of Tour Radar? What was the initial idea?
First iteration was actually more like a meta search. So for those who know Kayak or Skyscanner, you go, you search, but then you click out to a website like Expedia or somewhere, and you actually book it with them. So that was the same concept. We said, hey, let's aggregate all the tour operators in the world into this search engine, and then click out to the tour operator to book it with them. So that was the first version.
How did that go?
It was a stepping stone.
Yeah.
It was semi-successful. Like, we actually did a partnership with Lonely Planet, with Rough Guides, with a few pretty big companies, where they listed our iframe or search engine on their site. Problem is, it was attribution. I don't want to go down this hole, but cost per click, you need to show a return on the investment to the advertiser. And the tour operators were so archaic back then, and to some degree now, some are still. They didn't understand that a click would convert into an inquiry, and then into actually a booking. And so we were constantly justifying ourselves that we were driving them quality traffic, and that was the next iterations of that, where we went to a cost per lead version, also a nightmare, and then we realized we had to own the customer. So in the end of the day, that's where we said, okay, booking, and at that time, I managed to convince one of the founding members of Expedia, so Eric Blatchford. He was in Europe for a conference, and I went up to him after he gave a talk where he literally said, one day there'll be a booking.com of adventure. And I kind of was like, okay, I've got to go up and talk to this guy. And went up to him, and yeah, basically he said, look, send me your details. We connected, and then he came on as an investor, and he was the one who converted us from this, lead gen model to actually a booking model. And that was the moment that Oliver Holler finally saw there was something in this. So before that, I was pitching him on all this other stuff, and he was like, yeah, not going to work, not going to work. And then once I got Eric, and once we said we were switching to the booking model, he basically then was like, this is interesting.
How long did you talk with Oliver? Or what time frame?
Probably 9 months. Yeah, something like that.
Because, I find that there's a couple of things in there. And I have to admit, the first time I heard of TourRater, it was like, yeah, okay, I don't get it. It was initial conversation, 2000, I don't know what it was, 10, 11. I didn't quite understand it. Nowadays, I think it's super smart. It's a great concept. But initially, it was like, no, I don't understand it. I'm assuming a lot of the market reacted that way.
Yeah.
What I find so intriguing is that you're saying, okay, you happen to be at the right place at the right time, knowing you, that was probably prepared, right? Knowing you. Because the funny thing is, like, when I think back, and I don't mean it in a negative way, but I've always had the feeling that you would just be everywhere and just pop up, like randomly pop up, and you were just there, just you popping up, being there, right time, right place. That's hard work. And then getting the pass and then killing it. How do you get to that opportunity? You just say, well, he said it on stage, and you walked up, and you pitched it and done. That's not easy. How do you frame that? Were you aware he was going to be there?
No, and I didn't know about him before. I didn't know, and the interesting thing about that whole part was, it was in Zurich. No, sorry, it was in Lucerne, and that day I had a meeting with an investor, who was in travel before, and I took a train up to Zurich, went into his office, pitched, went absolutely horribly. Like, literally, it was one of the worst meetings I've had with an investor.
Why?
He just basically, to me, didn't show any respect whatsoever, or even to show any interest to try and understand what we were wanting to achieve.
Now, I'm interested, how did he show that?
I don't know, just basically...
Did he kind of do his nails?
Yeah, basically, and just random, just questions for the sake of questions, not really understanding what we're doing, just wanting to cut me down in every possible way. It was the feeling I got, maybe completely different. Walked out, completely dejected, like literally just wanted to come back to Vienna, but I was like, no, I've got to go back to this conference, and where I've got to be positive and full of energy and meet people, and I'm literally on the train back to Lucerne, and I get this SMS from one of the team members I had there, and they're like, oh, there's this guy speaking at this event, and he's just like talking about how the booking.com of adventure travel will be there one day. And I was like, shit, I've got to get there before the end of his talk. And so I basically had to run from the train station to the hall where he's actually speaking, and then got there just for the end of it, and just timed it basically to walk up as he's basically finishing up.
Okay, I love that. I didn't know. There was two or three things I'd just like to follow up on that. Number one, you said I had to be positive and full of energy. That's the way I've always met you. But I'm liking that you kind of put your game face on, that you know you have to. How do you make that work when you just got dejected, had a shit meeting? How do you make it work?
I think that's just, if you're an entrepreneur, you've got to do that in every sense. I mean, I'm sure we're going to talk about it a bit. The last 2 years have not been fun. So you've got to put on a game face, and you've got to be positive. But I think it's, you can't just sit around and feel sorry for yourself either if you want to achieve something. So
I like that. And the other thing I liked so much was that you have, and we'll talk culture in a second, but I love the fact that you had a team member call you, say, look, here's a tremendous opportunity, come along and deliver. And I like it so much that they are hunting for the opportunity for you, that they call you, that you come. There's a lot until that works. I've actually not heard of that before, someone doing that. Tell us, how do you build a team like that? No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. To build the team, I think you've got to start somewhere with, and this sort of really goes back to the principles, but core values. So finding people who really align with who you are, actually, and who you want the company to become, and what do you want to do with it. And that was something super early. Like we were like 7 people where we actually first defined our core values. And we had too many. I mean, you'll probably, if you're doing it now, you'll probably have like 10, 12 core values. You got to whittle it down to 4 or 5. They have to be memorable, basically. But yeah, so, and you've got to use those core values in your hiring and how you actually live those. Like if you can live them on a daily basis and other people can also see how they can, or actually that's just inherently who they are, then that's when you start to build that team around you. Yeah.
How did you hire for those values? How did you check that?
It's, I think there's a lot of intuition you have in the early days, like just of that gut feeling. And they say gut feeling's not great in all senses, but honestly, I found for up to about 100 people, it is true, especially, and that's what I did every final interview for the first 100 people. And then I knew I was a bottleneck, basically. So then had to define a set of questions and kind of answers of how I viewed different answers, so that people could see how I thought. If someone said this to this question, that's the way I interpreted it. And obviously that's not the only way, but that was just how I would. And so defining those things very clearly and explicitly, I think helps not just you, but also people earlier in the hiring funnel, trying to filter out the people who are not going to be aligned or you know, who believe in the vision or culturally fitted into the vision that you want to do. But I think it really starts early in that hiring process. And there's got to be a sort of final check, I feel, at the end of that process before someone comes in and starts. Yeah.
You mentioned employee 100 now, and
yep.
Until then you were really involved. If I remember back to the time when I actually took over as managing director at AustrianStartups, which was end of 2016, TourRadar was really the #1 startup in Austria. It was like, you know, there's this trend ranking and everybody was talking about TourRadar and everybody wanted to work for TourRadar. How did that feel for you from the inside? How did you manage your ego? How did you go along with the emotion that also comes from being on top of the world?
I think it is the challenge of success. It really is to keep yourself grounded. And I think if you hire the right people around you, you actually can keep grounded in that way, where you have people who will start to say, hey, you're being a bit of an idiot, you know, you shouldn't really be thinking that way or talking that way, and I think that's helpful to have that kind of, not validation, but just people who can actually speak honestly to you. And I think now, like I've got my leadership team, I've got 4 people in it who have been with us for 8 years now. So it's a really strong, like very honest, like team where there's no bullshit between us. Like, you know, so I think it's just having people to call you out on that. And also the other co-founder was my brother. So we're completely, like honest with each other, and we've had a lot of really, you know, good disagreements and haven't spoken to each other for days at a time, but I think blood definitely keeps you together, and I know Mum wouldn't be happy if there was a day that we went and said, oh, we're not talking to each other now because of this, so I think you always find a way with that. But yeah, coming back to the feeling of keeping yourself grounded, it's exciting. I think it's really exciting. Like when you feel that things are going great, but this is actually an expression I use. I actually don't know who said it or where it comes from, but it's this too shall pass. And it is so relevant because it's when 2017, things going amazing, it's going to pass. It's going to pass. There will be shit times ahead, but those shit times are going to pass as well. And I think if you always think in that mindset of this is dynamic, you'll know that there's always, the shit times are not going to last forever, and the good times are not going to last forever either. So don't get on top of your ego and actually think, I'm going to be king of the world forever. So I think that's kind of the way you try and keep yourself in check a little bit, or the way I did anyway.
That's a great point. This too shall pass. I mean, the funny thing is, like, I mean, obviously we're going to talk about shit times in a second because obviously we're leading up to that. But just out of interest, I mean, we have a lot of aspiring and young entrepreneurs, and I think there's, for a lot of them, like the first time you make kind of money, there's this picture of what you do and how life is. How did you experience that, and how was it different to what you expected it would be when you were like 20, 25?
Yeah, I think what I actually learned to become, so I think you asked me when did I want to quit my job, or so when did I decide to quit my job? I think at that time when I first started, I was very naive in terms of my motivations and aspirations for why I wanted to do this, and I'm not going to lie, there was it was material. It was actually to make a lot of money. Like I want to be successful because money does help you do cool stuff. Like, so it allows you to travel more, it allows you to do things.
What's the dumbest thing you did with money?
Dumbest thing?
Yeah. You do something really stupid? Come on, you did a shit ton of stupid things. I'm seeing that, just that grin is like, man, the list is so long.
No.
Tell me later. Come on, give us a bit of a taste for something where you go like, yeah, I was like young and stupid. It's probably a shit ton of ideas.
It involves, there's alcohol, like for sure. Like, so buying too much alcohol, or it was, there's been some times where you're like, I really shouldn't have done that, but at the time it seemed really fun and like, but
it seemed like the appropriate thing to do until you got sober.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a friendly way of putting it. I mean,
exactly.
it's early.
Yeah, it's early, There's no beer on the table yet, so but...
We should I've been telling Markus we should do this kind of later in the evening at some point in time involving whiskey. So once we get that sorted, you're coming back.
Done. All right, good.
We'll do that. Anyhow, but back to the misconception. So because, I mean, the thing is, like, people think you make a shit ton of money and suddenly life is tremendous and everything's easy because you have money.
No, and I think what I've come to realize is that, and I think it's as you go through that journey, is you should also be very realistic in what you're going to pay yourself, and you should not be greedy and go, I've got product market fit now, so now I need to pay myself this amazing salary and whatever else. I think it's always in line with where your company is at, the funding you've got, all that kind of stuff has to be considered. And it took a while before we started to even pay ourselves a decent salary, like a really long time. And like, I'm not joking, like there was points where I was so strapped in for cash here that I was going to Billa and I knew that I had like €6.46 in my bank account, and so I knew that I needed to get €6 worth of stuff, like, so, and actually calculating. So this is not that long ago, like that was like that. So I think you appreciate money, and then once you start to get it, yes, you do probably overspend sometimes extravagantly on some things, but I think it's learning the value of that has really made me appreciative now when you do have a bit more, that you make use of that better, I'd say.
It's an elegant way of not answering the question.
You're welcome.
Love you, brother. Markus.
We touched the bad times now already a few times. Obviously, the last 2 years with Corona for a travel company were tough. Walk us through these first few days when you realized this is gonna hit us hard.
Yeah, so the first few days, so it was our CMO, Christian, wrote a message in Slack January 15th or something like that. And he wrote, I've got a feeling this COVID thing could be a bit of a problem. Like, and we're like, whatever, like, sure. It's just a virus thing, it'll go away. And yes, we all know the story, but I actually, it'd been a really busy time over Christmas and into January, and we just had our record January month, and I was done, like, so I needed a break. So I went to Egypt, did my PADI scuba diving course, 5 days, I think, just doing nothing. I switched off everything. Like, literally, I had no connection to anything, like no digital stuff, just took books. I got to Sharm el-Sheikh airport on the way back, and I thought, I'll turn on everything, and I went to CNN.com first, And that's where it was like stock market plummeting, Italy, you know, COVID outbreak, blah, blah, blah. This is the 26th of February, I think it was the date. And it was a Friday or Thursday, and yeah, I was like, oh shit, okay. All of those great feelings, that relaxed feelings, the aspirations of raising a big round in 2020, we're on a great path, we're gonna, you know. And then I wrote to the leadership team in Slack, I said, I guess we're meeting tomorrow then. And it's like, yep. So that's where it kind of all basically kicked off from then, and it was daily, basically, you know, war room type meetings to work out what we were going to do from that point on. But yeah, I think that's the lesson, and I mean, there's a whole world out there right now starting to change in the tech world and everything too. And there's some companies going to start going through some pretty tough crisis right now. And it's just that quick decision making, I think, was really essential. And we got to the point where we were having also daily board meetings, so with our investors. And that was stressful. I mean, a board meeting every quarter is stressful, let alone every single day. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, yeah, I remember saying to my wife, like in the early days of COVID, we were talking, and it was obviously quite dim for all of us. And I remember mentioning TourRadar to her and saying, look, there's this company that's been going really well, and I've been a big fan of the company, and always kind of keeping an eye on, because you obviously, I remember talking to you in the early days, and obviously you became one of the people I looked up to, because you scored against the All Blacks playing touch rugby for Austria, which is tremendous. I've never met anyone who's scored playing rugby against the All Blacks, which is
22-1 it was.
Incredible, but you got the one,
yeah.
so that's incredible. So, no, seriously, I mean, scoring against the All Blacks that's like playing soccer against Brazil or whatever it is.
Scoring, yeah?
Yeah, and scoring, right? Markus knows more about volleyball than I do. No, soccer, sorry. Tremendous. And then I remember saying to her, like, holy shit, like, imagine you're running a travel company, and you're probably prepared for some crisis in one part of the world, losing 10, 20, 30% of your business. But how the fuck do you have a contingency plan for a global pandemic? Mm-hmm. You don't.
You don't. No.
So how do you, from there on, how do you pick yourself up and go, okay, well, fuck, we don't know what's happening. Revenue is probably going down to zero. No one's going to be traveling for the next month or years. And our business is travel. How do you take it from there?
Yeah, I think this is where team really counts, and where culture really comes to its forefront, because everyone realized that we were in a very prickly situation, and I think ownership really started to take hold, where clearly we could not be everywhere, because if you think there was everything from tour operators, we were like, are they going to go bust? What are the cancellations going to go through? We had, you know, literally tens of thousands of bookings that were out there, and that's a lot of millions of revenue, basically, and also cash, and customers, they're calling, and they're wanting to know what's with their money, what are they going to do? And so we found that there was pockets within the company that started to just take on certain initiatives, and one was what we call this credit for future tours. Like, so basically to say that if you have a tour that needs to be cancelled, we could offer them a credit, or a voucher, basically, rather than actually just giving a refund. And if customers wanted a refund, we would, but we also said, hey, you do want to travel at some stage, so please take a credit. And that was owned by a small group of people within the organization, not in the leadership team, but that was driven forward, that initiative. And that was just one thing amongst many. Like, think about the finance side with, and also the people, so HR side, Kurzarbeit, all these subsidies. We had different pockets of people trying to, and so it comes back to these people within the team taking ownership, so that you don't feel I need to be every single area. Like, I literally was waking up every single morning, and there was just like update after update after update of, this is the shit that's hitting the fan, but this is either the solution or this is what we're doing to find a solution. So it was kind of, that was how we tried to keep everything moving during that time. Yeah.
Psychologically, how did you deal with that? How did you sleep? And
badly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horrible.
What did you do to get through it?
So, yeah, it was really bad. Like, it was, I'm talking 2-3 hours a night type sleep, and that sleep was not quality sleep either. So the thing that I did, and I still do it today, is get outdoors. So actually go for a walk, or I love mountain biking, go for a mountain bike ride, go for a run, but just go for a walk to clear my head. And what I found myself doing was, there's so much going on, but there were certain decisions that needed to be made, and that could be about who we were letting go, what we had to decide that we were going to stop doing, or whatever it was. And I decided, instead of trying to be in the weeds in every single topic, that I would let certain groups of people kind of own that. And my job was to make the best decisions that only I could make, basically. And I knew that if I was tired, stressed, completely in the weeds, I couldn't make those decisions well. And so I decided that I had like a decision to own. I'd go for a 3-hour mountain bike ride, maybe listen to music, maybe not, listen to a podcast on what to do in a crisis situation, whatever it might be. And then I'd come back and basically make that decision, because I've got a clearer head. I've had the aerobic exercise, I feel better. And then I found I could make much better, clearer decisions from doing that. Obviously, not everyone can do that, or that's not everyone's way of dealing with it. But for me, and I still, literally to this day, still do that, where if I've got a big decision to make, I'll go for a bike ride or a run, and it really just helps me through. Yeah.
You mentioned already one of those decisions was letting people go.
Yep.
And I think you had 2 big layoffs, if maybe you can go into detail about that. But how did you go about this process? Because you mentioned we are now in a crisis again where companies will have to let people go.
Yep.
And in these times you really see the companies that are well led and not well led, and there's horror stories of those things, and there's actually a few stories that I heard from TourRadar employees who, despite being let go, were speaking really highly. I know a lot that actually came back after the pandemic. So I think you did something very right there, and I think there's a lot to learn from that. So maybe you can share a bit how you did go through this process.
Yeah, it's a hard one to distill down quickly, but it was a lot to do with really over communicating. So I was saying I was doing board meetings and also with the leadership team every day. It was over communicating with the team in an all hands. So before the pandemic, we were doing every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, an all hands meeting. And during the pandemic, when it first hit, it was every 3 days. So it was Monday, Wednesday, basically, and sometimes Friday. And it was trying to let the team know, this is as much as I know, as much as I could share, but there's a ton of uncertainty right now. And try and explain what those uncertainty elements are, so that they don't feel that they're in the dark, or they know that some of them are going to be on the end of a pretty bad decision, but at least if you could over communicate, they could have some context of why or how that decision possibly was made. And so, we went through 2 layoffs, one in March, one in September. And the way we went about it was we had to look at, during 2019, we hired a ton of people, a lot in product engineering, data science, and as much as we wanted to keep most of those people, we didn't have anything for them to do. We did, but we had no view of when revenue was going to come back again. None. We had no idea. Was that going to be in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years? And so we had to make the decision to keep a core team that could keep the lights on, get us through survival, and let go of a ton of really good people. And that was tough, really hard, because speaking of bureaucracy, we brought a lot of people from all over the world to Vienna, had red, white, red cards, gone through 6-month, 8-month processes to get them into Vienna, and then literally a month later, 3 months later, 6 months later, whatever, we had to let these people go. Thankfully, they all mostly found jobs in Vienna startups, which is fantastic, and There were some startups that really thrived through that time, so they got them. But I think that's what we tried to over-communicate. We tried to just basically select based on our view of the world for the next 3 to 6 months. And as soon as we started to get more view, and that's why, unfortunately, in September, even though we had Kurzarbeit's a great instrument of helping keep, the lights on. It killed morale. Like, absolutely, you've got people working 4 hours a week. How can you stay motivated if you're working 4 hours a week? And you cannot work more than that. And so that's where we made the decision, because we couldn't see any view of revenue coming in again or the situation getting better. So that's where we pushed it out and said, hey, we've got to let go of another batch of people. Not sure if that answers your question or...
I think it gives a lot of good perspectives on a very difficult process.
Yeah.
Looking at the time,
yep.
We have to get to the end, but in the end, I think you are now pretty much back to a similar level as before.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think Corona is probably not over, but it's the uncertainty you mentioned has decreased, and people are traveling, at least at the moment, again. How do you look to the future? What is the plan there? And do you think that this experience of Corona, did it prepare you now to look into this future better? Because we talked about it, there's a venture crisis going on. Do you think you're more resilient because of that now?
Absolutely, yeah. More resilient, we understand our business way better. I mean, we've also reinvented it. I mean, we went from being a purely B2C business to now being a platform which has B2B, and we built out a whole bunch of products. But yes, we're basically back to those levels of, like, in different markets, some more than 2019, some not yet. Like Australia was obviously in lockdown for a long time. They're bouncing back quickly now, but yeah, given what's ahead of us right now, there's still another huge amount of uncertainty. I mean, we still don't know what's happening with the war, really. The whole energy crisis, the recession, the tech, meltdown. There's a lot that we don't know the effects of. And inflation, all of us are going to start paying a lot more for stuff. And so what does that have on people's budget for spending on travel? Like, so we don't know. We're optimistic that people have been out for 2.5 years and they just want to travel. But that might mean this year is good, and then 23, maybe people are like, oh, my wallet's not full anymore. I need to now not go traveling this year. So there's so many unknowns. And I think, but what we developed also during this time, what we call a strategic framework of how we think about phases of the business. So we've got what we call the high uncertainty phase. We've got the awakening, where things are starting to show signs of improving. And we've got the new world, which is basically better than 2019. And so we're now fluctuating between those three phases, but we have a framework that's clearly to understand, to communicate to the whole company that, hey, currently we're kind of in this phase, so we're investing into product, we're investing into marketing, into customer support. That might change based on what happens. And I think that's what I feel so much more comfortable now, that we've got the framework and the tools and the experience that we can deal with it. And I hope that we don't have to do certain things in the future, but you may have to, and that's where having that experience behind you're much more confident in being able to deal with it and know how do you communicate, what do you have to do, all those type of things. Yeah.
But I mean, interestingly, kind of that being said, and I love the way you also kind of said you developed the framework, there seems to be quite an interesting outlook also, and I think you posted something on LinkedIn, potentially.
Yep. Potentially.
Potentially. Where it says so beautifully, tour operators are travel's last big sector ready for digital transformation. The article kind of states, the tour operator sector feels like the hotel industry of yesteryear, with billions in plain sight. And tour operator is beautifully positioned in there, essentially saying, look, there's all these operators, they're doing their thing, you're in the middle. So it seems that there's quite a few rays of sunlight coming your direction, potentially.
There's a lot. So right now, I've said it recently, I'm getting more investor and strategic outreach than I got in the last 3 years, basically. Because yes, there is troubled times ahead, but it's a fact, this space will be digitized. It will be. Like, so it might be in 3 years, it might be in 18 months, but it's going to be. And we're in the middle of that, and that's what we're trying to build this ecosystem. So I think if we can show results in the B2C and continue that growth, if we can show that we are the B2B player who can be the plumbing of the entire ecosystem, that's exciting, like, and that's what people are interested in.
And I mean, essentially what TourRadar does is like, you basically help people find the right tour setting, right? So basically people say, I would like to climb the Andes, and there's a tour where you need 10 people, and well, there's just one person who wants to do it, so you kind of put them together and point to, and that's awesome. And the thing is, like, people haven't been able to travel for years. They will want to travel again. And I would assume that your industry has also lost a lot of competitors who have not been able to become resilient, and now the ones, the strongest, have survived. That's an interesting outlook. But
and, sorry, one
oh,
thing.
it's an and. I was unsure if it was a but or an
no,
and.
and we're seeing some of the biggest players out there, because we talked about that a little bit backstage, about corporates and legacy type companies. They know they need to digitize too. So, I mean, one example is Flight Centre, which is one of the biggest travel agents in the world. Like, they're in Australia on every corner of every street. We're now working with them, providing them the technology to sell more tours through their travel agency. So they know they need to evolve and digitize, and there's a lot of opportunity there in that regard as well.
That's awesome. I mean, the perspective is there. I mean, it's been tough times, it's been hard times. What's your personal North Star? What's something you look up to?
Look up to or North Star? It's very different there.
Well, what I mean is kind of like, what's your own personal emotional guide? You know, like a mountaineer who says, I want to be on Mount Everest one day, and this is kind of where I'm going, what kind of helps you keep your direction?
I think, I mean, over the pandemic, it was also a time to reflect and do different sort of inner thinking of your purpose and what you want to achieve. And I don't know, I feel so fortunate now. I've been living over in Europe for 15, 16 years. And the experiences I've had because of travel. Oh, here we go.
Don't worry, that was interesting. That's probably a mic check going on. Resilience and stuff.
Yeah.
Ignore it.
Ignore
Focus.
it. No. So I feel so fortunate about that. And I feel travel has been, I guess, not accessible to everyone. And I think the way I view my North Star is, how do you make it so much more accessible that anyone can start to do that? Because I found I'm a much more understanding person today because of my experiences of living in a different place where I don't speak the language, having to deal with that, meeting travelers, realizing that I only spoke one language and people speak 7 and speak 6 or whatever it is, and that just blew my mind. But trying to open up your eyes in that regard, that's my North Star of how do I get more people experiencing this so they go home and feel a little bit more understanding when they meet people who are not like them, or why do people do this or do that? And I think that's a little bit of what I like to do. Yeah.
Markus?
I'm just looking at the time.
So am I, actually.
Ooh, wow, okay.
Should we do the quick fire round?
Yes.
That's what I was just going to start doing. That's why we're so connected, brother. That's always good. It's just been 182 episodes. So we'll do our quick fire round, which is basically us asking you quite straightforward questions and expecting straightforward answers. But yeah. What's your greatest learning?
That you're always learning.
Love it.
And your biggest life hack?
Biggest life hack. I touched on it before. It's being active and being connected to the outdoors. I think if you do that, you can kind of work through so much shit that comes across your way, and you can go from being very angry, very frustrated, very confused, to actually being much calmer and being able to make better decisions on how you deal with things. Yeah.
What's your favorite book?
One that was a game changer for me, it was actually in Egypt, where I was telling before, was Brené Brown's The Power of Vulnerability.
What's your favorite product?
Favorite product? Four. I have to say, from a practical point of view, laptop.
And now, I mean, if you wake up in the middle of the night, you need to go to the bathroom and you catch your big toe right under the door.
Yep.
What's your favorite swear word?
Fuck.
Classic.
Yeah, 78% of all founders we've interviewed have stated that word is their favorite. It's combining culture, passion, and emotion. Only 2 more questions to ask.
Okay.
And that's, we'd like you to make a prediction. That's something which is highly likely, and that's totally going to happen, and we'll nail you for that one if it goes wrong. No pressure. And the other is a moonshot, which is like, you know, the great JFK who stated at the beginning of the 60s, we'll put someone on the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. So a prediction and a moonshot.
So prediction actually was interesting. It was last week or the week before. It was announced by Brian Chesky from Airbnb and Obama. They're starting to give like scholarships or funding for people to travel more and to get basically out and experience things. And this is something I had about 3 years ago where I said there should be one day almost like a university of travel or something like that. And I think there's going to be, because we know how much experiences round people out and help them in their life. And so my prediction is that there'll be, I don't know if it's going to be a travel university, but there'll be a lot more funds dedicated for people to go traveling who just can't afford it, you know, who are just stuck in a very tough, you know, position, but they still deserve to actually get out and see the world.
That's awesome. Traveling is the greatest way to learn, to be honest.
Yep.
But that's true.
And moonshot, I won't say it's probably it's definitely not the most sustainable, and given obviously the topics that we're going through now in the world, but I actually think a moonshot is very similar to a moonshot. I feel space tourism, like as much as people think it's not going to be a thing, I think actually will be a very big thing in the future. I mean, I just look at what SpaceX has done with those rockets. It still looks like sci-fi to me, like the way they come down and land and whatever else. But I think that and intercontinental travel, where you can be from Europe, so I could be here and then I could be having lunch in 2 hours in Sydney, I think will be possible.
Oh, I love it. I would love space tourism.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. No pressure, but like, make that work. I'd totally love to book a tour.
Yeah.
Holy shit, would you go?
Yes.
First podcast in freefall? No, in space?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm in for that. Travis, it's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you guys. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you lot so much. That was fun as well. Where's the camera? Over there. Yes. Thank you very much for listening as well. There's only 2 more things to do. Number 1, if you have feedback you'd like to give it to us, podcast@austrianstartups.com or over on our Discord channel. And if you like, und wenn du Deutsch sprichst, or if you like English as well, go to our Spotify, look up for the Future Weekly podcast, and like and subscribe to us. We love that. Or you can find us on YouTube. That's right?
That's right.
That's right.
Subscribe.
And in that sense, we're done. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. So we're going to get from here to Sydney in 2 hours. I think that would be lovely, right? I could go home, I could have a swim at Clifton Beach in Cape Town, right? I could say hello to a friend in India and come back and go to sleep in Vienna. That would be fantastic.
Hello. Hey.
So wow, it was
Thank you.
always really awesome to like have such a chilled out chat and to make such cool learnings from such legends with such cool insights. And so with that said, I thank you guys very much for sticking around. It says 10 minutes, but we have 5 minutes, right? We'll be back in 5 minutes for they're changing it while we watch up there. We'll be back in 5 minutes for the Danube Cup. Thank you guys. It doesn't matter, guys. Yeah, then you. Good to go? Cool. All right, welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Danube Cup. So it's the Danube Cup 2022 here at the Entrepreneurship Avenue. We're delighted to have the Danube Cup with us. It's an honor to have this jury, to have all of you guys here at the Entrepreneurship Avenue with us. It's collaborations like this that make moments like this so special. I'm going to be handing over moderation to Monique and Johanna from the Entrepreneurship Center Network. They're a big part of the Danube Cup, and they'll tell you guys more about it. So guys, enjoy. Thank you so much. And without further ado, I welcome them onto the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the Danube Cup 2022, the international pitch competition along the Danube. We are Monique and Johanna, and we are basically guiding through the Danube Cup finalist pitches today.
Thank you. And first of all, we're super honored to host this event here in Vienna today. And therefore, we would like to give a special thank to the founders of the Danube Cup. We will tell about that a little bit later. But it's the first time being here in Vienna, so we are very, very thankful, and thanks again for this great opportunity. Since we knew that it's the first time that the Danube Cup will take place in Austria, we decided to give it a bit of a special Austrian vibe. Therefore, we dressed in dirndl, maybe you wonder. But we thought it's a nice gesture since it was always organized in Hungary, and this time we are the first partner having it brought to Austria. So, question everyone probably has in mind, what is the Danube Cup? So the Danube Cup is an international network of universities along the Danube River, therefore Danube Cup. And the idea is to enhance entrepreneurship education and support student startup creation.
And who are the Danube Cup founders? Who stands behind all of that, and why can we be thankful? There are two universities. It is the Budapest University of Technology and Business and the Corvinus University of Budapest that actually launched the Danube Cup a couple of years ago in 2016. And basically the mission is to bring startups along the Danube together to make the best out of this experience from student entrepreneurs, and we are very happy to have you here as well. This year, oh, it was too quick. This year, it's the 6th edition, and it's organized by the WU Vienna University of Economics and Business, and we as the Entrepreneurship Center at our university are in charge of organizing it. And this also means that we actually got the chance to bring the Danube Cup outside of Hungary for the very first time, and we are very, very happy to do so. So this is our network.
Yes, indeed. So I mentioned several times that it is an international network along the Danube. I also mentioned that it's the first time here in Austria, so probably you're wondering, okay, where is the network happening? So what universities are participating? And you can see here it on the slide. So we are very happy to have 7 universities from 4 countries. And even though I know you can read, I think it is a great gesture to read them out loud. We have Regensburg University of Applied Science, Germany, University of Passau, also in Germany, Johannes Kepler Universität Linz, Austria, then us, the Vienna University of Economics and Business, Austria, the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, Hungary, the Corvinus University of Budapest, Hungary, and last but definitely not least, the University of Belgrade, Serbia. So once again, we would like to thank every partner, first of all, to bring the student teams here and also to have this exchange, because we think and really believe that the cross-university exchange is very, very helpful, also to get the startup spirit going, but also to develop further.
Also a big thank you and shout out to all of our partners. Without them, that would not even be possible. So you see, we have a lot of partners that we gathered, and we are very thankful to have them.
Last but not least, let's thank our jury. We really have a top-class jury today from various backgrounds, and I would like to introduce them to you. So first one will be Julia Reilinger, Portfolio Manager at BNC Privatstiftung. Welcome to be here. Then we have Ute Stadelbauer, who is Regional Manager at Wirtschaftsagentur Wien, Vienna Business Agency. Next up we have Carlotta Ventu, who is a venture analyst at Plug and Play. We also have Markus Ihlenfeld, who is CEO and co-founder of Wombikes. And last but very not least is Istvan Lam, CEO and co-founder at Treasurit. Thank you very much for being here and supporting us on deciding who is going to win the Danube Cup 2022. Without further ado.
Yes, I mean, not just to avoid any confusion, we have a slight change in the pitching order due to the fact that we have one team joining online. It's the team from Serbia, so we will start with them. The startup is called EasyPass, and so they will start first so that you're not confused with that. But afterwards, we continue with specifically that journey. But we mentioned now the great jury members, so who of you is excited to see the startups now on stage? I would say we give a round of applause for all the startups. Nice. That is really great, because actually they worked really, really hard to be here today. So before they made it here, they actually had to compete in a semi-final. And only by winning the semi-final and already pitch in front of judges, they got the chance to make it here. So they already did a really, really great job in trying to convince the jury, and today is the final day to do it again. And I see the technicians already did the magic. So therefore, Johanna, I'll give the word to you to announce the first team.
Yeah, so the very first team is actually EasyPass, a startup from the University of Belgrade in Serbia. Unfortunately, they are not here in person, but still we want to provide them with the virtual stage, so we will move a bit and give the startup 3 minutes to perform their pitch.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jana, this is Mariana, and we are co-founders of EasyPass. I'm from a small town in the south of Serbia, and when I decided to learn German, there were only 3 tutors, and none of them were available twice a week. So my parents drove me 2 hours every weekend to Niš, a city where I could find an adequate tutor. But it was exhausting. This is a very common problem in Serbia and the Balkans. The private tutoring market still operates in the 20th century, despite the access to 21st century technology. Next slide, please. Currently, parents and students, previous slide. Currently, parents and students rely on the informal referrals. This is time-consuming, unreliable, and geographically limited. And even when they find a tutor, he or she may not have any time slot available. On the other hand, next slide, please. Tutors are chronically underemployed. Many of them with degrees can't find jobs. And for example, in Serbia, out of 30,000 high school teachers, only 14,000 are working full-time. So more than 50% are underemployed. Next slide. EasyPass is 21st century marketplace where students can find tutor in any subject and book private lessons in just a few clicks. The students can view tutors' qualifications, past reviews, and experience. The platform aims tutors to set up, manage, and grow their own independent online tutoring activities. Next slide.
There are 7 million students and pupils in the Balkan region, and market research indicates that 30% take private lessons. While EasyPass is built for private tutoring of all grades, our go-to market strategy is to focus on final grades of elementary and secondary school. In these two grades, students are taking private lessons most frequently in order to prepare for their entry exams. Consequently, parents are willing to spend more money in this period. We believe that as we capture this market, there will be organic growth in private tutoring of other grades. Next slide, please. EasyPass started in Serbia with the goal to capture the entire Balkan region by the end of 2023, and then to continue with global expansion. Next slide. Based on user experience so far, we have pivoted our revenue model to start charging $1 per each class. Please skip the next 2 slides and go to the team slide. There are 3 co-founders of team slide, please. There are 3 co-founders of EasyPass, and we are very proud how well we get along. The 2 of us are colleagues, co-founders, and most importantly, friends. We make sure that everything works properly on the business side, while 3rd member of our team makes sure that everything works properly on the technical side. He's a programmer. Thank you very much, and we are very open for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Maria. We now have 3 minutes for a Q&A with the jury. So if the jury has any questions, please speak them out loud.
Any questions?
We will have a couple of seconds until we get the answer, but please ask any questions you have to the startup.
Maybe you can say a few words on competition and who would be your main competitor?
Yeah, so the question is about the competition. Who is out there and who are you competing with?
Well, regarding the competition, there are, of course, a few platforms in Serbia and as well the other Balkan countries because they're our first market. But there is no other platform that are, they're not regional. So every platform are just in one country. And we want to be the first regional Balkan platform of this kind by the end of next year.
Any other questions from the jury?
And also our main competitor is actually word of mouth. So informal referrals that people have. And we are trying to change the way tutoring is done in Balkans. So to switch everything on one online platform where you can find a professor in just a few clicks and see all the reviews and find a quality certified tutor there.
Okay.
Thank you for your pitch. I wanted to ask a bit about the business model. So you said that you would be charging $1 per class, but how much would you actually be taking from that transaction, and whether the tutors will pay to be in the platform, or how much will they be taking for each class?
So the question is about the business model. If the tutors are paying, and if from the mentioned one euro, basically what is going to the team. So we will get the answer in a second. So the business model.
Okay, so we had a business model based on a subscription. So tutors were paying subscription to be promoted on our platform. And now we have switched to take from each class $1. We do it based on a credit model. So tutors are paying, for example, for 10 lessons in advance, they're paying $10. And then in order for them to have 11 class, they have to pay next $10. So we are charging $1 per each class because the average class in Balkan region is around $10. That's on the average.
Okay, one very last and quick question.
And everything else goes in agreement between tutor and student.
Okay, one last question, Istvan.
Why not commission model, so that you're getting a cut from what a tutor gets?
So why not a commission model? Why didn't you decide to go for a commission model with EasyPass? Maybe provide us with a quick question, answer.
We were testing different business models, and we decided that this one is the best one to capture the revenue the fastest way, and it's the most suitable one for the Balkan region because we just think that taking the price on the average model is most suitable one for our people. We were testing and doing surveys with multiple tutors and also parents and students, and that's how we made that decision.
Okay, unfortunately, I have to cut it off here. It should be fair
Thank
for
you
all
very
of
much.
the teams to
Thank
have
you
the
for
equal
having us.
amount of time.
And good luck.
So give a round of applause to the startup EasyPass.
Great.
So before we move to the next startups that are actually pitching in person, I would like to shine some light on this nice trophy here. It doesn't only symbolize the Danube, but also a river flow, a little ship floating on the river, meaning ideas floating basically everywhere. And this is the trophy that will actually go to the winning startup that will win the pitch competition today. So I think all of the startups are excited to get it. And
yes,
let's move on.
And in fact, what is really interesting also with this trophy, it goes every year to the new winning team. So it actually already has some age because it was last year at the previous winner team. Johanna, do you want to tell us who was the last year's winning team?
Last year's winner team was Perun from the University of Belgrade. But this year, let's see what is open, what is possible, which country will actually get the trophy this year.
Yes, and with this cliffhanger, so to say, let's move on to our next student startup team. They are actually now here in presence, so please give them a really, really warm applause because I can believe it must be really stressful to be back on stage after 2 years just talking into a black screen. It is completely different to talk to real people. So give a round of applause to We Made It from OTH Regensburg.
No. Yeah. Thank you.
I guess every one of you has ever been to the doctor's offices before, right? But did you know that on average, a patient waits 30 minutes in the waiting room before receiving the actual treatment, and that even with an appointment? My name is Kevin, We Made It, and we want to solve this problem. So let's look at the problem in a more detailed way. We have our friend here, Selina. Selina is sick, so she calls the doctor's office. After 1 hour, she finally gets the appointment. The appointment comes, Selina enters the waiting room and sees a blasting full waiting room. So she already knows her day is screwed. Selina is unhappy and she won't be going to the doctor again. She will go to a doctor who uses We Made It. But where does this problem actually come from? We conducted a market survey with over 100 doctors' offices and found out that the majority of them are lacking medical staff to meet the risen demand of the patients. And consequently, the people that are working there are really, really exhausted. So what do we offer for the doctors? For the doctors, we offer an integrative software tool which reduces the workload for the medical staff and increases the employee retention. Because nowadays, a lot of people are leaving the doctor's offices due to stress. And for Selina, we have our digital 24/7 appointment service, which is already available in the market. But what we offer additionally is a live monitoring of the waiting room, where she can actually see how full the waiting room is and can plan her day accordingly. and an easy check-in function where she can easily skip the waiting room and go directly to the doctor's office.
Thank you, Kevin. That sounds really promising. Let's talk about business. So, if 29,000 doctor offices will use WeMedit, which equals only 40% of the doctor offices in Germany right now, and they would pay a monthly fee of 50 euros, which is only half of what all the other competitors asking for, then we would have a monthly revenue of 1.4 million euros. And if you look at the market, you can see that WeMedit is the most integrated and affordable tool we can have on the market so far. And looking at our journey so far, we are successfully cooperating with the OHAB, the Biopark Regensburg, and some insurance companies. And our next steps are launching the beta version in fall and then launching WeMedit in winter. This is our amazing team with all the different complementing skills from sales to software to make WeMedit amazing. We are ambitious and persistent to make WeMedit a success. Thank you so much for your time.
Great, thank you, jury. Any questions? I see already the mic up, so there must be a question.
Yeah, does it work? Yes.
Yeah.
Nice pitch, I think.
Thank you.
How are you going to reach these 29,000 doctors' offices?
Thank you, Mr. Ehlenfeld, for your question. Kevin is going to answer that question as it is his subject area, so please, Kevin.
Yeah, so first of all, we will focus on the medical associations because we have a brilliant entry to all the doctors' offices there, and we will present the idea there and raise the awareness. And of course, to distribute the product, we need a strong sales force that is clear for us. So we all have the background anyway and studied business, so therefore we kind of know how to kickstart the program. And if we need more sales force, we will get them.
With such a competitive pricing, what's your other like your USP to the other competitors in the market? And yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Stadelbauer. Again, we thought about it very well, so I'm going to answer that. So compared to our competitors, we offer a 3-in-1 system. So we do kind of like help the patients and the doctors, as we offer the easy check-in system, the appointment service, and also we kind of like help reducing stress. But all those three functions in one. So combined, or looking at our competitors, for example, like Dr. Lipp, he only offers one thing, but we offer like 3 things, and we're helping patients and also doctors, so we have both sides included.
My question is, how do you plan to compete with, as far as I remember, there are at least 3 big doctors' portals in Germany, and they have integrated appointment systems. How do you plan to compete with them while they have like a very lot of doctors in their directory? That's my first question. And you mentioned the uniqueness as the live monitoring system. How do you implement that as an accurate measurement?
Very interesting question. Thank you, Mr. Lam. I think Kevin's going to answer that as well as his subject.
How we would implement it, the live monitoring, because the people enter the waiting room, they will scan the QR code and check themselves in. So the system already knows this patient is in the doctor's office, he is in-house, and therefore the whole system would recognize who is actually in the doctor's office currently and who is leaving. So we have kind of a holistic system which monitors the whole patients that go in and out of the doctor's office.
Yeah, can you say it again? What was the first? It was how we compete against those others.
The big portals, and they already reach to doctors' offices, and they already have a appointments subsystem.
Yeah.
So how do you plan to compete with them?
Should I say something?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect. So you've seen like Dr. Lip, Yameda, all those, they have booking systems. We know that. But what we offer is like more special than that. And yeah, they do have some doctor offices already. For example, like in France, they're pretty big, a unicorn. But I mean, what we offer and also because we're a startup, we can like be faster and also implementing those different schools. It's not really hard because it's already tools
sentence.
we have on the market so far, and we can easily integrate them.
So last sentence is, please remember the name We Met It and think we're gonna improve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, We Met It. So, thank you to the team of We Met It. We have another startup here, which is actually called AirMade from the University of Linz. And please let me introduce you to Melissa and Christoph, the founders of AirMade, and they're actually bringing on stage their very first prototype as well. So give a big round of applause for Christopher and Melissa. Okay,
Thanks.
3 minutes for you as well.
Hi, I'm Melissa, we are AirMade, and we invented the first self-inflating rescue shirt for kids. 2,530. That's the number of children that die each year caused by drowning, only in Europe. Did you know that only 1/5 of that number die each year in car accidents? Unfortunately, drowning often only gets attention when it's already too late, when the so interesting water becomes a death trap for the child. That's why we, AirMade, have made it to our mission to both save the life of many children and draw attention to the danger of drowning. Therefore, we got the perfect solution, our shirt. So currently we are into product testing, are in the patent submission, and are working in cooperation with the university to produce a prototype. So here you can see the main 3 parts of our shirt: the reaction powder, the floats and the initiator, and the t-shirt itself. Here our unique initiator makes the difference compared to current solutions, because it's the only initiator that really self-activates only 10 centimeters under the water surface and evolves gas. So when the child falls into the water now, the water can flow inside the initiator, the floating bodies blow up, the child is brought to the surface and is saved. So with our shirt, no blown up water wings must be worn outside, no electrical devices must be installed, no movement must be done by the child itself, and the parents do not have to live in constant fear when being next to the water. But that's not all. You can also reuse our shirt as often as you want, by the life cycle built up by AirMade. So you just have to put out the initiator, send it back to us, we refill it then and send it back to you again. So there are 61 million children up to 14 years in Europe. 1/3 of that number belongs to the group of 2 to 5-year-olds, where the most non-swimmers are present and the most bathing accidents happen. For the market entry, we decided to focus on the 3% which are in possession of a pool. But these 500,000 can be multiplied by adding up families who go to the lakes or have friends or family with pools. And furthermore, our main target group are the parents and the grandparents of these kids. So looking at the competitors, we elicited that our main advantages lies definitely in the points of comfort, style, and that we are really a rescue device. So if you wear our shirt, you don't have to misuse equipment like it's the case nowadays. So that's us, Melissa and Christopher. 2 students with one big goal, to prevent the death of many children, showing a perfect solution between the business skills and the technical skills. So Christopher mainly managing the business part, whereas me more focusing on the product development. And now it's your turn, your time to shine. Help us to make our dreams come true and that we can save a lot of children's lives together. Woo! Do you have any questions?
Yeah, please, Shuri, go ahead. 3 minutes for the Q&A.
Please. Mike.
So my question, if I understand correctly, there's this reactive agent which is activating only if the children is basically underwater, and that inflates.
Yeah, so it's just an emergency case. So normally the child wears the T-shirt without the bags out here, so without the floats out. So it's just normally one, and when it falls into the water, then they blow up.
And that's the one which needs to be replaced.
Yeah, so the
That's the only
initiators,
thing.
yeah, they're in here. So there are two of them, and there is the reaction powder placed, and when the water gets in, then the reaction stops, and then they blow up.
Okay.
So just the small parts on the right and left side.
So basically, the variable cost for me as a parent is only when the child almost drowned.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good business case.
Hopefully, a good case enough.
How much are you thinking of charging for it? And how are you planning on selling it?
Yeah, so first of all, when going to selling, we have 3 parts we mainly focus on. So first of all, the kids. Here we mainly go to tryout events. So for the tryout events, mainly on lakes or something, to catch up the kids, the parents, and also the grandparents maybe. Then also maybe like pixie books for the kids to learn how to do with the water, how to behave when water is there, how the danger is here. And also then online shops and definitely reviews and like social media.
And the cost, I think, was asked.
Yeah.
So the pricing is for the shirt €20, the initiator is about €25, and the refillment is €20.
So there we also want to build up the life cycle, like the environmental impact, so you can send back the initiator and it is reused, so you don't have to throw it away.
So it's how is it, 45 then? Or?
Yeah, it's 45 for the whole
bundle?
shirt with the initiator. So the first package is shirt with initiator, yeah. €45.
Are you planning to incorporate it into a, how do you call it, into a collection or like a fashion line, a fashion brand? How are you going to set it up and set up like the selling? Or is it going to be a rescue device? Or like,
no,
is it going to be fashion or a rescue device?
It should be more fashion. So we are planning to do sweaters and different kinds of clothing pieces. But at the moment, we just have the shirt.
So it's not swimwear, it's actual,
It's really for wearing it outside when you're near the water. And then it should just react in the emergency case.
Ah, okay.
Where do you plan to produce it? Or let it produce?
Yeah, currently our first shirts are self-production, but we are also in connection with producers in Portugal, because for us it's really important to produce like as local as we can. And for the initiators, we are currently in talks with like regional, Austrian companies.
So the initiator is not the problem. The clothing part, we have to look in different countries. In the best case, in Europe.
Perfect. Thank you very much to the jury.
Thank you.
And thank you, Airmaid. I mean, what a great pitches so far. I mean, we had one patient sitting here to show the need of getting a doctor very fast. We had the first prototype here, so really, really great enthusiasm of our startup so far, and also great enthusiasm from you guys. So thanks again for this round of applauses and for this vibe here, because it's super important also for our next startup coming up. It's Jerry Task from Corvinus University.
There are more and more issues that raise uncertainty towards the future. We have pollution both on a global and a local level. We had the pandemic very recently, and right now we have the Ukrainian war. And all of these issues lead to the same question. What can I do? How can I help? How can I make the world a better place? The simplest solution to this would be volunteering, right? You go out, you collect some trash, you take out the dog for a walk who lives in a shelter, or you just help the elderly in their everyday tasks. It sounds very simple, but actually it isn't. There's a lack of transparency because hundreds of organizations organize thousands of events every single year. There's an overcomplicated and often unnecessary application process, and inefficient event organization, since events are being organized through Facebook groups and email lists. At the same time, companies face a drive towards social responsibility from employees, customers, investors, and regulators. And this is a challenge to many companies, especially smaller ones. So how do we provide value to all three stakeholders? Our solution is ChariTask, an integrated platform for volunteering events. By collecting all of the events into one place and providing a simple solution to register to them with just one click, we eliminate the unnecessary bureaucracy from the process. Now you just have to answer one question. When will you be able to make the world a better place? We also offer a wide array of services to corporations, such as corporate volunteering, sponsorship counseling, detailed reporting, promoting their ESG efforts, and consultation. The revenue from these services is going to allow us to provide the services to volunteers and volunteering organizations for free. Our lean business model, easy scalability, and quick international expansion are going to allow us to become profitable by 2024. But the big question is there actually a need for such a platform? Have we validated our idea? Yes, we have. In March, we launched howtohelp.hu, which was a platform for volunteers during the Ukrainian refugee crisis. The site was a big success for us because more than 80,000 people visited the site and more than 1,200 of them registered to become a volunteer with us during the first 3 days. We also conducted interviews with more than 30 NGOs who expressed a keen interest in working with us. And now let's quickly summarize what is ahead. We're currently evaluating offers for the seed funding and developing the website, which we'll launch with our MVP in July. Later this year, we'll get Series A funding, and international expansion is going to follow early next year. And now very quickly about the team. We're a team of 5 with a diverse background, both academically and professionally, so I'm sure that we'll overcome any challenge that we'll meet. Together, we are ChariTask, and we will make volunteering simple. Thank you.
Questions?
So you have planned 2 financing rounds within 1 year. Why, and what's your burn rate?
Yes, we have a slide for that. So yes, 2 financing rounds. The first one is going to allow us to launch our MVP. We need some funds for marketing because we need to reach a critical size very quickly. It's just a very, very small round. And after that, we need a bigger round that's going to allow us to stay in business until we get the big breakthrough and become profitable.
You mentioned ESG, but so who will pay for this, and why you can improve the ESG rating? So I'm working for a corporate, and I want to improve the ESG rating. How help in that?
Right. Am I on? Yeah. I should be. Okay. So we have a wide array of services. As mentioned, corporate volunteering right now, for some big organizations it kind of works, but already takes away loads of resources. For smaller ones, it's close to impossible to find enough events and then to actually get feedback on those events and track the changes there. As for sponsorships, it's very easy to find a few big organizations in every single country, but obviously trusting smaller organizations with your money if they are not vetted is very risky. So we also have help with the vetting process there and allow you to actually sponsor events directly and take the feedback from your employees, which events and which organizations they want to sponsor. So it's more than just improving your ESG rating, it's also employee well-being within the company and improving their experience. And since everything is tracked both within sponsorships and with corporate volunteering, we can provide in-depth reporting on that data, how many hours were spent volunteering at different causes, how much was spent on sponsoring different causes, which is often not tracked well enough in smaller corporations especially.
Thank you for the pitch. I have a question regarding who your target volunteers would be. Would it be just employees of these corporations which are subscribed to the platform, or also individuals that are interested in doing volunteering?
As we've mentioned before, we've started to talk with more than 30 NGOs already. And first of all, we'd like to start with them and their organizations or our people, so they can start leveraging our website from the start. And then, since we've gathered enough people from their own people organizations, we're talking about civil organizations, then after that we can go toward people, for example, students who have a lot of free times, but they're scrolling through social media, and they just cannot find places on Google or on Facebook, because these events are nowhere to find. Because of course civil organizations do not have the know-how and the ability to maintain social media, maintain a website, and all these stuffs. So
Sum it up.
Yep, that's it.
I didn't expect that. Thank you very much, Charitas. Our next startup presenting here on stage will actually be Kangaroo Delivery, which is a startup from the University of Passau in Germany. And Victor will basically perform the pitch to introduce you to the startup Kangaroo Delivery. And Victor, please come on stage and enlighten us about your startup. Just a second, we have 2 seconds as well, and a round of applause.
Thank you. Since the Vienna Zoo didn't lend us any kangaroos, I have to do the jumping. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Kangaroo Delivery. I want to introduce you to Julia. Julia just finished university for the day and is about to begin her commute back home. What she's checking on her phone is whether there are any packages that she can pick up and deliver on her way and earn something for it. Why? The reality of last mile deliveries in big cities mean emissions, pollution, and a reduced life quality for residents. Currently, these problems are being addressed by conventional delivery services with electric vehicles or e-bikes. This, however, makes for a slow process and often cannot cover agglomerations. It is time to revolutionize last mile deliveries, and we believe the answer lies in the sharing economy. People traveling through the cities can pick up and deliver packages on their way, just like Julia. And since everybody's traveling anyways, there are no extra emissions. Our partner shops get a competitive price, and because of our cost structure, they don't have to fulfill volume quotas. Initially, we want to target small local green shops. Our carriers can pick up a package on the way and don't waste their commute and earn something for it. We know that sharing economy concepts have had legal issues in the past. That's why we've thoroughly checked that we're in the clear, and we're going to insure our carriers on their delivery journey. Finally, our customers can opt for a greener delivery and thus support the environment and a more sustainable society. A lot of research points out to the fact that customers are willing to pay more and wait longer for a greener delivery. We're testing our project currently in Budapest, where we have managed to gather over 250 carriers, and we deliver 3 packages daily. What we've learned so far is that packages are matched to couriers within a day and are delivered, again on average, within 2. Our competition mainly relies on, as I said, electric vehicles, or on CO2 certificates to compensate for their emissions. This, however, is not easily scalable for a point-to-point delivery solution system. By utilizing the network of everyday travel in cities, we can scale up a sustainable delivery solution easily. Let me introduce you to our team. We're an international, passionate, and energetic team which covers all of the necessary fields for our project to succeed. In addition, we have a very great mentorship. I want to introduce you to Mark, whose legal background is helping us with a strategic decision. I am in charge of operations and finance. Anton, as a great communicator, is in charge of partner acquisition and customer relations, and Henry is knowledgeable on logistics and has developed creative IT solutions in the past. It is time to help each other and be responsible for our future. If you want to take a step toward greener cities, please join us now. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. This is the time for the jury to ask questions to the team of Kangaroo Delivery. Don't be shy.
Yeah, very interesting idea, I think. But how are you going to? What's the pricing model for this? So where do you make your money, and how do you ensure that all the packages actually get home? And how does it work? I take a package from one place, and then I call the person. I knock on the door, and then I do the GLS driver thing, you know, throwing it into the garden, and I leave a note, or, you know, how do you ensure that?
All right, let me, in 3 minutes, it's a lot of info, but shortly our price model is here. As you can see, we charge €6, which is the average price for our beachhead market in Munich. We give €4 for the couriers, and €2 remain for ourselves. Every delivery includes an environmental donation, and you can see the profit before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. Toward your other question, we have an app where either you can put in the journeys that you usually take, and we'll push notifications to you when there are packages that are alongside the route, which are calculated by us, or you can actively input where you're going to, and we'll recommend packages for you to take. Statistics show that 95% of first attempt deliveries are successful, and you're right, second attempt deliveries are more difficult, but that's why our partner shop network is going to be a sort of a backup where if you do not manage to deliver the package to the respective person, you can just go to the near shop within 5 minutes and just drop it off there, just as any pickup point that other delivery service utilizes as well.
How do you manage with competition? I mean, it's I know. I mean, some of it, like Uber and others. What if they go into this, or Food Panda and others with food delivery, or there are pickup points and networks out there also that recently there are pickup machines being delivered. So this market is getting crowded. How do you compete with them?
Actually, they are not a competition, because everyone, you mentioned, for example, Food Panda, you mentioned the delivery services. For example, right now in Budapest, Volt and the Food Panda carriers are delivering for us as well, meaning if they are on their way, they can deliver for us packages as well. That means the people who you think are competitors, they are actually also on our side.
Exactly, and on top of all, we are in a B2C, in the B2C package delivery market, and not into the quick, within 1 hour food delivery. And while Uber may have a great network, Uber drives around with cars, and we don't want people taking their vehicles to drive around and deliver packages, because in the end will be just like conventional delivery services. We want people using public transportation, we want people using bikes, we want people just going to work and utilizing their free capacities when doing that.
How do you assure that this comes true and stays true?
We have a limitation of 30 packages per month per person, because our research has shown that this is a kind of as many as average person would be able to take during their normal commute. If somebody wants to do this more professionally, they get less money from us above these 30 packages, a bit less money, because the rest is being donated to the environment so that we can compensate. But this part is going to stay a marginal part of our business, mainly.
Last sentence.
Mainly what our testing in Budapest has shown is that people traveling are really willing and able to take a few number of packages per person, but still complete our system.
What a long sentence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I made the most of it.
That is really true, really entrepreneurial. He made the most of it, of the limited resources of just having one sentence left, so it was a very long sentence. But now, moving on, we're not only having the startup teams here today, but also the university representatives. And when I stand here with Johanna, I'm always watching the people, and you can really see that they are so motivated when their team is on stage. So you can really feel that the heart is also with them up here. And that's also a big shout out to you. You're all students, and I'm sure at your university, you also have some kind of university representatives that will always help you on an entrepreneurial journey. So don't be afraid. Always talk to them or talk to us. And now we're actually moving back to Vienna. We are coming now back to our university, and therefore I would like to invite Circle 1 from WU Vienna.
All of us have ordered something online before. Some a little more than others. But we all know the feeling of receiving way too much packaging. Actually, the paper industry produces as much CO2 as over 2 billion boat rides along the Danube every year. But now imagine that your packaging could be reused several hundreds of times. Even though the packaging industry is a multi-billion-dollar market just in the DACH region, existing packaging alternatives aren't able to establish themselves on this market. The end consumers aren't willing to return their packaging. This challenge is what we are solving. We are Charlotte and Manuel, and we are the founders of Circle 1, a sustainable packaging combined with a deposition system for the returning process. Together, we have a lot of experience in founding, intellectual property, marketing, and sales. Our ecosystem is based on incentives, and therefore customer-centered. We use recycled truck planes to build our product, and keeping the ownership on our end makes the business model highly scalable. We talk to over 20 online shops, fulfillment centers, and even the Ministry of Climate Change, and get very good feedback that they want to work with us. The system is easy. The end consumer returns their packaging in the existing deposition machines in the supermarket and gets paid for it. The technical solution for that has already been developed by our strategic partner, Pölzl, who is the producer of those machines. Our next steps are developing a second prototype or an MVP, closing the circle, and starting a trial with all the stakeholders included. If we can get only 1% of this huge market, we are not only contributing to a better world, but we are also highly profitable. In the future, e-commerce does not have to harm our planet anymore. We can pass on the convenience of the 21st century to our children and grandchildren. We can make the world better, day by day, order by order. Thank you.
Wow, still much time left, but anyways, let's move directly to the questions.
I think it's a very interesting idea. A few questions pop up. First of all, how do you approach your clients, which will be large e-commerce, I believe, companies, and what technical needs do they have? What do they have to install? What's the business model behind it? And then including the cleansing of the packaging, are you really more CO2 neutral? Yeah, many questions to go through.
Okay.
The entire life cycle.
Okay, I start with the approaching the clients. I've got a lot of experience in B2B sales, so it would be direct sales. We'll focus on the big groups, like, for example, who are operating 40+ shops or fulfillment centers who are packaging for thousands of online shops. So we are already in contact with them. We didn't develop the product and then went to the client. We went to the client and developed the product with their knowledge, actually. So that's our approach on that. What was the second question? Sorry.
The business model.
The business model. We charge a so-called packaging as a service fee, so it's like a normal price because we rent it, we don't sell it, we rent it, we have the ownership on our end. So when it comes back, we can rent it again. And on top of that, we have this deposition, which is paid up front, which is a massive financing tool for us to keep cash flow high. Yeah.
I have been in a logistics center once, and what I was seeing that not one package is looking the same. So how do you deal with different types, shapes of packages, which is like, okay, letters can be managed with this one, but how do you manage that one? And with the, returning, so that I need to return this big package, or the idea?
So our beachhead markets are basically online shops for clothing and books and something that it can be like in a standard size, for example. We are working on different other prototypes for bigger products, but to be honest, we can't face everything right now. This is our plan, and I'm sure in a few years we will also have a solution for bikes.
I have a question regarding the behavior of the customers that receive the package. They will be incentivized if they return it to the stores. What happens if they do not? Because they didn't pay anything up front, no? If I got it right.
They did.
They did, okay.
Yeah,
so
they
you
paid it
pay
up front.
as client, as end customer, you pay up front.
Yeah, exactly,
Okay.
exactly. So it turns right into profit on our side.
So you need some kind of infrastructure. So my question would be, how do you decide on which market to go to?
At the supermarkets, you mean? Or
No, the like Austria, Germany, or Switzerland, which would be your most favorable market?
Yeah, we will start in Austria, and we would like to do a small trial run in Germany as well, as our partner Pölzl, who is the producer of those machines, has his machines also in Germany. And we would like to start Germany as well, because the German market is way more trained on deposition systems than Austria. But in Austria, at least in 2025, this will be the case too.
Time is up. That was totally on point.
Thank
Give
you.
a round of applause for Circle 1. Thank you very much. We have 2 startups left, and let's move again to Germany for the startup Sinovative. It is a startup from the University of Applied Sciences in Regensburg. So please, 2 representatives of the team will actually be pitching the startup Sinovative. So please come on stage and perform your pitch.
Ow.
Imagine you couldn't hear anything. Life would be much more complicated, right? And that's why we, Sinovative, are here right now, because our vision is to create an independent life for deaf people. And that's why we want to share a story with you about Tom, because since his birth, he can't hear anything. But the problems has already started in the school, where he doesn't have the same opportunities like the other kids, which later on he suffers from financial problems, because every time when he applies for a job, he's always getting rejected. And meeting your friends and connect with other people, but for us is very normal, is for Tom almost impossible. But Tom is not alone with his problems, because they are 17 million people worldwide who are sharing the same problems. And we have also worked together with deaf people. And the one thing we can tell you is that the problems are real. And also, according to studies, deaf people are suffering 2 times more from mental health problems like depression or anxiety as hearing persons. And that's why we want to solve this problem by our AI software, sign language recognition, to enable a barrier-free communication between deaf and hearing persons and bringing them all together. And therefore, Tom has just to pay around 10 to 15 euros based on a subscription model in which we want to start first in the German market, But of course, we also want to expand our language selection step by step on the worldwide market and therefore help as many people as we can.
So, you are probably wondering how the whole thing works. Well, it's very easy. Let's imagine a situation where Tom wants to talk to a hearing person, Anna. So, by using gesture recognition, Tom's sign movements can be detected and translated into text. The hearing communication partner, Anna, types or maybe speaks her answer right into the mobile phone. This is then signed back by a 3D avatar. So all Tom needs is a smartphone with a camera function and our mobile phone app. After our first prototype, which you can see right here in the middle, we realized that it actually works, and we are now able to detect facial expression and translate first test signs. But let's take a look at our USP. It's gesture recognition, easy communication, accurate translation, and of course, the social value. And because of our USP, we are the only player at the top right corner of the market who offers somehow both the two-sided translation and the spontaneous communication. But the question now is, how do we want to do this? We have a great team, a really great team. We have expertise in software development with artificial intelligence, we have social workers, we have marketing experts, and us too with project management. We are Sinovative, and we want to make Tom's life more independent. Thank you for listening.
That was great timing. So please, Shuri, are there any questions you have?
Thank you for the pitch. Regarding how it actually works, does it only work for in-person interactions or also, for example, over a video call? And does it happen exactly in real time, or does it take maybe lags a few seconds until it actually does the translation to sign language?
Yeah, also it works real time for both. So for the, like I said, the two-sided communication for the hearing person and the deaf person. So real time, scanning, gesture recognition, and then the answer right into the phone. It could be both have a smartphone with the app, but only one person with a smartphone. It's both possible.
My first question was it's also for virtual interactions as well, or only in person?
We're therefore working also for a plug-in version. So therefore, if a deaf person, for example, wants to join a Zoom or something, then we can also put the avatar and also hear what you're saying and then translate it directly in real time. And therefore, our plug-in is definitely also in our timeline to make it real, also in the virtual world, but also in the physical world.
What's the business model?
The business model for this is a subscription model. So therefore, first, the people can just try the app for 30 days for free, and after that they can make the subscription model based on 10 to 15 euros based on a month, but also we're working with insurance companies maybe to make it possible also that the deaf people don't have to buy it. And from the business model perspective, we have two ways. So the first way is the B2C model, because our priority is first to help as many people as we can, but on the second way we also are working on for our B2B model, because we can work with public institutions, therefore making it possible if a deaf person who doesn't has this app, also to make it possible for the doctor or to the railway station or to the airport to communicate directly with the person and to make it totally barrier-free without having an interpreter for this.
More questions?
I don't know if you know that Google glasses were killed because people didn't like it, that other person was wearing it. And did you test it, that social interaction, so that someone is giving to another person a phone and, okay, hear me out?
Yes, we had several interviews with these people, and we asked them if it would be for them, if they would be afraid of giving their phone to another people or something. But they say if they need help in some situations, they would do it. But it's also possible with two phones, so you don't have to put a phone. You don't have to give the phone to another person. But in some situations, if you just have the application, you can give your phone to the other person and it would be possible. So in the interviews, they say they would do it.
So how far are you with this product? Do you already have this working and is functioning and just pressing a button and putting in the App Store and then launch it, or?
So it's very short answer.
So it's functioning on any device with a camera. Our prototype actually recognizes first test signs like letters, numbers, and we are now working on like words and then building sentences. That's our prototype, but we can already translate.
Perfect. And that's why we have our great also programmers here, that they're building right now the prototype, and it's really working, and we just need the data. And thank you very much for your questions and also for your listening.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. What a polite team. They actually said thank you to listening and thank you for the great questions. So maybe you're wondering, I told you in the beginning, or we told you that we have 7 universities. So what we did in the semi-final was that one team per university made it to the final. But if you have, and I'm sure you have, watched the pitches closely, you maybe have recognized that one university was twice, because we believe that the interaction of you guys and the audience, so to say, is very important. And therefore, we had in the semi-final given the chance to the audience to have crowd voting, and that's why we are happy to basically showcase you today 8 startups and not only 7 from the 7 universities. Anyways, now we are moving to the last team, and definitely, again, not last but least, that's why I'm really, really hoping you can give one time a big of applause to Trivieta Idu from BME Hungary.
Imagine a classroom full of excited teenagers, hardly waiting for the class to begin. Why? Because today's lesson is going to be playing a mobile game on the mobile phones. My name is Csaba Pankota, and I'm here to introduce you this very mobile game, an digital educational platform called Triviador Edu. Oops. Okay. Sure. There's a slide missing. Very nice. Anyway, sorry about this. The problem is that there are many products out there, but none of them is an actual game. And they rarely have a valid, real content. So we decided to approach this from the games angle and went to the developers of Triviador, the most popular trivia and strategy game in Hungary, and offered them the opportunity that we are going to develop it into an educational tool. The result? So the concept is that we are going to have the Triviador, the modified Triviador game engine as a mobile app, plus a teacher's module, which is a web-based application, plus a specially developed question database from the curriculum. The result is Triviador Edu, a real game that can be played on mobile phones, also in class and at home, controlled by the teachers, while having fun. Sorry. Well, we believe that with these features, Triviador Edu is going to be a favorite tool on the huge edtech market, and with the smartly chosen beachhead markets, which fit to our team's best and strongest features, strongest parts, we can get actual financial success pretty quickly. These are the selected beachhead markets, but we would also be very happy to step on the German market soon. We also conducted a market research to validate our most important, most pivotal questions about the game. And we got answers, some of them surprising. All the teachers were very happy to use it in class, and they also would be happy to write questions to the database. And they see it as a good way to involve kids, something which we didn't think about. To our great surprise, the majority of the parents said they would be willing to pay more than our initial asking price was. And the market, especially after the pandemic, is clearly there. This is the team behind Triviador Edu. We are 5 professionals from the MBA course of the Budapest Technical University with different fields of expertise and with exclusive license with Triviador.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
So how many games have you developed so far? And are you developing and programming and coding these yourself, or are you...
We are taking an existing game, we modify it, and we develop the extensions. We develop the newly developed part is the teachers module, and we are also developing the content.
I want to ask, how long have you been doing this for, and also what kind of feedback are you receiving on, or how you see it's working in schools?
The market research said that the feedback we got through the market research from the stakeholders, teachers, parents, kids, and educational experts was very positive. They loved the idea. Also, before the pandemic, we managed to get to an MVP, which we tried in a classroom. And again, the result was very promising. The kids all loved it, but we expected them to love it. But also the teachers liked it very much because it gave instant feedback about the performance of the kids, because she could see it on the screen.
And also, are you getting the kids to play on their own phones?
Yes.
I guess that.
Yes.
Assuming they will be
yes,
using their own.
Because they can also practice at home. That's very much the point. That it's not only in the classroom, but they can practice at home. There can be individual subscriptions, and there can be school licenses both. So the whole school can buy it in different subscription models, or parents can buy it for their kids to practice at home, to substitute maybe a private tutor.
You said that you partner with existing games. What does the partnership look like with the game studios that develop the games? And because in future, I believe you will not develop the game yourself because you're not a gaming studio. So what's the partnership look like in numbers or figures when it comes to rights and...
Yeah, we have at the moment a 50-50 deal. They are going to have 50% of the deal, and we have the other 50% of the deal.
So you don't pay any license for using the existing architecture?
Who is your customer? Because I think the parents pay, but the teachers need to decide to use it. And how do you incentivize the teachers to use it?
Actually, the teachers can hardly wait to use it. They understand the advantage of gamification. Teachers are well educated, and they just don't have the tools. That's the problem. So about the incentivification, teachers can also compete, because we expect them to write questions in a common database, and then regularly can be the best, the teacher writing the most questions and the best questions can get all kinds of prizes and acknowledgement, which is also a good thing. About the customers, the kids are customers, but and the parents are the paying party. But as a parent myself, I know that if my kids want it, I'm going to buy it. So it's as simple as this. Let's face it. I mean, this is it. So we need to convince them, but they also don't need much convincing because they love playing games. I'm sorry about this technical problems, but actually this is not the last presentation I made. I don't know why it's there. It's not the latest presentation. It's not in the database.
I think you did a great job. Let's
great.
give you a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So that was it. These were our 8 startups from the Danube Cup 2022 International Pitch Competition. And now it is our time to take the jury, deliberate, and see who will be winning this Danube Cup 2022.
Yes, so stay tuned. We will be back later on to announce the winners. And In the meantime, enjoy the next agenda point.
Exactly, and we will hand over back to James, who will take over the stage.
Thanks.
Thank you.
See ya.
A round of applause for the Danube Cup. And congratulations to all the finalists who made it this way. No matter what happens, you guys did an incredible job. I think getting exposure like this, getting involved in something like this, getting on a stage like this is in its own right, you know, like it's a rite of passage. So once you've done this once, twice, it starts to get a lot easier and you get a lot better at it. So, just gonna let it quiet down a little bit. You can exit quietly. So I'm really, really excited to bring someone very special onto the stage. He came all the way from London to speak with us today. He is a student in philosophy, politics, and economics at the University of Oxford. He's also the head of business development. Shh, please, guys, please be quiet on your way out. Thank you. He's also the head of business development and part of the leadership team at Team Tumbleweed. Now, if you don't know who Team Tumbleweed are, you actually should. I didn't know either, but I looked into them, and I think it's really quite incredible what they're doing. This is a student-led deep space tech enterprise that's developing a Mars rover. And essentially, they're trying to revolutionize space exploration with the vision of making deep space available for everyone, right? So we know that space exploration, space research is quite something that's owned by, you know, the rich and the powerful, and these guys are trying to change that. So I'm really excited to hear what our speaker Guru has to say. Welcome onto the stage, Guru. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing today?
Good.
In a world that is constantly moving, and in a society that continuously pushes the frontiers of innovation, what does it mean to dare to change? I suppose all of you are here because you buy into this notion that daring to change is something we should pursue. After all, that is today's conference theme. And while this is a seemingly simple statement, there is more to it than meets the eye. When change is the status quo, rather than an aberration from it, and all of us have the audacity to face this change every day, how can we meaningfully dare to change? Today, I will attempt to make some inroads into this question by sharing some of my experience in the space tech industry. But first, here's a sketch of what daring to change might look like. Picture this. Just outside Vienna, two friends are in art class, and they begin to zone out while their teacher drones on. Having both heard of a space technology competition that they were interested in, they decided to put their minds together and innovate. Their initial ideas ranged from novel moon bases to hopping rovers. But not long after that fateful art class, they encountered a study on high wind speeds in Casma Boreale on Mars. Having watched a spaghetti western just a couple days earlier, a light bulb flicked in both of their heads. Why not harness Martian winds to propel rovers like tumbleweeds in a Wild Wild West film? This would reduce power requirements as rovers would self-propagate and would allow more of Mars than ever before to be explored. For current rovers navigate a small area at a glacial pace. Several prototypes, tireless hours, and many cups of coffee later, the idea born in art class and inspired by Hollywood won the Odysseus Space Competition, selected by a panel of experts in Toulouse, over 1,000 kilometers from where their journey began. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you just heard recounts the origins of Team Tumbleweed. From our humble foundations in a garage in Wiener Neustadt, our team has grown to over 70 members across 12 countries. On behalf of Julian Rotenbuchner and Ona Mikulskite, who are regrettably unable to join me today, my name is Gurubharan Ganeson, and as a member of the leadership team at Team Tumbleweed, I deal with our commercial and legal matters. At Team Tumbleweed, more broadly, we work with the European Space Agency to develop deep space technologies, most notably our novel wind-driven Mars rover. And we do all of this in pursuit of our vision, deep space for everyone. But how did we get from two inspired geeks to a robust organization breaking ground internationally? Over my time thus far at Team Tumbleweed, I have had not just the privilege of working with a dedicated team, but also the chance to learn a few things about what it takes for a team to make daring to change its ethos. In particular, I've learned that the most successful change makers have three things in common. They listen actively, adapt quickly, and commit resolutely. First, active listening is essential for meaningful change. Now, what do I mean by active listening? To me, active listening entails more than just paying attention during a conversation. It also requires a dogged pursuit of learning, at times in areas that one may not realize are important ex ante. Let us think of active listening then in two categories: negotiation and self-development. On one hand, the negotiation facet of active listening consists in effectively navigating our interactions with others. By negotiation, I'm of course referring to any interaction you may have with others where your interests may not be aligned with theirs. Without knowing it, we face many negotiations each day, ranging from walking past strangers on the sidewalk to sharing dinner with family. Though the relevance of the general skills of negotiation appear clear, these quotidian events that I have cited may seem estranged from the concepts such as entrepreneurship and daring to change with which I began. Let us not forget more typical instances of negotiation. Whether you're pitching your idea to a boardroom full of investors or haggling over a workshop for your team, you will need to negotiate effectively to excel in your entrepreneurial endeavors and to overcome the hurdles between your idea and meaningful change. Crucially, effective negotiation requires effective listening. If we are able to pay attention to others with whom we are interacting, we gain unprecedented access to their incentives, to what drives them, to what makes them tick. All too often, negotiation advice is focused on what to say rather than what to do when not speaking or acting oneself. A disregard for the needs and wants of others places you at a disadvantage and one step further from the change that you seek. Importantly, we should not just be listening passively, but rather we should be seeking more information and looking out for ways to reach a mutually agreeable resolution. It is this latter skill that represents active listening in negotiation. But don't just take it from me. The story of former FBI negotiator Chris Voss reflects this message well. Voss has spent 24 years working in the FBI Crisis Negotiation Unit and was the FBI's chief international hostage and kidnapping negotiator from 2003 to 2007. According to Voss, who has handled over 150 international hostage cases, quote, "The sweetest two words in any negotiation are, 'That's right.' Getting an adversary or negotiation partner to say, quote, 'That's right,' is a sign not only that they are agreeing with you, but that you've begun to understand their perspectives and incentives. Crucially, arriving at such a point requires you to extract these perspectives and incentives from them. And this tactical empathy, to use Voss's words, is most effectively achieved through active listening. On the other hand, active listening as self-development has the potential to help not just during, but also before an entrepreneurial journey. In contrast to active listening as negotiation, the acknowledgement and pursuit of opportunities for self-development across diverse areas requires one to throw oneself into a learning environment. This is distinctively a form of active listening, because seeking self-development provides more opportunities to listen and to the knowledge and expertise of others. These experiences are pivotal in any attempt to drive change, because none of us are experts in all areas. Despite the many strengths that we may have, our decision-making can often be improved via added perspective and support in areas where we may be deficient. To embody this at Team Tumbleweed, we've engaged with a large network of experts and mentors that we have curated. On technical matters, we've consulted experts at NASA, the European Space Agency, and Austrian Space Forum, as well as university professors across the world. In line with their expertise, we have refined our methods and objective, which in turn has drastically improved our efficiency and success. Given the high risk, long development horizons, and astronomical fixed cost of any space mission, penetrating this highly concentrated market has certainly been a challenging endeavor. But through the support of these networks, we have been able to acquire sponsorship to fund our development, as well as advice to guide it. And even on non-technical matters, we found that communicating with experts can help the team flourish. We've sought support on matters ranging from how to set goals for the team and how to communicate with changing expectations to team members. These are just a few of the many areas in which my colleagues in leadership and I have grown with the support of active listening. Ultimately, you don't need to know everything to make your change successful, but you must be willing to learn. Secondly, longevity of a successful endeavor can only be obtained through flexibility, which makes adapting quickly essential. Perhaps this will seem a bit more obvious to you than the preceding point about active listening, but I believe that it nonetheless bears mentioning. I'd contend that great adaptability requires a clear understanding of one's circumstances, which can be aided by active listening, but it also requires creativity with respect to threats and opportunities. Creativity in this context allows for the development of novel solutions, and it is this novelty that is the first step to meaningful change. As I alluded to earlier on, we face lots of change every day. So for meaningful change to be qualitatively different from regular change, we must deliver this change effectively. In particular, changing external circumstances may threaten the development of your team, so adjusting to new developments is crucial to smooth progress. We've experienced the utility of quick adaptation firsthand at Team Tumbleweed. When we joined the European Space Agency's incubation program, our team had fewer than 10 members. But suddenly, we had received a massive increase in both funding and our mandate to pursue development. So we had to recruit lots of new members and expand the team considerably. But this was the easy bit of adaptation. It's not hard to find smart and dedicated people who are excited by the prospect of reaching Mars. However, the greater challenge was overcoming the change in team dynamic that this brought along. From a group of a few close friends, we're probably going to go through more mics today than anyone else today. From a group of a few close friends, we expanded to almost 100 members across 5 continents in just a few months. Thus, to preserve team culture and promote the longevity of our organization, we needed to formalize internal policies so as to standardize our practices, promote opportunities for development within the team to increase member responsibility to engage with these issues and pour our effort into rectifying them. Full disclosure here, I am making no such claims. To be clear, I'm not telling you to disbelieve either these messages or the people behind them. Many of them know much more than I do, and many of them are probably right. But today, I do not intend to prophesize about the state of society later this century, nor do I intend to bestow upon you some Herculean moral burden with respect to the state of the world. Today, I have simply shared with you a handful of experiences, and let me conclude by offering a final observation. Boldness inheres in the human condition. Since the dawn of humanity, progress has been driven by exuberant and eccentric visionaries. From tools with stone and flint, we've developed electricity, flown planes across the ocean, and sent humans to the moon. At every stage, society has been molded by those willing to shake up the status quo. So, whether we're in art or in tech, in a startup or in a multinational corporation, on Earth or in space, if we want meaningful change, we must dare to realize it. Thank you.
Guru, thank you so much. So can you guys still can't hear me, hey? On the mic? No. So, well, good timing, the whole system just failed, right? But thank you very much for that really inspirational speech. It seems like a lot of people really enjoyed it. Are there any, I'd love to turn to the audience for some questions. Do you guys have some questions? Come on, we got one question over here.
So at our current stage, we're not fully in a startup mode yet, as most of us in the team are students, and all of us are volunteers. So the current sort of setup of the organization is that we are more of a research organization, and we intend to commercialize very soon. So as a result, we have more public funding than private funding at the moment, but this is something that we intend to change very shortly. Just to give you some idea of several points along our timeline, we intend to have a full Earth demonstrator of our rover ready by the end of 2024. And we're in talks to potentially get one rover into space by 2026. So we're keeping our fingers crossed on that.
When will it be on Mars?
So our plan for the rover to be on Mars is early in the 2030s. And naturally, in space exploration, development timelines are extremely long.
Just ask him, because then I will tell my family, oh, look, I know the guy,
So, just to clarify, the full Mars mission would be scheduled for early in the 2030s, but we aim to have potentially at least one rover as a trial sort of on Mars later in this decade, so potentially 2026 to 2028.
More questions, and the microphone's coming down.
I think
sounds
okay.
back on.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's important that we use our mics because there's a whole bunch of people streaming through there via YouTube, so they can hear us as well.
Hi. After forming the initial team of 10 persons, where did you find other cooperators?
Sure, thanks for that. So initially, broadening the team was something that was done by word of mouth, but obviously we had an application page on our website, and so through a very aggressive social media platform, and for this I have to thank Amy, who's on our team, we've been able to recruit people from across the world. Part of this is because when the organization was started in Vienna, our founders were still in school, but later they all went to various universities. So one of them was at Stanford, another one at TU Delft, and so this is how we broadened some of our horizons beyond just Vienna. I, for instance, was recruited to the team when I was still living in Vienna, but now, of course, I'm based in the UK. And I think with lots of people sort of operating remotely, this definitely helped us to recruit recruit people across the world. And yeah, I hope I've answered your question.
More questions? Any more questions, guys? No, I'd like to ask, I think you might have, I'm not sure if you spoke about it, but when is the projected next, when will you be putting the tumbleweed on to Mars?
So as I responded to sort of this gentleman a few minutes ago, the plan is to have an Earth demonstrator concept ready by 2024, and by 2026, we're looking to potentially get one rover onto Mars by piggybacking off of another mission, and the full Mars mission would be scheduled for early in the 2030s.
Okay, fantastic. More questions, guys? Apologies for that. I was just busy with the sound. Question over here. Microphone.
Right behind me. Thank you. It was a really inspirational speech. So when and how can I get to explore deep space?
It's a fantastic question. So let me break this down into two parts. I think that there's sort of two ways to interpret our vision of deep space for everyone, which I think is what you're referring to. On one hand, we want to ensure that we have more stakeholders involved in the process of exploring deep space. And so this is something which we obviously aim to achieve with lower cost and having more missions, which allows for more payloads and more research interests to be represented on Mars. But in terms of individual people sort of getting onto Mars, that's not quite my domain of expertise. You might have to ask Elon Musk on that.
Any more questions? Questions, guys? Over there. Wait for the mic. It's coming quickly. Right, Constantine.
This question of interest. How big is the prototype?
So yeah, maybe if you could show the slide that I had. The prototype is around 2.5 meters tall. So a little bit taller than your regular person, and so this is a sort of a current mock-up of the rover that we have at our workshop in Vienna.
And how is it supposed to go over mountains or some? Yeah.
Excellent question. So naturally, this is a concern that many people have raised. When we think about where Mars rovers and Mars exploration is right now, the way it works is that a rover is dropped into a particular area which has been surveyed to be, let's say, rather flat and easy to navigate, and then data is sent to the rover to tell it where to move very slowly over the course of its time on the red planet. What we would aim to do then is to allow for our rovers to be dropped on a particular spot on Mars and then have them be scattered by the Martian winds. So if you think about it, even if, let's say, one of our rovers were to hit let's say some sort of obstacle, be it a ravine or a mountain or something of that sort, we would have already covered more ground than any of the rovers which have already been on Mars. So that's the first thing. Secondly, we are working on various systems to potentially stop the rover from, let's say, falling into a ravine or hitting some sort of obstacle through our visual odometry systems, which might be able to provide some sort of image effectively to the rover, which can then anchor it. So we wouldn't then have been navigating around mountains, let's say, but rather it would be anchored so we can continue to get data on the Martian atmosphere and soil during the period when it's on Mars.
Awesome, guys. Gurubharan, thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And of course, a big apologies for all of our sound failures. It seemed like the whole sound system went down for a moment, and now we're back on. So you can hear me, right? We're loud and clear. It was a bit stressful. But you know, like the test of any entrepreneur is how they handle under heat, right? So we did okay, I think. I give us like a 7.5 out of 10. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect. So we're back to the Danube Cup. And so without further ado, I'm going to welcome back onto the stage Monique and Johanna, and I think we're going to let our jury come back and sit down. So time back for the Danube Cup. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, James.
Oh, thank you.
We are back from the jury deliberation and brought the trophy for the winning startup. Maybe I will put it somewhere in between, because I also have some vouchers for our teams, but we are not spoiling it yet.
That was planned in order to make it a bit more fun, because we know that everyone is like super nervous now, and that therefore we did that.
Okay, James, thank you very much for supporting. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Before we will announce the winners, maybe let's have a little sneak peek on how the jury deliberation went. Markus from the jury, would you like to come on stage and tell us a little bit how it went?
Because we can tell you it was really, really hard. So we have been up there discussing who is going to win the first and second prize, and it took us really, really long. And wouldn't it be for you, we would be still discussing probably. But we have had come to a decision, and maybe you would like to enlighten us how it was.
Yeah, it's like what they call a hung jury almost. So a really, really tight race. I must say I was extremely impressed by the quality of the pitches, by the quality of the ideas. Very, very impressed. Must say, I did not expect that. I thought this was like a little bit of a, seeing some young people throwing around some ideas, but very, very close to what's really needed out there in real life when you pitch and you want to get millions of euros out of investors' pockets. So really fantastic. I just hope that many of those ideas, or many of the team members of those ideas, take the step to and have the balls to go out and try the idea and try to bring it into reality. Because and just one more sentence. And because many times, people ask, well, the politics need to do this, the business needs to do that, my local politics need to do this to support entrepreneurship in a country. And it starts here. This was to me really an eye-opener. It starts here, it starts with you guys. You have nothing to lose when you come from university. You just go for it, and you fail, and you get up, and you just try your next idea. And this is what this country, what this world needs, is young people with great ideas and big cojones, as they say.
What a great ending.
Thank you, Markus. So, maybe let's say all of the teams participating today were winners. You're not only all go home with a certificate, you're all going home with a goodie bag, and you will all get free tickets to the Viva Technology Festival in Paris at the mid of June. So that is absolutely something. Woo! And we had difficulties on deciding who is the second place at the Danube Cup final pitch competition. So we decided to change the rules a little bit, and we decided to go for 2 second places. And this was too quick. Let's announce who is the second place, but for that I would like to ask Paul, one of the founders of the Danube Cup, to come on stage and hand over the voucher to the 2 startups that are winning the second place.
A big of applause.
The 2 startups will actually get 500 euros of cash prize and also day tickets for the plug-and-play co-working space and an additional mentoring session. And the 2 winners of second places are
Signorative OTH and Circle 1 VO.
Come up on stage.
Let's take a photo.
And most importantly, take your check, even though you have to share it now.
Congratulations. You did an amazing job. Okay, let's gather around for a nice photo as a memory. They are cheering. Yeah! Thank you very much, and I hope we will hear a lot from you in the near future. Keep on the good work.
Thank you. And now, I'm always trying to hide it so that no one can actually see it before we announce it, because that would be too sad. We are now announcing the first prize. So, what is the first prize going to get? Most importantly, of course, the trophy. The trophy which actually was now 5 minutes ago in the center of attention, so that beautiful one. Then, in addition to that, a cash prize worth €1,000, free co-working space of plug and play for 4 weeks and 1 weekly mentoring session, which is really great, especially in these early stages. You can need a lot of place to work and get feedback to iterate. And startup tickets to WHU Founders Conference Idea Lab in Germany. So, with all these prizes in mind, who is going to win it? Johanna?
Yeah. On a count of 3.
On a count of 3.
3,
2,
1.
Airmaid! That is real joy. Congratulations.
Congratulations. I will hand you the trophy, and also let's take a picture.
Yeah! Perfect.
Fantastic. It's pretty heavy, yeah.
We
but
saw
it's
that
also,
before.
It's also hard work to rock this stage, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You're welcome.
Cool. Thanks again, and enjoy the win.
Before we end the Danube Cup 2022, we would like to announce the hosts of the Danube Cup next year. And please, Patrick and Maria, come on stage and enlighten us about what will happen next year.
Yeah, next year we will have the final and the semi-final jointly together in the city along 2 cities along the Danube River, of course. And that's Passau and Regensburg. And so the semi-final next year hopefully will be in presence too. And that's our trick, to have the semi-final and the final in the 2 cities. And maybe, shall I hand over to Passau? Or
yeah, what can we expect?
We really work together really greatly, but you don't get the mic.
Maybe a little sneak peek. What can we expect?
Well, you can expect, as you see behind us, 2 very beautiful cities you will be able to visit. And as Patrick already said, we hope that we will be able to do the Danube Cup in presence. Maybe also change the format a bit, so we have a really intense working days with you, so you can really work on your pitches together and form the network even more along the Danube. And we're really looking forward to being the hosts next year. And thank you very much to the very great organization here in Vienna. We enjoyed the time here and are really happy to do it next year, right?
Yes, I hope we can manage to be hosts almost as good as you did.
Definitely.
And Budapest in the previous year. And really great to collaborate along the Danube River. Actually, I met Janos for the first time in the early 2000s, when they all thought we were crazy to bring entrepreneurship to universities. And they laughed and they said they are just kids and they don't know what they're doing and so on. But here we are.
Here we are, and we are very much looking forward to seeing you in Bavaria next year. Thank you very much. With that being said, thank you very much to the entire Danube Cup network for being part of this journey. It was incredible. And
thank also you for attending, for cheering our teams up, for celebrating the winners now. It was a real pleasure. Actually, I think Johanna and me are already dressed for next year in Bavaria, so we can directly go there. And therefore we say also from our side, thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of the Entrepreneurship Avenue Conference.
Heading back to James.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh. All right, guys, so a small chill now, 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back for a panel on learning from failure. That will be followed by the final pitch competition, and then we'll be moving on with the rest of the day. I would like to ask the Entrepreneurship Avenue jury members to slowly make their way over here so that we can do all the organization that we need to. Thank you, guys. See you in 10 minutes.
Hallo? Kann ich noch mehr sagen, oder? Ah.
Mic check.
One more moment, because I don't know what he's doing.
All right. All right, everybody. The chaos is happening, right? It's the sound is chaotic, right? Technology. It's 2022 and we're still struggling with technology. It's a bit crazy. So if those outside can hear me, come inside and join us because we have a really awesome panel that we're about to hear from. So we're going to be hearing from some amazing entrepreneurs, founders, presidents of societies about learning from failure. We all know that we fuck up, right? And it's all about learning from those fuck-ups. It's about learning from those failures, standing up when you've been knocked down and making the most of it. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Valerie, who will be moderating this. Valerie is a founder of Circular Co-Creation. We also have Stephanie, founder, Chemi on Tour, Sarah Marie, the founder of Shranko, Christoph, the founder of Pet Aid, Michael, the president of Sigma Squared. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good to see such an engaged crowd in here. Who did like the program so far today? Have you already learned something helpful? Show of hands, who has learned something that they want to apply afterwards? Ooh, that's not that many. Because you have had a packed program, but a lot of times people just talk about the successful stories, the things that turned out right. And what is really interesting are the things that are happening behind the curtains, right? So the brilliant failures that you actually can to learn from. And I'm so happy to have found a few founders who are willing to share their stories with you. You have Stephanie, you have Sarah, Christoph, and Michael. And I would just like for you to tell your own story, to share what problem you're currently solving with your startup, and your own connection to learning from failures. Stephanie, would you like to answer?
I'm very proud to be here today. My name is Stephanie Allworth, and I'm from the team of Chemie on Tour. Together, we are bringing experimental chemistry back to classrooms with experimental lectures and workshops to inspire the future generation. As many of you will know, if you ask your colleagues or yourselves, the subject you hated the most was chemistry, and we're here to change that. And the reason I'm here today is to speak about different things that can happen along the way, and we'll get more into that along the time.
Because you started in the beginning of COVID, right?
Yes, we founded our association a month before COVID hit, which is not the best timing you could choose.
Amazing. Looking forward to hear from your pivots there. Sarah, what about you?
Yes, so I'm the co-founder of Schrankel. Schrankel is the smallest and smartest office canteen. So through IoT and data analytics, we exactly know what our customers, what people in offices want to eat. So looking forward to talk more about that. And for failure, we try in our company to really develop a failure acceptance culture. So we say it's fine to fail, just don't fail in the same way twice, if you can.
Amazing. So those are the brilliant failures we were mentioning, right? Like the ones that you have to commit that are unavoidable, but then just go sit down and learn from it, right?
Exactly.
Cool. What about you, Christoph?
Yeah, my name is Christoph. I'm the founder of PetAid, the guardian angel for your pet, because your pet trusts in you. So what we are doing is we help pet owners to do the best in a medical way for their animals, that they have all the data along and also telemedicine. And yeah, about failures, we made a few of them, of course. And yeah, my opinion is it's better to make quick decisions, and there's a failure included than waiting too long and making no decision.
Cool, so the typical lean startup approach. Cool. Michael.
Hello, I'm Isha. I'm an entrepreneur for a couple of years now, and I'd say a professional failure expert. Started with karate. I did karate for many years professionally and just learned how not to fight. I did a startup for 2 years and learned how not to build products. And now I lead a product agency that helps people to build products that actually work by failing and iterating until the thing works the way it has to work and the way the client wants it. And apart from that, I'm leading a community of entrepreneurs under 26 called Sigma Squared Society. And it's very cool to be here because failure is one of my favorite topics to talk about, and it's cool to be invited the second time to talk about failure.
Glad to have you here. Yes, you were already talking in the Fuck Up Night about your failures, right? Glad to have you here again and maybe go more into depth on what you've learned so far. You all started your business not that long ago, I think. One to the utmost, like 2 years, right before COVID. You had a business idea, some solution you had. What assumptions did you start out with, and how did they turn out? Did they turn out to be correct? How did you test them?
Might start with that one. So you would hope and you would wish that education would be something that's important to our country. And then you look at schools and you see how education is practically done. And I mean, you could cry or you could realize that there's something needs to be done at that point. And that's the point where we started, and we wanted to change how chemistry was taught, because there's so many teachers who haven't studied chemistry themselves, so physics or chemistry teachers, physics or biology teachers who teach chemistry and therefore miss the skills that are necessary to teach chemistry in an exciting way. And we wanted to find a way to give other people our knowledge, and we found the best way was to actually work with how could we add on to the education system as it is, instead of changing everything from the bottom up.
So you were quite realistic in your approach. You didn't like go for Mars right away, but more like a step-by-step approach.
Yeah, we had the additional help that we had a direct insight into the problem, because the father of one of my co-founders was actually a physics teacher himself who was teaching chemistry and had exactly this problem. So we'd already seen the problem at its source and realized that it was a problem at many different schools Austria-wide. So that helped us definitely to stay focused on the problem, yes.
Okay, so you had actually your own problem. Before you were starting to study, you saw what was going wrong, and then you started solving this. I think, Christoph, you had something very similar. You had this one experience that maybe you want to tell us about that more in detail.
Yeah, it's a classical customer-driven innovation. So we had a problem. The only thing that we discovered a lot of problems with the pet and doing the best in a medical way for the pet. And what we then did before we started with the business directly, we made a market research, or we took a market research company, and they showed us very good very good numbers. So 75% of the people requested such a service. But still, also there are failures. So market research companies always working for you, and the way they ask questions is not always the best way. So the 75% are a little bit high, but still the demand is there. And yeah, out on the market you can learn the best what is demanded and what not.
So did the first price you started out with work out well, or were people willing to pay the price you were asking them?
Yeah.
Because you tested enough in advance?
Yeah, we tested a lot, and also we tested also with friends, and we also talked a lot with veterinarians and problems that come up. So we had a good insight into that whole topic. But in the end, you have to try it out in the market. So what does the customer or potential customer give as feedback? And then, yeah, you always have to change some things. But yeah, we're quite confident right now.
You said you had an opposite story, Michael, right? You said your startup failed.
Again?
One of your ideas, it failed. So it was a bit of a different experience.
Yeah, it would be wonderful if it was just one, but it was a couple. But yeah, the first one I did all things that you should not be doing when starting your first company and when building a product in general. We had this idea, like nearly every second person that starts their first startup while university, helping people to connect no matter where they are. So it's a social network, and you travel around the world, and no matter where you go, you always meet people that are like-minded. And honestly, I feel like every second 18, 19-year-old person does exactly this. So I had this idea, we started it, and as you would do as a startup founder, we developed it for basically a year until the platform was working, and then we put it on the market, and nobody wanted it. And then we had to restart from scratch. And then we had COVID start, basically come in, kick it away, and let us develop a new product that actually worked, and we managed to scale. So we then built a contact tracing app for the Georgian government. But in the first one, we just learned exactly how to not do things and why it is so important to be iterative, to understand what users, what your customer actually wants, and to fail very often and very quickly so you can iterate and build stuff that is actually needed.
Very interesting. Sarah, you also said that you actually had the idea for your startup while you were still working somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you go about that?
Yeah, I think I have a similar story as Christoph. So I was in consulting, and as my co-founder, actually, we were working long hours, and it's always the case. You don't have time to eat in the lunch break when the canteen is open, or there is no canteen, and in the evening, let's not talk about it because everything is closed. So we thought it cannot be that there is no solution for that, and let's do something about it, because like us, there is a lot of busy people out there who value good food, and yeah, that's our idea basically.
So what did you risk when you went after that idea?
Yeah, so I started next to my old job, so I started, let's say, with low risk, but I also set myself a deadline, so if we don't see a market for this product in a short time, then I go back to my job. And then it brought a bit of pressure to us because we thought we must go fast to the market and test it very fast with the first clients. So we were not ready 100% yet when we had our first clients, but yeah, we thought we might test it. We must do it fast to get feedback, and we did it, yeah.
How did you put up the money at the beginning?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we approached the first investors, and they told us, yeah, nice idea, but it's difficult. Fine, that's why nobody did it yet. So we put our own money at the beginning, so that was actually a bit more risk-taking from our side, because we were even more committed. And actually, for the first 9 months, we went on with bootstrapping, so we started very cheap, let's say. And we got really used to failure, because we could not afford actually to invest a huge amount of money with a big team and so on, but we had to go on like testing a little bit and then seeing if it's working, and then going a bit more ahead, seeing if it's working, and so on.
Cool. How did the others go about financing?
Bootstrapping and burning a lot of their own money. That's the short version.
Same, we were also bootstrapped. No VC money here.
Different ways. Different ways. I mean, the first one, we got a little bit of a federal funding. It's from the AWS First. It's like a very cool program that if you're a first-time founder or basically getting into entrepreneurship with an idea, ideal thing, wonderful. Learned a lot there, and we just got like your 400 euros a month per founder when you're 18 is just wonderful because you get to focus on your startup. And then we ended up making 0 revenue, so that was that one. With the second one, I mean, our team, it was a nonprofit, so we built a contact tracing app when COVID hit. And it was wonderful because we started just 2 days before the first lockdown. And then 2 days after we started, nobody had to work anymore, but everyone was getting paid. So we managed to scale our team to around 80 people in a very short time, everyone working crazy hours. So the weekends, the weeks, five weeks after we had the idea, the app was actually launched and we had 150,000 downloads on the first day. And it was absolutely incredible because everyone was getting paid without us having to finance it. So it was the ideal startup dream, I'd say. So that was this one, no financing needed. And now it's in the agency context. So I mean, it's a bootstrapped agency that we had. And then at the end of last year, we sold it to a German agency. So now I own a little share in the Austrian part, and I'm just helping to grow the team. But there was never an investment needed so far.
So you took the opportunity when there was this uncertain condition of COVID in the beginning, you took that opportunity and turned it into something positive for you as a startup.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was a very tough time, and I think there's a lot of tough times coming up like in the near future with inflation going up, wars, climate change. But if you look at it from an entrepreneurial perspective, so many things are failing and so many of these things need solutions, and it's just a very exciting time if you forget that many people have to suffer, unfortunately. So with COVID, it was just that. Where are things we can work on and I can solve, and that's how this started.
Stephanie, you were in the same situation.
Very similar situation. We started our association in February 2020, and we had already tested our idea, so we had all the equipment necessary, and we would drive to schools and do experimental lectures for 2 hours. So this works brilliantly as long as you, as an external person, are allowed to go into a school. The moment this is not allowed anymore for 2 years, it becomes kind of difficult. And as I told you, time frame-wise, 1.5 months after we really started off, we realized we'd have to change everything. But what was on our side in this case is that not only did we realize that everything had to change, but everybody realized this. So from home office possibilities to the education system, everything changed. And the big thing that changed in the education system is that people realized they had to find a way to have digital schooling and education. And we used exactly that. So we found a way that students would do experiments with us, but we wouldn't be in the classroom. Now, obviously, this doesn't sound particularly new nowadays that you say, okay, it's just a workshop, it's just a webinar, we spend most of our time there. But the big difference is that all the equipment that the students need doesn't need to be acquired by a teacher, but we send it there per post beforehand. Sounds simple, but when we're talking about a chemistry context, you realize it becomes kind of expensive to send chemicals per post.
And it's a lot about experimenting in your courses, right? What do students learn? I mean, experimenting is all about culture of failure and trying out new things.
So we work with the students in a way that they get a set with everything that they need, and we get them to set everything up in front of them, and then we go like, okay, so we'll start off. What's the most interesting thing to you? So we get the whole class to decide on what we want to experiment with first, and then we build along this way. So there's a lot of question and answers and deciding what could happen when I do this and that, and exactly this thing is extremely important mindset-wise. So on the one hand, we're teaching chemistry and showing them how experiments work, but on the other hand, we are also teaching them to be inquisitive, to ask themselves, why does this work? Why should I do that? Or what would happen and why shouldn't I do that in some
Basically,
cases?
you're teaching them entrepreneurial competencies.
I hope so.
Lovely. What about you, Christoph? How was it for you when you started with COVID and everything else? Were there any changes in the market?
COVID changed the market as more people bought animals. So this was a change that was not bad for the animals or for the people as long as home office was there. We saw then the problems coming up with this topic when people had to move back to the office, and a puppy is at home suddenly not attended for like 8 hours, 9 hours. It's a huge problem because they are not trained, and yeah, they're making a big mess. And also a lot of people bought an animal because of loneliness, but they didn't really take care of what does an animal need as attention, medical care and stuff like that. So this was for sure a helper for our app, because in our app you are prepared for emergencies, so you can, similar to Elga for human beings, you can store all the information inside this app. You also have a fire button when an emergency comes up, so that everything is put together in one PDF and you can send it directly to the next vet. So this helps the people, but we also discovered that from the first idea we thought that this is the product, and we had some more modules that we want to bring over the next years, but we discovered that this is good, but it is not enough for really doing good for the animals. So our claim to be the guardian angel of a pet is not fulfilled yet, and so this is the reason why we are starting now with telemedicine. So with minor issues, you can call or request a veterinarian video call in German or English and ask questions, ask about diseases, whatever. So this will then make the whole picture, and so in the beginning I told it's bootstrapping, and you said before we entered, men usually talk about investment, so yeah, I'm coming back to investment. We had a small investment last year, and an investor gave us 50,000 euros, but of course for this next steps we are raising now again, and we are talking with business angels and so on, but we're also making crowdfunding, because it's a very emotional topic and the product really helps people with animals, so we will start a crowdfunding too at the end of the week. So in the end, startup is about failing, and failing usually requires money to keep on going, and so it's raising all of the time more or less when you do a startup. So either you're lucky and you got enough money in the beginning from relatives or from a very, very kind business angel, or you have to bootstrap, and always a big part of your time always is designated to pitching decks, business plans, and pitching and talking. So this is also a big part of the startup life, not only the fun on working on your product, there's also a lot on your failures and financial stuff.
Well, it's said that it's best to get your money from the 3 Fs, friends, family, and fools.
Yeah.
But then not to ask them for feedback, because they're not going to be honest. They're going to love everything you do, right?
Yeah, and I wouldn't recommend to take fools. So friends and family, yes, fools become a problem latest when you get a professional investor on board. Then he will have a problem with a fool. And so it's better to stick to family and friends, preferably your own money, because yeah, then it's your own pain if you make a failure, and then you learn even faster.
And in the process of raising money, you were talking about pitch decks and some learnings you had. Maybe you want to share them as well.
Yeah, it depends on where you are pitching. So if you're pitching in Austria or the United States, we have both experiences made already. It's a huge difference. So in Austria, the potential investors want to see numbers that are very conservative. So they don't go too high, they expect you to be humble with your numbers. And in the US, if you show the same numbers, so we got a feedback from an investor from Silicon Valley, he said, like, if you show those numbers again to a US investor, you don't even have to pick up the phone or take the video call, because you aim as high as you can and blow it up, otherwise you're not interesting at all.
That's, by the way, a fun fact on this. I had a chat with a VC a couple months ago, and he explained this difference in the US and Europe, and basically said, in the US, investors try to make the maximum profit. In Europe, they optimize for minimum loss, which I thought was a very funny anecdote on exactly this.
Exactly this, yeah. In the US, for example, or also UK, they, the first thought is, how could your idea work? And in the DACH region, my experience, I don't want to blame anybody, is all the reasons why it cannot work. So especially in Austria, if you're funding, you have to explain a lot to the people why you are so stupid to believe in this idea. So this takes a lot of energy.
Sarah, how did you go about the funding, financing, and how are you growing currently?
Yep.
So we went through the traditional steps that the colleagues mentioned. So we bootstrapped, we invested ourselves, we got the friends and family, we went at 2 Minuten 2 Millionen where we got a small investment also, and now we're getting ready for the next investment round. Yeah, so I recognize myself in all the steps, and also all the questions came like, okay, we all work with fresh food, like extra fresh. So for us, like a bowl has a life of 2 days, 3 days, and it's difficult. Organizing the logistics is difficult. Predicting what people want is difficult. So all these questions came from the first investors like, oh, but this could fail, this could fail, this could fail. Actually, yeah, everything could fail, but that's why it's a good opportunity, because if we make it work, then we're going to be, not so many can make it work, yeah?
How did you decide which feedback was relevant and important and which feedback was just bad thoughts?
That's a very good question, because it's not easy, especially we work with food, so we ask a lot of feedback from our customers. Did you like this or not? And food and taste is very subjective. So sometimes come a feedback, oh, this was too salty. Is that a representative feedback? Who knows? So for us, it's really important to get feedback, but also, yeah, it's really challenging to understand what is good feedback that represents the mind of a lot of people, or what's super subjective. It's really difficult.
Particularly on feedback, you have to be certain that the person you're asking feedback on actually understands the question you're asking them. Like, is what you are saying to them what reaches them, and is the answer they give you, does it actually regard the question you're asking them? That can be a big...
So who would you ask for feedback? What kind of person would you turn to? Or do you have anyone particular you have in mind when thinking about, oh, I need feedback on that? I'm going to ask.
Well, in general, I'd start with somebody from the subject you're trying to find feedback on. So have experts on the topic, but also don't ignore your customer segment.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So the customers are the first ones. You should always listen. And if you need specific feedback on specific something, like ask to the expert, because you cannot go to the next best guy and ask about IoT, because he will have no real opinion about it, or he will have an opinion, but is it useful? Who knows? To go to the expert is always great, and as a founder, it's always great to find these experts and keep them in your network.
Did you have a mentor? Did any of you have a mentor on the way?
Yep.
Couple.
A couple.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if product placement is allowed, but we have our mentors over there. He was in the jury before. So we have a pool of experts, the Austrian Senior Experts Pool. I can highly recommend for the professionals. So of course, customers are very important to get feedback from the customer. Never take the feedback of the family or friends, because it's not helpful at all. They want only the best for you. Everything is great, and do it, go for it. So they are like you Americans, but in a different way. So of course, it's customers and experts. So I would also recommend that, and so we are happy that we found some.
Mm-hmm. Does working with a pool of experts and people who know better keep you from experimenting too much, from like risking a lot and failing? Does it make you take the safe side, or does it help you to take bigger risks?
I think it helps you to take more calculated risk, so you know better what you get into. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you still have to take the risk.
Yes, the decision is yours in the end. So the experts will give you advice. They can open your eyes and tell you, this might lead there, or it might lead there. But in the end, you have to make the decision. You are then the founder, the CEO, whatever. It's up to you, and you will, it's then up on your shoulder.
And if you had to tell the students which kind of mentor to get, where to look for them, would you have a recommendation?
Ooh, definitely. So I studied at TU Wien, and I additionally took part in the extended studies of innovation at the Innovation Incubation Center, and I can really recommend that if you're interested in entrepreneurship. And afterwards, if you've got a project and you're working on something, they will help you with mentors, so they will connect you to people who are useful for you. And both of these I would really recommend, particularly in that area, I guess.
And of course, since we're at WU, we have to mention the Gründerzentrum, which for you is very close by. And you all have a team by now. You have worked in a team at Novi 20. You have teams of, I think, how many are you? 25?
25 about, yeah. But
yeah,
every
so
day
you've
we
got
have new
all
people.
kinds of team sizes. How do you enable a culture of failure in there?
Yeah, that's very important. So because you need to get everybody to experiment like the founder do. And yeah, we try to teach them really from the day one, from the interview, like, hey, we have this culture. You need to be very action-oriented. Don't be afraid of failing. And we are searching for these people. So we tell them even in advance, but at us there is this culture and you must be ready for it.
You'll do the same.
Yeah, our team is not that big, but regarding the team, I don't know if you'll come up to this point. Team is very important from the beginning on. So I would recommend also a failure of us. We didn't have our team complete in the beginning. We still started. We got very far for that we didn't have a CTO until today. We are now implementing one, so he will become a co-founder. But I think that's the biggest learning. You can have the best idea, only start if you have a complete team with all the necessary skills together, and then make some writing, some letter of interest or whatever, where you define what are the main goals, what you want to do, what you want to move with your product, so that when anybody is a little bit burned out or stuff like that, that you can sit together and say, hey, this is where we want to go, and that's the reason why we are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe to add another thing to this, I think in life, when doing things that are hard, you have like a couple possible outcomes, but the most prominent ones are either it works out very well, wonderful. The second one, it fails and it doesn't work out, and you learn a lot because you analyze what you did wrong. So when I started working with new people and hiring people into our team, I generally hate, that's the reason why I need to be entrepreneurial, because I have a big problem also with delegated tasks. I love ownership, and I think it's very important for a smart person to have full ownership over a problem, over a goal that has to be achieved. And I really like putting new people they're vetted. It has to be a very smart person, of course, otherwise they will fail, the person would fail in the hiring process. But when we have someone, I like putting them into situations where I think this ownership is so big, the person is probably going to fail. And just being happy with that. So giving the person the chance to fail in whatever is happening, and with me expecting it. If it works out, wonderful. But I just like delegating as much ownership as possible away from me, and just seeing how does this thing work out. And then also celebrating the person when they fail. And I think that's a core. And expecting failure also from employees, I think is something very positive. And when they feel this positive feedback after a thing didn't work out at the very beginning, then you're doing a very good step. And so far I saw this as a very positive thing. So I try doing this whenever I work with a new person, and it's been quite positive for both sides.
So by going so far out of their comfort zone, basically puts other things into perspective, and they might try more new things. I think, Sarah, you mentioned something about your learning German before.
Yes, I think maybe, this is a nice example. So I'm originally Italian, and then I moved to Austria. And in my previous job, I was always very careful when I spoke German, so I double-checked with the dictionary every word. But then as soon as I got into consulting, it's like swim or sink. So I went with it. Like now I speak only German in my business day, and I try not to care too much. Like if I make mistakes, because there is already so much at stake when you are a founder, then if I make a grammar mistake, that's the least important.
So not just like from speaking the language, but because there you get direct feedback on what you're doing and people understand you, and often it's already enough if people understand. It's not about having the right grammar, right? So how do you ensure also in other instances in your startup to actually learn from the failures? Because you don't always get instant feedback.
Yeah. No, that's a very good question. So I always, when we have a failure episode or like something wrong happened, then I always ask, okay, what do we learn from this? Like, let's not focus on the mistake or something bad that happened, but what do we learn from this? Because I think being forward-looking is always good if you're an entrepreneur. So let's not be focused on the past, but let's be focused on the future. Like how do we prevent it to happening again, or how can we learn and improve actually acting on it? Yeah.
Maybe as I see that we only have a few minutes left, we could take some questions from the audience. Are there any questions so far? Do we have a microphone? Thank you. Yes, it's coming.
Hi guys, I'm just wondering which was your biggest, largest failure? If you can share with us, perhaps we can learn from it.
Thank you.
Share what?
The biggest failure.
Just one. That's the problem.
Too many. Who wants to go first?
I would say for us it was starting with an incomplete team. It took us, we could have been faster and we could have been more precise. So, incomplete team was our biggest failure.
Definitely starting with something where you need to be in person and realizing in 1.5 months that you did not really, you weren't prepared enough for the situation that suddenly everything's changed and everything you wanted to do doesn't work. Suddenly everything's changed. I mean, obviously you can take it as a chance to change, but it's still very, very frustrating and very, very annoying. You don't get over that easily, but you have to take the energy from that and make something positive from that.
So that was like an unavoidable failure. Yours was like a preventable one.
Yep.
What about your failures?
I think the one maybe is not the main thing I'd say is not enjoying the journey enough at the very beginning. I think when you are 18 or 19 and you're or just starting your first startup and still like having a party life and meeting people at university for the first time, you're so focused on this goal of starting a company, creating the company, that you forget how wonderful life is in that time. And I think it's great and very important to enjoy it as you go, because at the end of the journey, you'll normally say, man, these times 4 years ago, they were wonderful. But often you don't realize. So I think I did realize it, but it was a failure that I didn't realize this early on, because the journey was really wonderful. And I was so goal-focused that I didn't enjoy it enough very often on. So I'd say that's one.
Lovely learning.
Cool question.
For us, I don't have a specific episode in mind because it's many small things you learn from. But I think as an entrepreneur, you cannot be identical to yourself for a long time, because like our organization, let's say, is successful for a specific time. Let's say when we have 10 clients and 10 employees, then our organization is in a way, and maybe it's successful. But then when we grow, it's going to fail if we stay identical to ourselves. So I think one huge challenge that we are experiencing, like I'm experiencing, is the growth path, because what was successful yesterday is not going to be successful tomorrow. So we have to every day really put into discussion what we're doing and make it different.
Keep innovating, keep disrupting your own business model.
Yep.
Cool.
And also stay used to reacting fastly and precisely to situations that you encounter. You have to find a way to realize stuff will happen always, and you have to keep being ready to change your track very fast if you realize that doesn't work for whatever reason. It can be something spontaneous like forgetting part of your equipment.
Yeah, it's no time for big ego. So it hurts, it was the wrong way, and then you have to stop and move in another direction and not try to push it in the same direction only because I told everybody about it. It's my ego. People will think I'm stupid. No, change it. Otherwise, you'll be dead very soon.
As an entrepreneur, you need to be ready to fail in front of many people very often, or it just won't work.
That's good, yeah.
Is there another question from the audience? Maybe also someone who has never asked any question in an audience. It would be a perfect opportunity for you. All right, no one. Otherwise, I would have one sentence for each of you, which I would ask you to complete. So, Sarah, before you started out on your entrepreneurial journey, you were a strategy consultant. So you had years of experience working with all different kinds of companies, and you took a gap year to dive into the whole startup experience. And with all your knowledge and expertise that you have as a strategy consultant, what would you recommend to startup founders?
Yeah, I would recommend be action-oriented as much as possible, but be also ready. So as a consultant, I find very important do your own homework before, like have your business model ready, answer yourself every questions that the people will ask you, and yeah, just be as ready as possible and be ready to fail.
So you always have your business plan in your pocket too.
Yes.
Great. Stephanie, you have worked with the same team from the beginning onwards, who are all studying chemistry together with you. You have the same background, the same ideas about things. If you had to select a new founder team again now, what would you pay special attention to?
So this, as you've already mentioned, the special thing is that we are actually we have studied exactly the same thing. And most people would think that that would mean that you all have exactly the same talents. But that's not the case at all. So be prepared to understand that the unique talents of your team are the important things that change how you can work together and find ways to evaluate them and also empower yourself. So find out who in your team is the motivator, who in your team is the strategist, who in your team likes to plan for the future, who is the person who is best at working on spontaneous problems, and use these talents that you have as best possible.
Cool. Michael, you have had your first startup at age 18, which means that came along with a lot of experiences that other students your age didn't have. What particularly did you learn?
I think the most important thing for me was, I mean, it's 5 years since I was 18 and started my first startup, and so far I've always been doing things that I was simply not ready for. And whenever I start a new thing, I know a new shit, I cannot do this, and I learned so much on this journey. And I think honestly, most people here being students, you can live a very cheap life with eating bananas and bread and living very cheaply with your parents, and it's the perfect time to just do stuff that you're not ready for, fail, do it again, and I can at least say from my experience, and I think this is will happen to many of you that will start companies and are saying, I want to be an entrepreneur in my life. The first year, you'll be failing hardcore because your idea is too big for you, you're not ready for this, and it will be embarrassing and tough. If you really want to do it, you'll go for the second year. Also, the second year will be very tough. Most people will be laughing. You will not be ready. At the end of the second year, or the beginning, middle of the third year, things will finally start working out. And if that is what you want to do, go for it. It's a very tough journey, but by doing things that you're not ready for, you will learn so much. And I'm telling you, you will enjoy the journey on the way. And looking back, it's just wonderful and something I can recommend to any person I'm talking to.
Amazing. Christoph, last question. If your 18-year-old daughter told you that she's gonna start her own business, you would tell her...
Do we have a complete team and how much do you need?
Lovely. All right, so to the audience, if you're gonna do your own startup, do it quick, fail fast, you'll succeed faster, because the only person never failing is the one who never tried. Thank you so much for all of you, and
thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to Learning from Failure. You guys are fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Valerie. Yeah, it's all about learning from failure, right? And I think it's a problem. A lot of people have an issue with failures. I mean, as the non-Austrian, I'm going to say it, here in Austria, people don't like to fail, right? You don't like to be known to have failed something. It's true, I'm not the only one who says it. And that's something that we're changing though, right? We're learning that failure is okay, that you can stand up from your failure, you can make a change. So we're moving our seats over here, guys. Thank you very much, all the seats here. So yeah, guys, you know, don't be scared to try things that come at a risk. I think it's important that that's also part of the message, right? That you're not scared to try things that are a little bit risky. Not move that one over. And yeah, guys, we're super excited. I don't know, no, over there, guys, over there. Yeah, cool. Sometimes you have to moderate and you have to stage manage at the same time. Cool, so we're going to let everybody move around. And in about 10 seconds, I'm going to ask you guys to be a little bit more quiet. So we have an awesome lineup now of jury members for the beginning of our pitch competition. Tech at the back, something's gone wrong with the slides. Let's just fix that. They're back on. All right, guys. Get to watch me dance, right? Dun, 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 dun. Gotta love technology. Right, so I'm just gonna keep talking a little bit of nonsense while we fix these problems. Are we ready, Tech? Cool. Is everybody ready? Tech, are you good? Can I get a sign from the tech team that we're good? Yeah? All right, cool. So guys, shh. Thank you guys very much. So again, some of you might have just arrived. Welcome. Thank you guys for joining us. This is the culminating moment of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2022, and that is the final pitch competition, right? It has been an incredible journey, and I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about that in a moment. But before I talk about our journey, I'd like to welcome our jury into their places. So first we have Mark from Big Cheese Ventures. Mark from Big Cheese Ventures, thank you. Take a seat. We have Canvas, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. We have Canvas from the WKO Startup Services. Claudia from A1 Startup Campus. Selma from the European Business Angel Network, and she's known as the Startup Grandam. Am I correct, right? Yeah. That's what they call her there. We have Nicholas from the Austrian Angels Investor Association. Thank you, Nicholas. We have Felix from Speed Invest. And we have Carlotta from Plug and Play. Do we have Carlotta with us? Or no, we have somebody else? We have Michele from Plug and Play. Michele? Michele. No? Is Michele here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plug and Play is not here, so Plug and Play doesn't get a clap, right? All right, fantastic. We'll figure that one out. So a round of applause for our jury again. Thank you. Guys, it's like I said, it's been an incredible journey. So for some of you who aren't quite sure exactly how the Entrepreneurship Avenue works and what happened, because it is really complicated, I'll tell you, people join the Entrepreneurship Avenue team in like November, and they don't really understand exactly how it all works until like January, February, because there's a lot that happens. So we started with a massive kickoff event in March, and then that kickoff was to inspire people to join what we call our lab series. Now, there's a lot of participants in the room. Raise your hands if you participated in the Entrepreneurship Avenue this year. Okay, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. So we had 240 participants, 80 teams, right? We had 80 teams that joined us for these 4 labs. The first lab was where they learned about building a problem and a solution fit, right? So identifying customer needs, understanding customers, and understanding how to validate if a solution actually fits the problem. Then they went on to Lab 2, where they worked on their business models. Now, at Lab 2, we had, I think it was like 80 to 100 mentors. We had 80 mentors on a Zoom call who then went into breakout rooms with our 80 teams and mentored them on their business model. This was an incredible achievement. Back to Lab 1, actually no, I'll tell you guys about that later, right? Then at Lab 3, we heard from Daniel Cronin, the pitch professor, right? Who gave a full 1-hour training on pitching, and then again, we sent everyone into breakout rooms, and we had about another 50 pitch trainers who worked with multiple teams, giving them, so it was about 2 or 3 teams per pitch trainer, who gave them feedback on all their pitches, and all the teams learned from one another. A lot of the mentors and the pitch trainers, in fact, kept in touch with these teams, and they built connections with these teams and have been helping them along the way. And then it was at Lab 4 last week where 50 of the 80 teams who were able to qualify based on some criteria, they pitched in a semi-final competition. And today we have the final 10 teams who are going to be pitching here. So I just want us to all really get it, right? It's been a long journey. Myself, the Entrepreneurship Avenue team, the participants of the Entrepreneurship Avenue have been going through a lot up until this moment. So it really means a lot to us. So let's get down to business, right? How's it going to work? As I call the teams up onto the stage, they are going to have 120 seconds to pitch. I believe there's going to be a timer here, right, for that 120 seconds. And I will give them maybe 5 seconds to, if they go over, finish the sentence, and then I'll stop them. And then we will have 180 seconds for the Q&A, and I believe that clock will be here, will also be on the stage. All right, well, we'll see how that works, right? So they've got 2 minutes to pitch, 3 minutes to Q&A. We're going to have some microphones for you guys here that we'll hand around. And yeah, the last thing that I need to tell you guys before I bring the first one onto the stage, there's supposed to be another slide, but it's not there, right, is about the audience award, okay? So there's going to be a third place, second place, first place, but there will also be an audience award, all right? The audience award gets an extra small but a nice prize, right? And you guys are going to vote for that audience award. At the end of all the pitches, we will put a Slido link up on the slides here, and you will vote for who your favorite team was today. All right? So keep that in mind while you're watching these pitches. Think about who's your favorite. And yeah, without further ado, I'd like to welcome onto the stage Bonnie. Thank you, Bonnie. Here you go, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Does it work?
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Timer's on. Your time starts now. Well, in five. It's always a hard one with the first one. All right, and you go.
Hey everybody. Great to see so many excited faces here. My name is Paul, and I'm pretty sure you know the situation. You are at your favorite restaurant with your favorite people. You eat, you drink, you laugh, you create memories together. The night is amazing. But at a certain point in time, you start discussing about where to head next, what the next destination is, and your table neighbor starts ordering the bill. And then the discussions begin. You had some dessert together, you shared some wine bottles. The question is, how are you going to split and pay the bill? Are you paying and running behind the others, or is someone else paying and running behind you? There's no solution on the market at the moment that is solving this problem at its core. But imagine, what if you could just simply scan the QR code on your table, and then you could see your bill in real time, just click and select whatever you had, and you could also split some products that you shared, like wine bottles and desserts. And then you just select your preferred payment method and directly pay via your mobile phone. Say hello to Bonnie. We are the new payment service for the hospitality industry, connected to any POS system, but especially connected to you. As a restaurant, Bonnie gives you what you really need: time. Time to care about your customers, and time to build deeper relationships than just discussing about bill payment or bill splitting. And also time to increase table turnover and therefore improve the overall profitability of operations. Additionally, our smart tipping tool significantly positively impacts the tipping behavior of your customers. You see, a win-win situation. So don't discuss about bills anymore. Just focus on the simple things and focus on the fun things. And if you want to check out our prototype, just scan the QR code. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul from Bonnie. All right. You guys might need this, so actually I'm going to let you keep it. We're going to get the next timer ready. 180 seconds, not 120. Just give us a moment, everybody. All right, so to the jury for the Q&A, just indicate to us here who wants to speak. Go.
Thank you for your presentation. So
can you give us more details on the market size? What do you believe? How big is the market? What's the potential?
What we did in the beginning was looking at only at the Austrian market because we think it's really valuable to establish here and then basically use the network effects that you get because all the gastronomic businesses know each other and they talk to each other. So basically get the scale here and only go further then. So we looked at basically what's the total spent in restaurants over a year and looked at whether, like if we look at that market size, how much is already paid via credit card and how much of the restaurants actually use the credit card, basically drilled it down, which in the end comes to a market of around 300 million.
Thank you for the presentation. So the idea is that it's integrated in the cash system of the restaurant because otherwise the waiter won't know what has been.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
I would have a question. So first, great presentation. Second, I would have a question on how to actually get into the restaurants because selling into restaurants is quite hard because it's a very fragmented market, some bigger chains, but a lot of small individual players. So what's your approach on that and what's your market feedback so far from the restaurant side?
That's for sure a really valid concern. And what we thought is we want to start with a flagship component, a flagship customer and basically do the pilot there. And preferably someone who has like 5, 6, 7 restaurants even. And then basically want to partner up with the POS systems and basically get them the integrations easier in the end, but also use their sales system. And the POS systems all have the problem that they basically only charge per month a fixed fee of like 50 euros. So they can't really scale. And with our solutions, if we give them some kind of provision to use their sales network, which is amazing probably because they know all the small restaurants, then we can really drive the value for them, but also actually reach a lot of other restaurants.
Great presentation. I really like also the taste of the restaurants you picked in your demo. How do you actually make sure that the full amount is paid? So everybody has the app open and tips whatever he wanted to pay. How do you make sure that the entire bill is paid?
For sure, that's also something that we looked into, and also when we talked to restaurant, they asked that, but like in reality, also what they then confirm is you have the same problem at the moment. Theoretically, also when you go there as a group and someone pays and already leaves, and sometimes some people just leave, and then there's still, I don't know, 3 Negronis and some fries on the bill, and everybody's like, oh, I didn't have that. So the problem exists like this, but it's only like such a small fraction at the moment, and we don't think that it will increase because at the POS system, the waiters still see whether it was paid or not. So it's also not like there's less observation. It's just like at the moment, so we don't really see it as an additional problem to the current state of the art.
This will be the last question.
Yes, just a positive feedback. Really good presentation, and you certainly have seen a problem that needs to be solved. We'll see if that works out, and keep on going.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Well done, guys. Super, 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 super cool. Colleagues of mine, right? I study with those guys. They're pretty fucking cool. All right. So, next up onto the stage, I would like to welcome Depixelate. Thank you, Depixelate. Okay, I'll tell you when to start. Time is ready. See if this thing works properly this time.
Does this work?
And your time is now.
Hi, my name is Patrick. I'm from Depixelate, and we make young gamers ready for the future. Because many kids today lack important skills like practical thinking, confident communication, or mental resilience. And one of the main reasons for that is video game addiction. Playing video games excessively crowds out other hobbies and social interactions with severe consequences on their social development and mental health. And parents start to notice that. Up to 9 out of 10 parents say that their kids spend way too much time playing video games and that they observe first negative effects. This development is also confirmed by countless studies from all around the world. And personally, I see this on my own little brother. And that is why we create Depixelate, the first non-profit initiative that aims to unlock young gamers' full potential. Depixelate is a physical, real-life social club in Vienna that creates a community for these children in this so important age between 10 and 14 years. But what differentiates Depixelate is our curriculum. It contains a series of team challenges that teach important life skills in a gamified way. So we take what makes games so fun and exciting to change how these kids engage and learn. And once our curriculum works, we want to scale and deploy it in other cities as well. But for that we need help. Help from partners and help from specialists in areas such as psychology or gamification. So, if you too believe in the value of making more kids future-proof, please get in touch and let's depixelate some lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, we're just going to wait for that timer to be fixed. Q&A can start now.
Start now. Awesome idea, great presentation. I'm sure that the kids will play when they join, but how do you get them to move from video game into real-time game?
That's an extremely good question, because this is like the main point, right? To get them away from the screen. So our idea here is that we take what makes these games so fun, starting at the same level together, exploring and making it fast, and show them the thrill of a learning curve. Because what we see with many other alternatives like sports clubs or cultural clubs is that either you need a lot of fitness for it, or you start in a place where all the other kids are way beyond you, and this is like threatening to many kids, because they don't want to engage in an environment where they are like on the lowest point. So we want to create something where they start as a cohort on the same level. They don't need to have any kind of pre-experience or special skills or fitness level, and they start exploring what it means to explore life and to use your own creativity and your own hands to accomplish something and to have this sense of satisfaction. And for that we need the help of people in the field of pedagogic, but also like psychology and gamification to accomplish a curriculum that is attractive to these kids.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I understand your comparison to the sports club, but there are already some youth clubs or whatever where kids can come together and enjoy time.
Yep.
What differentiates you there?
I can take this one. Thank you for the question. We basically, as a non-profit, we don't have direct competitors in a typical sense of a business. So we look at these organizations as our complementaries. We already know a few of them in Vienna, like Hobby Lobby, or for example, Moonshot, Parents, Sinbad, but they mostly focus on continuous education and supplementary education. So we see ourselves as rather complements to their offering, and we want to incorporate factors such as inclusivity, as well as the fun factor that video games give them. So we see that as a unique feature that would basically differentiate us from them.
Hi, very nice presentation. So I think that the problem with addition is to make the first step. How do you plan to get the kids out of the room initially?
Yes. The very simple idea is to find some kids to have like an MVP kind of thing that we can try out to, and then show, for example, where these kids see it on YouTube or on TikTok, wherever, how this works and how amazing it can be to attract more and more and more and to grow it organically with word of mouth and with a kind of a hype factor.
And with that, thank you to Pixelate. Well done, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome stuff, right? So, just one after the other. I'm really happy to welcome to the stage. This one's a hard one for me. I should have prepared this one, right? Gurubharan. Thank you. All right, I'll give you the moment when your time starts. Tech, are we ready? Your time starts now.
All right. Welcome. My name is Andy from Gehirnfutter, dementia and Alzheimer risk lowering by nutrition. Maybe you know a person with dementia or Alzheimer's disease. I certainly do, because my grandfather had it. And like my grandfather, there are 145,000 people in Austria alone with dementia. And that number is believed to be doubled by the year 2050. So you see, dementia is common. And dementia is also really expensive. The annual cost per person is roughly 42,500 euros. So Alzheimer's is also, and dementia is also expensive. And I don't know about you guys, but I certainly do not want to be part of that statistic in my future. Especially because of the worst thing, as of today, there is no medical cure for dementia and Alzheimer's disease. And this is exactly where we, the Gehirnfutter, are trying to help you. We at Gehirnfutter are trying to build a snack bar that contains all the nutrients required for an efficient risk lowering of dementia and Alzheimer. So the bar contains, as you can see, special B vitamins and special fatty acids that help you optimally nourish your brain. So you can lower your risk of disease. And that is exactly our mission. We want to raise the awareness that prevention of diseases like dementia and Alzheimer's disease is possible, and we want to give you the tools to do so. And in order for you to remember me a little bit better, I've got a snack for you afterwards. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so clock is ready. Jury, 5, 4, but you can start as soon as it goes.
Thanks for the pitch, and yeah, okay, now probably one of the biggest health challenges in the next decades across many developed countries. But how do you, like with all of these products, it's a fight for shelf space, so what's your plan on actually getting into retail, or do you have any other direct-to-consumer strategy, or what's your go-to-market?
Okay, so the selling strategy is to plan a subscription-based model, because it is a prevention strategy, and the snack bar should contain all the nutrients required for one day. So a subscription model comes easily to mind. And additionally, plan is to incorporate certain supermarkets like Drogerien, I don't know the English term, I'm sorry, like the M&B bar, which sell health-related products.
And quick follow-up question, sorry. What's the target group? So which age sort of start? I guess yesterday, but yeah.
So in general, the earlier the better, because as said again, it's a preventive attempt. And the nearest target groups are people that already have had a case of dementia or Alzheimer's disease in their family, so the relatives, who have seen the destructive effects of the disease and are prone because they are risk to get the disease as well.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and also for the snack, hopefully. What is your expected efficiency of your product? How much would it reduce the dementia risk?
So that's a really difficult question to answer. It would require studies to answer that precisely. But based on certain studies, there are correlations of certain nutrients with the dementias and diseases that are if you don't consume the required amount, that you are up to 30% more likely to the risk of developing the disease.
Great presentation, a huge problem. The question is, why do I need to have a snack if I could just have the vitamins and supplements?
The thought process behind it is to make it for consumers as easy as possible to do their own prevention. And by combining everything into one snack bar that optimally is constructed with real foods, without too many powders, it's easier for them to consume it and then just compared to buying all these different vitamins and doing the research kind of themselves to know what amounts are required. So it's like a all-in-one package where it's the easiest for the customer.
So very quick, so it's still not validated, but you want to validate the impact of your product, huh?
Obviously, yes, but that will take a developed product and then research, which will take up multiple years probably for efficient studies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. Big ups. Oh. Cool. And so we've had, wow, so it's just a sacred moment, right? I think the jury also knows, like, it's always good to have like a second, right? So 3 fantastic pitches, and I'm sure there's going to be 7 more pitches. I feel like the heat is on, right? There's some quite serious contenders. So pressure's on, jury, right? And you're not going to have a lot of time to figure it out. So I wish you guys all the best. And I now would like to welcome onto the stage some more colleagues of mine, Infantschur. Thank you, Infantschur.
Thank you.
All right, and the time is ready. Your time starts now.
Hello, we are Infantschur and we make insurance sustainable. Did you know that you support those companies with your insurance? If you do, hands up. That's approximately 5%. So not a lot of people know it. So I'm going to show you how it works. You pay the insurance premium today, but the damage happens sometimes in the future. And in this time period, your money gets invested into the capital market and also into bad companies. But the big problem is people cannot really find out if an insurance company is sustainable or not. This is where we come in. We are Infantschur and we are fair trade for insurance. We rate insurance companies based on 3 things: their ESG investing, their claims management, and their daily business. So when you come to our website, you fill out a questionnaire, we calculate how good this insurance fits to you, how sustainable it is, and how much it costs you. So how do we make money? We act as a sustainable insurance broker. This means that we get up to 20% of each insurance sale, but the awesome thing is for you as a customer, it costs exactly the same as if you would go directly to the insurance company. But we are sustainable. How is the market? As of right now, on the digital side, we have Clark and WeFox, and on the sustainable side, we have, for example, Die Versicherei. But we are the first digital and sustainable insurance broker. Who are we? My name is Steven. I have a background in the insurance business and business administration. Lisa did our ESG rating and our sustainability, and Robin is our developer. So if you want to make a sustainable choice, we launch today. And so scan the QR code right now and make the world a better world. Thank you.
Very, 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 very good. All right. Timer. Let's get that timer ready, Tech. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. And over to the jury.
Fantastic pitch. Thank you very much. So how is your go-to-market strategy? So what makes the app broad?
Sorry?
How can you bring it into the mass market? What's your strategy?
Yeah, so on the marketing side, we expect to cooperate with sustainable brands and also sustainable stakeholders and voice makers such as Spotify podcasts, YouTube interviews, etc. And on the software side, we are launching our prototype now, and we are in this region, and we further expect to expand it to Germany in the next 4 months, and after that, then we can go to Europe.
Thank you. Good presentation. The question is, once I do have an insurance for my house, for example, it lasts like 10 years, whatever. How do you make sure that that same insurance company you sold me is really sustainable for the next 10 years?
Yeah. So I said 3 main pillars. In reality, it's 5. We have over 50 factors that are covering this. So the ESG investing, the claims management, the operations, but also the underwriting and the goals. So we are looking at their commitments to the future, and also how they applied or they stick to their goals in the past. So of course, we cannot promise you that it will be sustainable as well in 10 years, but we also use this in our rating, so we can give you a clear approximation that the market leader today will at least be the market leader in the next few years. And ideally, don't do a 10 years insurance with us, we can maybe do a 1 year or 3 year.
So I think we met yesterday already, but very powerful presentation, nice. So how many insurances do you have listed already?
As of right now, we have 7 insurance companies that we cooperate with. This is because we started with the household insurance. This is the main insurance, 95% of the population has it. And we expect to expand it to 15 in the next 6 months. So in order to get all the different kinds of insurance in our portfolio.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. How does the ESG rating mechanic work in the background? Is it proactive by insurances that they give you information, or do you actively or like passively source it from other data sources?
In our first version, as of right now, we only use public available data. But we expect to further develop our rating, first of all, in cooperation. We are now in cooperation with the WU and the FH Johanneum to do a university-based rating. And if we grow and we get a stronger customer base, I'm pretty sure that the insurance companies themselves will have a high incentive to provide us with primary data, and therefore we can even check them in the future.
A big thank you to Infransure.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you.
Serious pitches tonight. All right, so let's keep the ball rolling. I'm super excited to welcome onto the stage Marshmallow Pay. Thank you, Marshmallow Pay. Time is ready. Your time starts now.
Hi, we are Marshmallow Pay, and we create the app for group experience bookings. So let me tell you a story. Half a year ago, I was on exchange in Norway, and on this picture, you can see me and my friends full of joy after climbing a mountain on the stunning Lofoten Islands. But when it came to booking, it took a long time to decide where we should go and when we should go, and no one wanted to pay in advance and collect everyone's money afterwards. The vibe was completely gone already in the booking phase. And soon I realized I was not alone, as more than 750,000 young adults in Austria face a similar problem. And that's why we created Marshmallow Pay, the app, the Buy Now Pay Later app that makes managing group experiences easier than ever. And how does it actually work? You first create an account with your friends, decide on a date and booking, and then split your costs. To complete the booking, you issue a virtual credit card that is issued by a partner bank and use that to pay with your your booking. And then after 14 days, you only pay your respective share. And if you need to cancel the booking, you don't need to worry. You will get an immediate money transfer. We are starting with a free version with overdue fees and ads, and later on add a premium version with a small subscription fee. We are currently in the process of selecting a partner bank, and after developing our MVP, we will first launch the app in Austria and then expand to the entire DACH region. Our team comprises of Francesca, Julian, Günther, and myself, who have extensive experience, including in entrepreneurship, venture capital, and also in consulting in all 3 DACH regions. And yeah, if you love spending time with your friends, support us with your expertise and funding, so together we can already make the booking phase a joyful experience in itself.
Thank you, Marshmallow Pay. Cool. Q&A from the jury. Time starts now.
So, thank you for the presentation. You showed a couple of big banks in your slides. What is your value proposition for them in the upcoming call that you will have?
So yeah, banks are, especially established banks, are currently very much in trouble with new fintechs, with innovative new solutions coming on the market, and are, at least what came from our customer discovery interviews, very much looking for young innovative startups to cooperate with. So our value proposition is that as a corporation, we can bring this innovative element. We can, of course, also contribute in terms of revenues to the bank, while the bank supports us with their banking license and with especially supporting legal areas of how the payment itself works.
Great presentation, thank you very much. How would you actually make sure that the banks get paid? So how, do you have a credit check in advance for the groups that get created or for the people behind it? So how does that all work out?
Yes, so for what is essentially a private loan, which is what we're giving to each individual person, you do not need a credit check in advance, which is also why we're going the route with the virtual credit card instead of issuing one like actual credit card. But with all we looked at, we are not getting around having a verification step in the beginning. So same as if you sign up to an online broker, to a direct bank, to anything online that is finance related, you will need a verification step in the beginning where you verify your identity with an ID and a video call or something similar.
Thank you very much. I think it matches pretty well like today's generation and what they expect. But just from an entry barrier perspective, so how do you want to fight off like other, let's say, tourism platforms who say, okay, I now include like buy now, pay later as well, just for group travels? What are your thoughts on this?
So basically, we want to offer the app for group booking experiences. We really want to focus on this niche, and we want to provide additional services on top of this payment provider. For example, we want to offer a scheduling tool that everyone from the group can kind of indicate their availability. We want to offer a place where they, for example, if you're looking for an Airbnb, can present their ideas, then you can vote. So basically, we want to cover the entire experience, and buy now, pay later services mainly focus on the payment aspect, and we want to reduce the entire administration effort on top of the payment aspect.
But to still, well, like one last clarifying question. You are a pure payment provider and you don't have, basically, you're not the platform where tour operators and hotels are connected with, but you sit between, let's say, Booking or Expedia or whoever, or TourRadar, for example, and customers.
Exactly, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Marshmallow Pay. Wow. So I think we are about halfway here. And if you follow me on Instagram, I just posted, it's hot in here, right? We have fire pitches, guys. I'm really, really proud of everyone that's come onto the stage so far. A lot of these are my colleagues from the Masters, Strategy, Innovation, and Management Control. And also, we have the Entrepreneurial Leadership Fellows here. Entrepreneurial Leadership Program Fellows, it's a lot of words. So I'm super proud of the people that have been here on stage. And now, I have a SIMKI and an ELP fellow coming onto the stage. Please welcome onto the stage Priscilla from Relay. All right. Time starts now.
Hi, we're Relay, and we want to make renting as convenient as buying. Have you ever bought something super expensive and then realized you're only going to use it once or twice? Well, that's usually the case with do-it-yourself items. 90% of them stays longer in storage rather than actually being used in its lifetime. Isn't it frustrating how wasteful the DIY sector currently is? Now, it would make more sense to rent such items, but you and I aren't doing so because renting is just not the common option. Currently in Austria, there is no easy digital rental solution, and the offer from traditional hardware stores is still expensive and highly inconvenient. In a perfect world, you can get what you need and only pay for when you need them. That is why we created Relay, the rental marketplace for do-it-yourself and gardening tools. With Relay, you can get whatever you need from a range of established business partners and only pay for when you need them without having to worry about damages, thanks to our insurance partners. Additionally, our delivery support through decentralized lockers will further make the rental process convenient for you. By using Relay, you will help make the world more sustainable by extending the life cycle and the usage cycle of these underutilized items. To sustain our mission, Relay charges a commission fee and earns from our corporate partnerships. We are starting in Austria and have validated the business with over 300 potential customers via an advertising campaign. On the supply side, we have validated the business with 2 hardware chain stores and is planning a pilot project with them. Behind Rely is an international and experienced team that is supported by a range of mentors and entrepreneurial communities. Join us in driving circularity in the traditional DIY market by thinking rent before spend. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, jury timer is ready. Over to the jury.
Thank you for the presentation. So who's behind the platform? Because is it the Hornbach market who is offering that one? Who is offering me the stuff I need?
Okay, so we're basically a B2C marketplace. So we're actually working with those partners. We don't own the items ourselves, but we're actually providing them sort of like a new or revamped business model by actually renting their inventory stuff to really get new customers and also just a younger market.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I totally can relate to the problem of having too many gadgets at home and not using them all the time. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the delivery? I didn't quite get that part.
So our delivery plan is to actually partner with startups like Storebox, where they are like decentralized lockers, because not everyone have cars, right? Like people who usually goes to Obi, they usually come with a car, but with this service, we can actually send the items to closer locations to our customers, so that even people who does not have a car can just pick it up near their house. So it's just to give more access to people that they have not accessed before.
Did you look or do you have an idea about your unit economics down the line? Because the problem I see is that the exact target group you're at is the ones that don't really use it that often. So how do you make sure that you can actually be sustainable in the long term?
So when it comes to the units, we of course talk to our potential business partners, where we're currently in the midst of securing a pilot project with a garden center, mainly in Upper and Lower Austria. And they also shared with us information about the items that they are most confident that we can rent out on a regular basis, which nevertheless is seasonal. But in the season, there will be certain high runners and then, of course, also low runners.
Thank you. Which other companies you see as your biggest competitors?
So there are a few different alternatives at the moment, like the big ones you mentioned, Hornbach, for example. But there are companies out there who do not offer that yet. Nevertheless, what there is, for example, Bolts.com from the Netherlands. They are mainly focused in professional construction rentals. Nevertheless, they have an option for private individuals as well, but they are basically going to be our competitors, while other alternatives like Facebook groups, but also clubs, social clubs. For example, on the countryside in Austria, Vereine, for example, quite often things go through those social networks, but you will not have insurance coverage there.
And just to add, I think we validated with the business partners that there is this need, because not everyone can do marketing as great as Obi, for example, because of talent and everything. And yeah, we definitely see the need, and that's why we decided to go B2C instead of P2P, because of quality and trust problems as well.
Does that mean that you want to do that with the competition of Obi, Hornbach, and others?
We're going to start with a garden center chain, but in the long run, we're also going to partner up with other companies, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rely.
Thank you.
Well done, guys. Whoo-wee. All right, someone's got to get the smoke out of here. Okay, and so to get the smoke out of here, I am excited to welcome onto the stage the next team. Is the next team ready back there? I see some mic changing going on, so it's a good moment for the jury. How's it going, jury? Are we all right? Yeah? Good pitches, eh? They're pretty good. Huh? It's hot, it's hot. So we've got smoke-free to now clear the smoke, all right? Clear the air. Surprisingly good pitches. Why so surprising? Short time that they had. Please welcome onto the stage, Smoke-Free. You guys need this? Yeah. Okay, I'll give you the moment. Your time starts now.
This is Derek, and this is Mitchell, also known as the Malbo Bros. And together, they have terrorized humankind for the past few decades. But today, their time has finally come.
Hi everyone. We are smoke-free and we found the most convenient way to become a non-smoker. And it all started with a big why. Why do people smoke? And it all started with a big why. Why do people smoke? Because there are only disadvantages when it comes to smoking. We do not have to talk about the obvious health concerns, but just think about how much money one could save by stopping to smoke, how much better your partner would smell or taste when kissing him or her, or the slowed down aging processes of your loved ones. So why do people smoke? And the real question is, why wouldn't one stop to smoke? And that's because current nicotine replacement therapies, well, they suck. They are inconvenient, they are expensive, and not effective enough. And that's why we came up with a solution to tackle all of those problems. The world's first digital nicotine plaster, built into a wristband design and enhanced by a mental health app that will support you on your journey. So Nico, please, tell us, how does it work?
Well, it's quite simple, really. An automated device will give you nicotine pushes throughout the day. It will slowly decrease the dosage over time, depending on your personal needs. But this is not enough, and this is where the app comes into play. It supports you via positive reaffirmation, gamification, social features, and also health education. Now then, investors and people who would like to spend some money. Let's talk about the market and the business model. Currently, the smoking cessation market is valued roughly around $24 billion with an expected growth of 10% over the next 10 years, actually. To leverage this opportunity, we propose a one-time purchase for the device and a recurring subscription fee to access the app and all of its features. We would target everyone between 18 and 40 in Europe that struggle to make their very first step towards becoming a non-smoker. And that already concludes our pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are smoke-free. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank
and
you,
remember,
smoke-free.
there is no safe level for smoking.
All right, we've got the timer ready for the jury. Over to the jury. Question in the middle.
Good. Could work. The question is, so I buy the gadget and then I have it for the next 10 years or 20 years or, you know.
That really depends on your personal journey. So what would happen is if you get the device and you activate the app, you could input the initial information, for instance, your current consume of nicotine, for instance, how many cigarettes you smoke a day, and your target, like how long would you like to take to actually become basically zero level nicotine user? And that really then is individual, but you can choose.
Just one more question, have you made any comparison to fitness apps and things like that? Because that's the same story at the end of the day, is to keeping out the habit.
Precisely. So that's actually an analogy we have. Like it's quite similar to Fitbit, also the design, but the technology is so compact you would not be able to combine it as of yet. But it's very similar. So you have to both support the user on the mental basis, like a fitness tracker, for instance. But you would provide the information: how much nicotine have you already reduced in your consumption? How many days have you lasted until for like non-smoking a cigarette? Basically, that's the motivation that keeps you going.
And maybe just one quick point to add here, because you asked how long you would actually use the device or keep it. We were actually thinking of aiming at a circular economy. So ultimately, our goal is to help the person to become smoke-free, and then we will incentivize people to actually send back the device. And we will keep on a smaller subscription fee to still keep access to certain app features and to keep on track.
How do you position yourself in the market? Because it's a really, really crowded space, actually. There are already a few kind of digital solutions, some with kind of hardware enabled, some not. So what's your idea on being kind of,
Yes. So there is a lot of free apps, actually, that would help you trying to stop smoking. But the main difference is there is always a lack or a missing link to an actual device. And this is because basically then if you just have the app and that fully relies on your intrinsic motivation, right? But if you have something that actually also has physical implementations for your body, that really makes a difference, and the combination of the two is the most effective. Just to give you an idea, if you do some sort of nicotine replacement therapy, for instance, nicotine plasters, that increases your chance of becoming a non-smoker between 50 and 60%. Just the physical application, and if you add on top a psychological a journey next to it, that increases even further, of course.
I totally believe in wearables. I have one here, but it's actually a different type, not for nicotine. I like the idea because I think it reminds you also of not smoking, basically. Did you do some testing? Do you have a prototype or something that you can actually relate to or something like that?
That is actually quite tricky. But you want to go ahead? You go. Because the technology is already there. It's just a challenge of making it, basically bringing it all together. The main components would actually be a micro pump that already exists on a medical level. Then, of course, you would feed it with e-liquid, very similar to what you would put into, for instance, a vaping device. And the micro pump would then take that liquid and saturate a membrane that sits on top of your skin. That's the mechanic behind it. So we don't have a prototype yet. That's actually the biggest challenge, the initial product development. But all of the technology is there. It's just a matter of bringing it all together in a nice casing.
Well done, guys. Very well done. Get your cigarettes, yeah. Don't leave your cigarettes on the floor, right? That's a big problem with smokers, right? We like to leave our cigarettes on the floor. All right, wow. So we're slowly moving towards the end. And as a smoker, like, I really need one of these things. It's the truth. Catch me outside afterwards. All right, so I think there's 3 more pitches. Super excited. The mics are ready. Sugarly Lights, right? Can I please welcome onto the stage Sugarly Lights? Thank you. Good. Did you guys get the clicker? All right. Timer's ready. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Natalie from Surgery Lights, and we want to reinvent the illumination of the surgical field. Have you ever tried to fix something in the dark and someone else is holding the flashlight for you? Nice sketch. You constantly have to tell the other person where to shine the light, and it's never quite right. Yeah, well, you know the problem. But can you imagine that this happens every day in our operating rooms, where lights are still manually adjusted for the surgeons? As a future doctor working in the OR, I've seen countless surgeries where the assistants were not able to properly position the lights. And of course, this leads to interruptions, sometimes complications, longer surgeries, and an annoyed surgeon. So, Surgery Lights aims to take away the guesswork in adjusting the surgical lights by putting them onto a robotic arm that does it automatically. By using computer vision, Surgery Lights is able to determine the ideal position, distance, and volume of light to perfectly illuminate the surgical field. To do this, we want to use tracking points on the surgeon's glasses and on the surgical instruments. We have a team of med students, doctors, and business professionals. What we seek now is the technical expertise to further proceed with our idea and to build our first prototype. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Surgery Lights. Thank you very much. Jury's ready for the questions. The timer's going to be on the screen in a moment. Over to the jury.
Sorry for this blunt question, but why, if this is such a problem, has not, I don't know, Siemens or Medtronic or any of the big medtech companies developed this yet?
I think the main reason is it's a very traditional industry, the whole medical industry itself, as some of you maybe know. And yeah, for some reason they never looked into it. Obviously, I think also the technology itself has progressed quite far in the last couple of years. So maybe 5-10 years ago, it wasn't just feasible technology-wise, but I think now we're at a point where it's actually, by combining different technologies, doable.
Have you discussed this with any doctors? Do you know any feedback on that? Surgeons that really say this is really a problem, and I would, make sure my hospital has it? Or what is the feedback that you got?
Yeah, I talked with many of my colleagues to validate this problem, and this is definitely a problem. But as my colleague just said, it is a very traditional industry operating room, and old surgeons, they want to rely on what they know, and they don't want to, or they are not
open enough, probably,
open
for this change,
yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, that's what they should, and I think when we, yeah.
So thank you very much. So I understand the technical aversion of some doctors. You mentioned that you need some more specific competences. So when it comes to robotics, because it's a very complex field, so is it the robotics, the artificial intelligence? That's where I guess that you're lacking still know-how.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the area.
Let me introduce my partners. I'm the medical point from our team, and this are my business professional teams. This is Dominic and Pascal.
So you're spot on there. It's always hard to find very good technical partners, but what we envision is we can go to, let's say, movie or other technologies where they basically have this motion tracking system and combine existing technology together. So we do not need to do an in-house development. We are doing an adjustment, improvement of existing technologies for this purpose. And if I may address your question, yes, surgeons are always very kind of traditional and conservative. However, they are also very open to new therapies. So if you show them once with a case study that things are working, they are always happy to adopt. So I think, yes, the kind of initial first step will be a bit hard for us, but once we have good data, they will be convinced that they have, let's say, a more easy way.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Very well done. Wow. So, a very multidisciplinary team, and it kind of shows you what the Entrepreneurship Avenue is doing, right? This is all about bringing people together from different places with different knowledge. I wouldn't have any clue what kind of problems doctors face, right? And it's important to bring these people together to work on these problems together. So thank you very much to Sergi Lights. All right, so we've got 2 left, number 9 and number 10. And so, second to last of our pitching competition, I'd like to bring onto the stage Talent Base. Thank you, Talent Base. All right. Woo! Time is ready. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Markus, and I'm a co-founder of TalentBase. We provide data science traineeships for students. The war for talent is going on right now, especially in the field of data science, which is expected to triple in the next 6 years. But the fact that 80% of jobs require 2 or more years of experience is just discouraging young talents. Now, we want to provide junior data scientists with the chance to dive into real projects and have real impact, because we believe in their ability to learn and improve on the job. With TalentBase, we offer an 18 months part-time traineeship, which includes working at 3 consecutive companies until they graduate. This way, we can provide companies access to the minds that will create our future, and they can make job offers. We will make money by charging companies a listing fee, as well as a staffing fee for the traineeships. In the first month, we had over 50 applicants who are eager to start. And we also talked to 6 companies which are more than ready to get new talents into their company. We will continue to use university channels to attract new talent. And we will foster partnerships with companies that already have existing data science units. We all know the saying, ask for money, you'll get advice. Ask for advice, and you'll get money. This is why we would be really grateful to win this competition and get the advice. Because we want to build that bridge from university to your dream job for all of you. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic Talent Base. All right. Timer is ready for the jury. Jury, you can ask your questions.
Hi, good job. Certainly a lot to do there. The question is, there's a lot of competition out there that is already doing that. How do you differentiate? What is it? What makes you special?
Yes, what we try to do is to be the first. Like, most of our applicants are still in their bachelor's, and we want to get them after 3 or 4 semesters and have them in our program and give them the best service. Because we saw that it's not too hard to get the companies, but rather hard to get the data scientists. And that's what we focus on, and we try to focus on their learning, because that is what they want.
And if I want to add to this, so for students, there's not really something where they can actually have the theory from the university, and universities are popping out programs like crazy all over Austria in data science, AI, but they cannot really get jobs in those fields yet, and they're eager to start, like, they're telling their friends, like, we have people that we didn't even know they existed, coming to us, and they're like, yes, we want to do projects like this, we want to do traineeships, we want to learn something. So from this side, there's clearly a fit from this side of the platform.
So thank you. Yeah, we need more data scientists. I think that's for sure. How do you plan to design your program? So you said, I think 2 months or something like this, but give us more details.
Well, the program is 18 months long, 3 different companies, 5 months at each company. Because we found out in our interviews that students need January and June free, because there are exams and deadlines. And the program is part-time, and we're thinking of the first month full-time, so they get a better introduction at the company.
So the companies would have to provide projects that the students can work on, and they cannot actually benefit from real results, right? Because it's just on training, or how do I see that?
Well, they can profit already from it. If you look at those people, they are good in theory, and if you have someone that is actually more senior, you can put them to work very well in the companies. We both had projects here at WU like this. Mine was 5 months at UniCredit, and it worked extremely well at providing a really good trainee experience. On the other side, we provided a real product for the company at the end of those 5 months, and we faded out quite well.
Super quick question. What is your plan to scale? Because it seems very regional or community focused.
It's not. So that's it. So of course, we want to focus on where the talent concentrates, as universities. We go university by university. We don't have to hire people from other companies. We go to universities. We make collaborations with them. This is kind of the easy part that we already tested out. The other part is the companies. We focus on big companies that have multiple quarters, multiple offices in multiple cities. We will work with that. And we also want to probably work with startups, because they're more innovative in this space. And we just talked to Refurbed 2 hours ago, and they're like, oh, that's cool. We should talk later.
Fantastic. Thank you, Talent Base.
Thank you very much.
Well done, gentlemen. You have a pickup? Thank you. It's hot in here. Right, some serious pitches. You guys have a very hard job, and you have like 15, max 20 minutes, right? I'm gonna be talking with a few others, so you better not take too long. But we'll give you time. Guys, it's time for the final pitch of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2022 Pitching Award. You don't understand how much has gone into this. I mean, I'm gonna give you the tears and the ooey gooey stories later, but yeah, super excited to welcome to the stage our last pitch, our last team, WoundGuard. Thank you, WoundGuard.
Thank you. Oh shit, we gotta...
All right, I'll give you the go. Your time starts now.
What's up? I'd like to share how almost dying about 2 months ago gave me an idea that I trust is going to revolutionize how we treat and even think about injuries. So there I was, in an Uber on my way back from the hospital, clenching my seatbelt tighter with every bump in the road. I just had my appendix removed a few hours before it could have taken my life. Needless to say, it was a pretty terrible experience. After a few days, I realized the pain wasn't actually the worst part. It was the fear of the pain, the anxiety. I didn't move because I knew it would hurt. once I could walk comfortably, I didn't go outside because I was afraid some little kid would run up to me and punch me in the stomach. It's completely irrational, I know. But I talked to some other people who had recently had an operation like mine, and they all had anecdotes exactly like this. I thought, everything we use today has safety built in. Cars have airbags, Europe has NATO, but after we get an operation or an injury, our best solution is a sticky cotton pad. I believe, instead of just covering wounds, we should protect them. So, I came up with WoundGuard, a rigid, low-profile barrier to protect our soft things from hard things. WoundGuard is designed to be used with everything you'd already find in a hospital. You just sandwich it between an adhesive layer and your regular sterile bandage, and voila, you've revolutionized wound protection. Our testing shows that until bumped, WoundGuard feels no different to wearing just a regular bandage. I've used WoundGuard. It works. And so we've made it our mission to make sure wound anxiety and preventable re-injury are problems of the past. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
That was great. All right, cool. The timer's ready. Jury, questions. I'm sure you got a lot.
How defensible is this product? Because it looks rather simple. It makes a lot of sense, but it looks very easy to copy.
Yeah, it's a great question. So it is obviously it's a relatively simple product, but the idea that people might want to copy it seems like a success to us. So it's our goal to be the name in wound protection, and if there's other competitors, we welcome it, but we're going to be the first and hopefully the best.
Two things I really like. I like the fact that it's really an issue that you had and solving it, but also I liked what you just said in terms of the way you approach it, of not protecting, but really kind of working, I don't know if it's non-profit or profit or however, but it's like really a good way to do it, and I hope you're going to succeed.
Thank you so much for that compliment.
So thanks for the pitch.
Yeah,
Whom are you targeting, like B2B or B2C? So is it the end customer or is it hospitals, stuff like this?
Yeah, so our goal is to get it directly into hospitals because that's where people need it the most after operative injuries. So after you get your appendix removed, after you get a C-section, stuff like that. So our target market is going to be hospitals, but eventually we'd also like to get into pharmacies for smaller cuts that you might not have gotten through a hospital, where our customer interviews have shown us that that's something people actually want, because we've had people with everything from small injuries on their leg to head injuries, and they all want to protect them. It's very common. If you've had a paper cut, you'll know that you don't want to touch anything with your paper cut or even a splinter, and so that scales up for any injury.
Thank you.
Of course.
And you have production. Where should that be, and what is it, and sustainability and things like that?
So right now, we're just in the prototype phase. Like I mentioned, I had the idea about 2 months ago. Currently, I'm 3D printing the prototypes using a biodegradable bioplastic. It actually has a negative carbon footprint, which is really cool. And we'd like to keep that trend going on to large-scale production, which will be done through injection molding. Does that mostly answer the question?
Yeah. Would that be, if it's 3D, that means that it's easily to replicate for any sizes, anything that I need?
Exactly. So we handed out 2 different sizes that we have for more or less round wounds, but we also have longer versions, let's say for a C-section, or any way you could really need it. There's endless possibilities that we've found, but this is our current product, and we're really happy with it.
And last one, spoken to a hospital already, or?
So currently we've talked to nurses as well as some doctors, and that's actually, we've shaped the product how it is today through that feedback. We're currently in the process of talking to private practices that do these kinds of operations as sort of a gateway to get directly to more customers.
Fantastic. Thank you, WoundGuard.
Thank you.
Big ups, guys. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You guys can leave the stage now. Cool. Wow. What a journey. All right, so jury, take your final notes before we move you. Person who's going to lead the jury, are you ready? All right, jury, are you guys ready to move? Cool. So it's time for the jury to deliberate. We ask the jury to please rise and walk across the hall to a private room where you can have your conversations as needed to choose our top 3 winners. I'm very excited to see who you guys choose. Good luck, Canvas. Cool, guys. So it's time for the audience award, right? Audience award time now. Let me get out the way. All right. Phones, 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 phones. All the phones up. Who's your favorite, right? Don't tell me. Phones at the back there. Let's get that audience award going. Does it work? Is it cool? So I'm not like a Slido expert, but I've used it once or twice. You can either use this, or you can just go to slido.com and you can put the hashtag and the number in. So choose your favorite, and they will win a nice little prize. Obviously, it's not as good as the third, second, and first, but it is still special, and it is still something very nice. So we welcome all our teams back into the audience. We'd love to have you guys. Everybody good? Is there anyone still doing the Slido? Yeah. I just want to see what's next, because I actually don't know. Oh, okay, cool. Just checking our slides. You know, sometimes things happen last minute. Is there any chance, tech team, that we can freeze one of the screens? Is it possible? That's great. Is it frozen? Perfect. Legends, right? Legends at the back. All right. So, guys, how was it? What did you guys think? Was that really cool? Can I get some like, woo? Was it good? Was it good? Hey? We got some awesome teams, right? I am super, super proud of all the teams that pitched tonight. I'm proud of my team, our team, the Entrepreneurship Avenue team, who made this all possible. We somehow got all these people here to do this thing. And so what we want to talk about in the meantime, it's like warm and fuzzy vibes, right? We thought like, while we wait for the jury to deliberate, and while all of you are very excited, we're going to talk about what was your favorite moment from the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2022. And I'm like a bit old school like that. I don't like it when people talk when I talk. Shh. All right, so I'm going to start by talking about my favorite moment from the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2022. So who here was in Lab 1? Who here was in Lab 1? Hands up. I want to see how many were in Lab 1. Okay. So not everyone, which is cool because I can share the experience and you guys can validate my experience. So the cool thing about Lab 1 was problem solution fit, right? And it was about idea generation. It was about idea generation. And at Lab 1, a lot of teams joined who didn't yet have a team. So people joined with an idea, but they didn't have a team. Shh. I see some people are interested in what I have to say. So the rest of you can be quiet. Thank you. All right? So there were people who joined Lab 1 and they didn't have a team. They had an idea, but they didn't have a team. There were people who joined Lab 1 and they wanted to join a team. They didn't have an idea, but they were amped up about entrepreneurship, right? And so we had 240 participants join. Some of them were already teams, some of them weren't. At the end of Lab 1, which was a 2-hour lab, right? It was a 2-hour lab. About, I think, 70 of them left, and there were 170 people left. Now, I just want you guys to think about this, right? It's 8 p.m. on a Tuesday. 170 people are in a Zoom call. They've already been there for 2 hours. And 60 of them go and pitch their idea looking for team members, right? So 60 of those 170 went and they pitched their ideas on a Zoom call. And an hour later, 130 people were still on the Zoom call. Now, I want you to picture what was going on for us, right? We were like, 15 Avenue members in a room with lots of laptops and cameras and all sorts of stuff going on. And I don't think I can really describe the emotion that was in us when, like, I want you to think about that. 130 people stayed on a call after 2 hours from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., watched 60 people pitch, and then we opened the breakout rooms, which was a fuck-up of note, right? We opened the breakout rooms. They didn't work. We had to start a new Zoom call. We sent the link for a new Zoom call because we couldn't open the breakout rooms on the first Zoom call. Everyone moved to the other Zoom call. 120 people were still there. We were like, wow, these people are so excited. And we watched, and this was for me my favorite moment of the Entrepreneurship Avenue 2022. And I hope I'm getting this idea across. Like, we watched while 120 people moved around breakout rooms until midnight, right? Networking with one another, getting to know one another. I think some of us were part of that, right? There were some of us here who were part of that. I believe Woongard, you guys met each other through this exchange. And so, I don't know, I get like warm and fuzzy feelings when I think about that moment, right? Because bringing people together, interdisciplinary entrepreneurship, collaboration is what the Avenue is all about. So, that was my favorite moment at the Avenue 2022. Now, because they're so lovely and they've done such an incredible job and they've been there for pretty much every moment, I'd like to now welcome onto the stage Selina and Raleigh so they can tell us about their favorite moments. Give them a huge round of applause.
This is actually the first time that we're together on this stage. So
tell us about your favorite moment.
I think I can actually lead you in with what I just said, that we're actually for the first time together on this stage because we were supposed to do that. I mean, except for the panel. Thank you, Mark. We were supposed to do that during the kickoff. However, one day before the kickoff, I'm feeling super sick, and I know that I'm going to work with people for the whole day, so I did a COVID test just in case. And of course, what can happen one day before something that you have worked on for months, then get a positive COVID test. So I'm calling Selina and I'm like, I have to tell you something. And she's like, it's positive, isn't it? And I'm like, yeah, it is.
Everyone was shitting themselves before that night, right?
But the best moment was the day after when I was, somebody was writing in the group chat. And it was like, maybe this and this is going to happen. I'm positive this is not going to happen. And people were shitting themselves like, oh my God, I just read I'm positive too. And I was like, that was one of the best moments in the group chat, I would say.
Absolutely. No, but I mean, despite for the scare, it was still an amazing kickoff. And this is leading actually into my favorite moment so far from the whole Avenue journey. I was sitting at home right before the kickoff started, covered in blankets, shivering completely and anticipating and everything, and just hoping that my team is okay, and just being so thankful that they're there and doing everything that they can. And then at one point, James comes on stage and he says, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, look at your beautiful faces." And this was the moment where I started crying, like crazy crying, because I couldn't believe that everything that we have been working on for months has been finally happening. So I think this was definitely the moment that I just realized that this whole thing is real and it's happening and we're doing it together. So,
thank you. You don't know how much work these guys have put in. It's like a full-time job for a few months. Selina, what was your favorite moment?
Yeah, now before I also started crying here. It also kind of leads me into my favorite moment because I don't know if you've all been here for the kickoff, but I was on stage for like 5 to 10 minutes and I talked about kind of the vision and the mission of the Avenue. And that we really believe that everybody who recognizes a problem can be equipped to also solve this problem and create a business out of it, create an idea and work on it together, especially in a diverse team and like a diversified team. And this was kind of, I think this is quite loud, kind of the mission, thank you, behind the Avenue and behind bringing all of you together. And as Ralitza already said, it was quite a lot of hard work, but it was kind of always worth it when we were at those events where we had the first lab. And I think it was 11 o'clock when we were in the breakout room, and the last person, I think it was you, Landin, and we talked like, oh yeah, this was a really great event for you, and you met some cool people, and it was really exciting for you. And similarly, at all of our offline events, people were staying really late, and they were really excited about the people they met, and they expressed their gratitude. And it was really that moment where we're like, okay, so it's really worth it, and it really makes sense, and it enables and realizes exactly what we did. So we're always like at the back of our heads, we're like, okay, whatever's going to happen now, we kind of reached our mission already, which is, yeah, extremely valuable. And thank you everyone for really like giving us a chance to, and like really taking the opportunity and listening to the idea and the entrepreneurial mindset formation and really taking part and being here. It's very exciting.
A round of applause for all of you. And so now this is when I turn to the participants and the team members. What was your favorite moment? Who wants to share a favorite moment for us? Right, somebody? We talked about this earlier. Julian over here, in the middle. Agnes? No.
It was first in the back? Yeah.
Yeah, it's already a tradition that I go first for some reason. Yeah, so for everyone who can't see me, I'm Mark here.
Hi, Mark.
So I've been already part of the Avenue in 2019. I tried to do it during COVID, but it was not the same, and I waited until it was finally offline. So for me, like having that experience of completely offline and now back to this hybrid version that we had this year, for me the kickoff was something really special because it was so nice to finally have the Entrepreneurship Avenue again at the WU. So that was my favorite moment. And also, James is one of the best presenters that I've ever seen, so thank you very much, and also for the organizers, you're the best girls.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for organizing this online and offline event. I can imagine, and I know also from you, how much time you put in there. So I hope that you can finally really enjoy the event now. So thank you, first of all, very much for that. My favorite moments specifically were the two lab sessions in which we had the two coachings, the one on the business model and the one on the pitching sessions, because I think that really gave us another kick, let's say like this, hearing from people who have experience in that two fields, getting their expertise, advice, and that helped us first building our business model a bit better, and on the second, to do the better pitch in the end. So thank you very much for that, and I think that will also be very helpful for future entrepreneurship avenues.
Cool, thank you, Julian. Yeah, I think that's like the coolest part. We can give him a round of applause, yeah. All about applauses today, all about applauses. I think that's for me what's the coolest part of the Avenue. Like, really, like, when we come together and we're all standing in a room and there's like 10 of us behind laptops and dealing with different stuff, and there's a big camera set up and I stand in front of it and we've got the sign that broke down earlier like there, and we get it all perfect. And then like 200 people come on, and then we put them into 50 or 60 breakout rooms with like really professional pitch trainers and business people. And there's this moment when you realize that there's an immense amount of learning happening like right now, and that you were a part of making that happen. So like it's just super, super cool. So thank you for sharing that. Any of our team members, right? So Michael over there wants to say something. Where? There. Any of our team members? Thank you.
Hi guys. For me this was an incredible experience because I worked closely with so many amazing people for like months now. It was a pleasure to meet with them week in, week out, and honestly like do late nights, really late nights. Just
really late nights.
Yeah, no, honestly, you know what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about.
So it was just incredible just to hang out with these people, get to know them, and there was so much learning also for us. So for us it was like from how can I fit like 200 bottles in a car to how can I approach a partner properly so that they come to us and sponsor this event. And I think this was incredible, from so many opportunities for all of you guys and all of us, and it was simply amazing. Thank you guys for organizing it with me, and thank you guys for participating. This was amazing for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. So I don't know if we have some VU students in the room. Sign up for the Entrepreneurship Avenue next year, right? I think the applications go out when in like September, October. So look out for it and get in contact with the Avenue team if you want to become a part of the organizing team. It really is an incredible experience. You see this cool thing I'm doing here on stage talking to you guys? I never did this before the Entrepreneurship Avenue. This has given me a platform to do this, right? Those two over there are former conference organizers. Applause to them, right? Thank you, Flo and Katja, because they reached out to me and asked me to do that. And it's super cool. That was all online back then. It was a bit of a different COVID time. But it really gives you a platform to try out new things. I mean, these two have been running a team of 40 people. Don't misunderstand what that means, right? These are bosses over here, right? These are serious bosses. She cracks the whip and she gives the carrot, right? And it's really cool, the combination. It's amazing. It's amazing. So yeah, guys, if you're a student, you actually, I don't even know why I said that. You don't have to be a VU student. You can be any student. If you're going to be a student next year and you're interested in helping out in the Avenue, get in touch with us. Get in touch with the team. Sign up happens around September, October. It's an amazing opportunity. All right, so I think we're still waiting for the jury, so more stories, right? Participants. We've got one at the back there, Priscilla at the back, and then a team member in the tech team.
Yeah, so as a lab participant, I think my highlight was the keynotes, because I think specifically for EA, the keynotes were really relatable for beginner entrepreneurs. And it was really like just practical, short, concise, and it was really, really useful and very, very enlightening. So yeah, that's my favorite moment.
Oh, thank you. We had some amazing keynotes. We really, really did. Daniel Cronin, we had Canvas, we had, what was that other guy's name?
No, Markus Lindner.
Markus, yeah. Incredible, so much knowledge. Tech at the back.
Yeah, okay. Wow, it's really interesting speaking into the microphone and not just carrying it around. I actually joined the Avenue team yesterday as a volunteer, and it's really nice how fast I was accepted into the tech team. And now we are sitting here and having fun. And a spritzer, which is really nice because now most of the pressure is off. And we had some quite stressful times. I hope you didn't notice too much. So yeah, thanks to the team. Thanks especially to the IT team. It was a great time.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that. Right? More stories while we wait for the jury. How are we doing with the jury? If someone could find out how we're doing with the jury. Oh, welcome to the jury. Good timing. Good timing. Take this from me. Thank you. All right. Let me just prepare myself for how this works. It always gets crazy. Okay. I just need to confer with my team for a moment. Is everybody ready? Have we got the awards ready? Huh? Give us some moments. All right. We're going to give you guys a moment. We're also waiting for some jury members. How did it go? Was it difficult? It was hard, right? It was hard. Woo! I wish we could give them all awards, right? But I just want to say that to all the teams that came on tonight, you guys did an incredible job, right? Like a really, really incredible job. And I also want you guys to recognize what it means to be on this stage in the top 10. Even if you don't win one of the awards tonight, you stood here in front of a full room. There are investors in this room, there are entrepreneurs, there are business people, there are people here with connections who might reach out to you. And even if it doesn't work out like that, you got a chance to really try this out. And I really implore you guys to keep going, right? Keep pushing. Entrepreneurship is for everyone. Not everyone needs to be an entrepreneur. I had a big debate with someone about that, right? Like that whole entrepreneurship. You don't have to be an entrepreneur, but if you want to be an entrepreneur, you can do it, right? You don't need business connections, you don't need money, right? You don't need to go to business school, right? You can be an entrepreneur, and yeah, an incredible pitching bunch tonight. You guys did a great job. How are we doing with our awards, right? Cool. Ooh, all right. Is our jury, are we waiting for the jury to rejoin us? They're all here already. 2 had to go. Very important people. I understand. So we're doing this like old school style, right? I don't know who's in here. I don't know who the audience award is. Have we got the audience award ready as well? So I'm super, super, super excited to announce that the audience chose Talent Base. Thank you, Talent Base. Where's Talent Base? Congratulations. Well done to Talent Base.
Markus, where are you?
Markus!
Markus!
Markus isn't here.
Well, Markus told me that
Where's
he
this?
wants to have a nice picture with this one, but now he's not here. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Talent Base.
He might come or he might not come.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, off the stage. Thank you very
you
much.
very much.
Well done. Hey! We need a mic. We need a mic. Give it to me. Cool, well done, guys. Woo! All right. So, let's do this properly. We're about to announce 3rd place, right? I hope these slides work properly. So 3rd place comes with a bunch of prizes, and I would like to welcome onto the stage all the partners who have prizes for us today. So all the partners who are giving a 3rd place prize, that is 42 Law, right? A round of applause for 42 Law. Where is 42 Law? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right? Well, actually, then we'll bring the rest on.
Sure. Thanks. Hi guys. I'm Chris. I started 42 Law, which is a law firm based in Vienna. We pretended for a while to have a London office, but we don't. But what we do is, for the last 8 years, we've advised on more than 350 financing rounds of startups. We probably have accompanied more than 50% of the Austrian startups that have often started here at WU and other faculties. And we'd like to do the same for a few lucky founding teams this year. We have a few vouchers to distribute, so let's see who gets them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, and next onto the stage, we bring a partner, Talent Garden. Talent Garden? Woo! A few words from Talent Garden.
Good afternoon, everyone. So Talent Garden is the place for explorers and innovators, as we want to be called, but it's a place where everyone can learn, can connect, can meet new people, and actually our community is formed with very wide variety of startups that are networking every day. At the moment, we actually have an event called Innovators Week, where we are trying to let people experience Talent Garden in a week. And our life basically consists of bringing new students to our innovation school, bringing new startups to our ecosystem to really generate new synergies that take them to a better place. And I hope these people find there as well a place to grow and find new business opportunities.
Thank you so much. And the last partner coming onto the stage is RWS. AWS, RVS. Thank you. Not the best.
Thanks. So it's Amazon Web Services, not the AWS everybody knows.
You know
No
what?
problem,
They stole that name from you, eh?
Has been a long name,
Yeah.
a long day, right?
Yeah, but...
So we're giving away free credits for the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place. 5,000 for 3rd and 2nd place, and 10,000 for the 1st place. We would be delighted for everybody to build your business on Amazon Web Services. You would be in good company, either be TourRadar, PlanRadar, Storyblock, who recently raised nearly 50 million, and also our 2 unicorns, Bitpanda and GoStudent. Happy to help if you want to build on AWS Web Services, right?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, looking forward who will win this.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. It has been a long day. All right, and so the last prize, the last extra prize that 3rd place gets is a ticket to Viva Technology Conference, the biggest tech startup conference in Paris, and they have a little video for us. Oh. And we don't have sound. Shots fired. All right.
Hi everyone, I'm Bastien Carves from Vivatech. I'm the head of startups and ecosystem, and I would like to congratulate all the winning startups today, to congratulate all the startups pitching today as well, and to also to announce our partnership we have with Entrepreneurship Avenue. We are really glad to follow the same goal to help the European startups ecosystem grow and scale within Europe. And as a result of this partnership, we are more than happy to announce that we'll be inviting all the winning startups at Vivatech, the 3 winning startups, in June 15th to 18th. It's going to be a massive event. We're expecting more than 140,000 people attending the event, over than 1,500 startups exhibiting and pitching at the event as well, and over 2,000 investors taking part in the event as well. It's going to be huge, and I hope to see you there in June 15th to 18th. Bye.
Woo! And so here I have, right, the 3rd place. It says 3, right? I don't want to fuck this up. All right, and so without further ado, I'm happy to announce that in 3rd place we have Rely. Thank you, Team Rely. Woo! Come on to the stage. Well done, team. Some words? Oop. Here we go.
Yeah, so we really would like to thank the Entrepreneurship Avenue. We really enjoyed also having our mentor in the end. I think that was really valuable feedback that we got on our business model and how to approach the market. I think we learned, as Priscilla already highlighted when the jury was away, that we had some valuable moments, and I think I'm very glad to stand here as a team and want to thank you for the organization and the jury for giving us the 3rd place. Thank you so much.
And last but not least, since we have the spotlight for a while, as you all know, getting corporate partners can be tough. So if anyone has any connections to the DIY industry, please also hit us up. Thank you.
Cool. And please come and get your prizes from the others. Any words? Fantastic to see. Cool. We're hanging out. Oh, they're hanging out. Confetti moment. Okay. And woo! Well done, guys. Cool. So we're still learning along the way how to do this properly. I think with the next one we're going to give them the prizes and then we'll confetti. All right, so in 2nd place. So what have we got for 2nd place? We have, do you guys want to speak again? You've got 42 Law again?
Absolutely, same thing.
Same
Who
thing.
knew? Well, actually, to be specific, it's a voucher, not redeemable in cash, for helping us, helping you guys with founding a company or your next unicorn financing round. Good luck.
Yeah, in our case, sorry, I split your clap. In our case, before we were giving out 10 days of access to our co-working spaces, but now we are giving out a free membership for a full year.
Wow. Woo.
Still the same thing, still cloud credits.
Fantastic. Thank you. And over here we have Plug and Play.
No, Startup Live.
Ooh, sorry. Startup Live. Woo. Sorry.
It's still okay. So basically at Startup Live, we have a 2 days program fulfilled with workshops and mentoring and the final day of pitch training. We have in Vienna and in Linz, and the winners of the 2 batches are going through a 3-month acceleration program 021. And actually, we just had it like last weekend, and I saw a lot of participants from last time as a talents and also as startups. We have plenty of alumni here, so I'm glad to give the prize to the 3rd place. Second.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then, sorry, you know, it's a little bit haphazard, but welcome to the stage, Plug and Play as well. What are we offering?
Thank you so much. So Plug and Play Tech Center is actually a global VC and innovation platform with headquarters in Silicon Valley. And we connect large corporations together with tech startups. So we're very happy to also be here at the Entrepreneurship Avenue and to offer for the 2nd place to the winning pitch, actually mentoring and the possibility to access our global events at Plug and Play. And we're offering this together with Airport City Space. So Thomas, please.
Hi, I'm from Airport City Space. What is Airport City Space? Austria's best connected co-working meeting and conference center at Vienna Airport. We're going to offer some co-working days, also the usage of our meeting rooms that are probably the most creative ones, because you can have a meeting in a Würstelstand or at a Wirtshaus. So come check out our place, it's super fancy. And Plug and Play is actually one of our innovation partners we have at the location, so you will also get to know the team of Plug and Play when you work from our co-working space.
Fantastic, thank you. Yes?
May I add, since we have the spotlight, we are also a very active investor. We invest in around 250 startups a year. We have around 1,000 active portfolio companies and around 40 unicorns. Our value, it's not only the money, it's also the partnership with the corporates that we can provide to the startups. So if you need early stage capital, reach out, and happy to talk with you.
Thank you. And one more partner here, the CEU iLab.
Yeah, exactly. So we are the Central European University Acceleration Program, and we help startups to grow. And we are happy to provide our mentoring and participation in our half-year acceleration program for the winners.
Thank you. Okay, did I do everybody? A round of applause. Sorry. All the partners are covered. You know, you always have to make sure you cover the partners properly. Thank you so much. The Entrepreneurship Avenue is also excited to offer our own award of 1,000 euros, right? To be used however they want. Don't waste the money, guys, right? Use it properly. And so I'm going to stick that under there. I'm going to open this. And I'm happy to announce that in 2nd place, we have Team Bonnie. Well done, Team Bonnie. Well done. Come onto the stage. Do we want to give them the prize? I think we give them the prizes now. Here we go for the, where's our confetti? Confetti moment. And woo! Here you go. Some words.
Yeah, I think, as the last team already said, big thanks to Entrepreneurship Avenue for organizing all of this. I also have to say that the mentoring session was perfect for us. We could learn so much from the mentoring session. And yeah, thanks for everybody who's joining tonight, and thanks to the great team. So it was a team effort, and thank you, James, for the nice moderation as always.
Thank you, Paul. All right, thank you. A round of applause, and you can collect the rest of your prizes. We don't have anyone to present those. Okay, I'll take this away from you. Who? Okay. All right. So, those of you who still have prizes to give, please stay on the stage with us. And now it's time for the winner, right? The winner. All right. So, do we want to talk more about our prizes? Any extra different changes in the prizes? Yeah, wait. We're on. Yeah.
Okay. So for the first prize, we're actually offering a pitching opportunity in front of our corporate partners at one of our big events. So it's a very worldwide crowd of large corporations out of the travel, energy, real estate and construction and aviation industry. And of course, we also offer mentoring sessions and the access to our events as well.
So depending on the industry or the field the startup is working in, we're going to get to hear the winner of the competition at the pitching of Plug and Play, because we're a corporate member as Vienna Airport and the Airport City Space. What we're going to offer is actually a long-term rental agreement, and we actually want to invite the winning team to settle down at our co-working space and to be part of our community, which is as large as 250 companies within the whole premises of Vienna Airport.
More legal services.
We are doubling for the first place to $10K on service credits. You can build some nice stuff, not like Bitpanda stuff, but very decent stuff on the cloud.
And we are repeating price as well. I hope they don't have a lot of confusion when choosing the place to work, because we are also inviting them to Talent Garden. But I have to say, we have made our own brochures, so.
Okay, and then, can you hear me? All right, and now I'd like to welcome onto the stage two more partners, A1 and the Austrian Angels Investors Association. You guys can come stand over here. Yeah, exactly.
Hi guys, we are Austria's leading network for business angel financing, and we are happy to find the winning team a partner or more partners in crime to get their business idea financed.
Woo.
So I'm here in the name of A1, representing the A1 Startup Campus, the program for early stage startups and also later stage startups who want to partner with a corporate incubator. And I have two prizes with me, two things a startup or a new startup founded could need in future. So first one, yes, thank you. First one is also a consulting voucher from the A1 Startup Campus team for consulting, marketing, pitch training, whatever is needed for a startup. And the second thing that's needed is, of course, cash. So we have for the first winner 1,500 euros in cash. And I would like to mention that one because that impresses me also from the jury. We had great pitches. So all of them were awesome and great. The journey of taking really seen enthusiastic, innovative people here. So thank you for that one.
Thank you. Cool. Yeah, I'll keep that. Some more partners who we don't have with us, I believe. So we've got from eWar. They're an entrepreneurship academy with an 8-week program that prepares entrepreneurs for a really strong future. And this entire course, what's special about it is it was designed by a whole team of unicorn founders. So a whole bunch of different unicorn founders came together. They put together an 8-week entrepreneurship course to really kickstart entrepreneurs. So what we got from them is the free program. Oopsie. And that's worth 1,500 euros. We also, a round of applause to them. Next, we have from the Idea Lab, the WHU Founders Conference. This is a 200 euro startup ticket. Now, what does that mean? Some of you probably know, but some of you don't. This is a massive conference, right? A really serious conference of startups and investors. And what this ticket gives them is a startup entrance. So that gives them special benefits to be able to meet investors, to potentially pitch somewhere along the way, I believe, and just to generally represent themselves as a startup there. So this is a huge, huge opportunity. And I think that's it. If someone wants to just join me on the stage just to hold these for me, please. Thank you so much. Right, and the microphone, because I want to make sure we do this right. It's hot, right? It's hot in here. Suspense is killing me. And without further ado, in first place, I'd like to welcome to the stage Smoke Free. Well done, Smoke Free. Well done, boys. Thank you. Come and grab your 1,000. Where's our confetti? Confetti moment. While the suspense is up, confetti moment for the pictures. Well done. Where's that microphone?
Okay, so now it's time for some words. No, honestly, it's been a great ride. It's crazy that we actually won this. And like a little story, it actually all started on the kickoff day. We signed up for it. We were here, and yeah, we sort of had this rough idea, but it really wasn't anything concrete. And Michael, standing over there, was actually the one pushing me to sign up. So props for that. And now, yeah, we've come a long way, and we had some great workshops. We were provided with great feedback, and that's actually led us to being here. Also, we have to mention a third team member who unfortunately can't participate today. He's in quarantine in Hong Kong, so shout out to Masood.
Shout out.
Shout out. And yes, thank you everyone.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for organizing it.
Your
Great
prizes. A round of applause while you get all your prizes. One after the other. Collect your prizes. Pictures, if you want to get up in their faces. I know the partners love pictures, right? Yeah. Wow, guys, what a journey. What a journey. Okay, all right. So all the winners, all top 10 teams, we want to see you on the stage now. All the teams, all the finalists. Let's get on the stage. Let's take a selfie. Let's get a picture, right? All of the winners. Don't leave the room too quickly, guys. Before everybody leaves, right? After party at Mon Ami, all right? After party at Mon Ami. First 200 shots are for free, all right? Because everybody's leaving now. So all 200 of you, all 10 teams on the stage. Let's get a nice big group picture. There's a hell of a lot of you. And do you want to get one photo of them and then the Avenue team? Cool. All right, so photographer, are you ready? Smile for the camera, guys. Smile for the camera. Well done. A round of applause for the top 10. Hands in the air! Fantastic. And now I'd like to welcome onto the stage the entire Entrepreneurship Avenue team. Can the entire Avenue team please get on? No, stay with them. With them. Stay on the stage. We want to be all together, right? Avenue team on the stage, guys. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. That super duper duper moment. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for being here. Tech team, fuck the tech, we don't care anymore. Get over here. It's been amazing. It's been fantastic. Well done to you all. Hands in the air. Thank you, confetti. Woo! Thank you. Well done, guys. Well done. You guys can stay here, I think, because there's not much else to say. A big thank you to all of our partners, right? All of our partners that are here with us. You guys supported us. You continue to support us. We hope to see you again in 2023. Thank you for all the support. right? The Entrepreneurship Avenue team, our participants, thank you. After party at Mon Ami. The first 200 shots are for free. Thank you guys very much.
And also, one last round, one last moment for the man who nearly lost his voice, who walked us through this whole event all day. One round for our host, James!
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. See you guys at Mon Ami. Thank you and good night.